Incredible, incredible. Thank you so much to Chuck, to G2, to Brian, to Hasmukh. Fantastic demo there from DJ Sampath. I always love this day one keynote because it sets up the entire week. Everything that we're going to see across the Cisco showcase here in the world of solutions, the conversations that are going to be taking place. We also heard about so many of the fantastic new releases that we're going to touch on throughout the week. Cisco Cloud Control, Cisco IQ. We heard about Asterisk, non-human identity, to secure our organizations here in the era of AI. We touched on Galileo. I am so glad that that was brought up, not a surprise, but great that we get that AI observability dive in, and we had the Galileo builders here in the audience with us today. Mythos, I love that Chuck said 90 days ago we were talking memory. Now we are talking Mythos. These are all subjects, topics, that we're going to hear about again and again and again as we go. So great to have you with us here on the Cisco TV broadcast, coming to you live from Mandalay Bay in Las Vegas. I am Steve Moulter. Please stay with us, keep using hashtag Cisco Live to reach out to us on social media. Right now, we are going to keep the energy super high. We're going to go right out to center stage. We've got Josh Mathias with us. He is our VP and Chief Portfolio Strategist. He's with Marty Jane from NVIDIA, VP of Sales and Business Development. And we're going to look at the ways that NVIDIA and Cisco are working with our ecosystem partners to build the new infrastructure to run everything we just heard about in the keynote. Go and check that out. We'll meet you back here in the studio to dissect the day one keynote on the other side. Here we go. Oh, sorry, we are still rolling. Apologies for that. I am always so straight to rush out to whatever the content happens to be. We have got all of our co-hosts with us. They are out in the world of solutions right now, and we're going to be looking at the different capabilities, the pillars that are driving everything happening out there. Everything that is based in that critical infrastructure for AI. So as we look at the platform advantage that Cisco creates, the edge-to-edge portfolio, as we look at digital resilience, how to make sure that we are staying connected no matter what the attack happens to be, making sure that we have future-proofed workplaces that follow with us everywhere that we go, that keep us ready, that keep us active and keep us connected to our customers and to our marketplaces. These are everything that makes Cisco tick, and it's everything that's driving what we are doing here at the show and across the showcase. Now we're going to head out to center stage in the showcase. Again, glad to have you with us, and now away we go.
Well, thank you.
Oh, thanks.
Wow, some of you must know me. Thank you. Good morning. I am so proud to be here. This is the first session and center stage at Cisco Live. Imagine that.
It's pretty cool.
Thank you for coming. My name is Marty Jane. I manage the Cisco Global Partnership at NVIDIA. My team builds the joint platforms and solutions, and then secondly, we bring them to market with Cisco, and that's what we're going to talk about today.
Thanks, Marty. Josh Matthews. I am our Chief Portfolio Strategist at Cisco Systems. Excited to be here with you guys.
So Jensen Huang, founder, CEO of NVIDIA, was asked recently, what is AI? And he said, AI is not a model, it's not an application, but it is a 5-layer cake. What did he mean by that? We're going to talk about that today and show you how we're bringing that to market with Cisco. Good?
All right.
So we see 3 major trends in computing which are driving the need for intense amount of computing in the data center. From left to right, the CPU to GPU transition, the 3 scaling laws, and the need for AI factory. I'll go take one at a time.
Oh, there you go.
The modern AI revolution was kicked off in 2012 when a group of scientists won the ImageNet competition. How many of you are familiar with the ImageNet competition? Okay, some. ImageNet is about recognizing images out of a database of maybe about 1 million images, and the accuracy rate was about 26%, or the error rate, until these scientists came along and trained a neural network with tons of data to recognize these images, and they won the competition. That set off the stage for AI training, neural networks, GNNs, DNNs, all sorts of AI training and inferencing on GPUs starting in 2012. That was 14 years ago, Josh.
Wow.
And then came the ChatGPT moment, which really put this in high gear.
Yep.
Beyond AI training and inferencing, enterprises across the world, across different verticals, across workloads, are accelerating applications on GPUs. Why? Because GPUs can accelerate applications 10 to 100 times. 10 to 100 times. This thing is moving on its own. I'm going to go back. So imagine enterprise wants to do, say, image processing. This was about 8 years ago. We did an experiment. We looked at processing images on a GPU and the same on a CPU. The CPU could process 1 image per second. This is as of 8 years ago. For a comparable GPU, that GPU could process 25 images per second. So now if you need to process 25 images, you can either have 25 servers with a single CPU, or you could have a server with 1 CPU and 1 GPU. You can do the math in your head. Even if a GPU is twice as expensive as a CPU, the number of servers required to do the same workload processing with the CPU alone is far worse than what you can do. Imagine the power footprint. Imagine the physical footprint and the cost. This is fundamentally changing the way the world is thinking about accelerating applications. And I have in the bottom a number of verticals that are, this thing keeps
Really
moving.
want you on this slide.
Is somebody doing this in the back for me? So
good.
there's a number of the number of verticals you see at the bottom where the industries are moving to accelerating applications on GPU. High performance computing, climate modeling is being done on GPUs. CAE, computer aided engineering. CFD, does anybody know what CFD is? Computational fluid dynamic. I love saying that. I don't know what it is, but I love saying it.
Sounds
CFD.
Cool.
Sound good?
Yeah.
EDA, this is new. Think about leaders like Synopsys and Cadence. I'm sure many of you are familiar with chip design.
Yep.
They're using GPUs to accelerate logic simulation, physical design of chips. Rendering, video rendering, image rendering, animation is done on GPUs. Analytics, databases, data processing, ETL on GPUs. Imaging of all sorts, medical MRI is on GPUs. Autonomous vehicles. For autonomous vehicles to drive, they have to perceive the world around them.
Yep.
And they have to plan a path on which they're going to drive safely. That perception of path planning is done on GPU. There's a multitude of sensors that these cars have, and all that sensor processing happens on GPUs. Video transcoding, cybersecurity, packet inspection, fraud detection.
All of it.
You were a customer at one point, Josh, and you have more experience doing this than I do. Digital twins. For future factories of the world, you can actually build and simulate a factory. Think of a factory as a robot that can be built and simulated. I want to be able to design the aisles in which people are going to be walking and robots are going to be walking or traveling. And I want to make sure I can design them correctly. Design the height of the shelves such that human beings can reach the parts easily. All of that can be done in a digital twin today. That's done on GPUs. Edge computing, video analytics, retail analytics being done on GPUs. As one more thing I left out. There's one more industry, but GPUs are really good. Gaming.
Of course.
Guys, that's what we're really good at. We deliver beautiful gaming experience, right? That's the other industry we're crazy about. And GPUs are in demand. The middle chart, at the bottom, you see the evolution of AI. I talked about 2012. That's really what was the age of what we call perception AI. You could perceive things. From there, we evolved to generative AI. I think you all know about that. From there to now, we are in the agentic AI era,
Yeah.
right? And moving to physical AI. And on the vertical axis, you see intelligence being produced. So we've gone from one scaling law to three scaling laws. Up until now, largely the scaling of compute was around complex models, more data, more complexity of the model, and that scale the compute needs accordingly. Right. Now, in the era of foundational models, enterprise is not going to really do a lot of training work. However, you will need some sort of fine-tuning, customization, and that is what we mean by post-training scaling, right? So you've done the training, post-training scaling. Beyond that, and I know we're going to talk about agentic AI, Josh.
That's next.
Agentic inferencing is 10 to 100 times more compute intensive. Those are the three scaling laws driving the need for computing. I haven't even talked about reasoning models yet. We won't get to it today, but that's important. And the third thing is we need to start thinking of your data center as something that produces intelligence. It's an intelligence factory. And for that to be the case, we need to think about how do we architect that such that that factory produces tokens economically.
That's right.
Let's move on to the next one.
All right, we're back to this slide. Well, thanks, Marty. I appreciate it. Everything you said resonates. I think, I don't have to go through history, but saying, 3.5 years, we've had what is, the co-pilot or, the chatbot, probably all taking it for granted by this point that it's in our lives. But if you come from, enterprise industries, I did, and you know that getting that in, the kind of governance and all of the regs to make that real in the enterprise is quite difficult. And once done, I mean, a lot of us built things that are inside our four walls. And in a lot of cases, these things came with SaaS or came in a box and were computed for in a cloud or someone else's computers. So I would say largely not impactful in the compute or in compute scope for most people or networking. I think where we are now, especially this year, 26, every customer I talk to, and I talk to customers every day, are working on agentic, right? Everyone's working on this pivot to, and I think, Marty, you said it, it's the data center. Wherever that data center is housing a digital workforce, not just applications and tools and things of that nature. So whether it's the physical plant, like robotics, computer vision, or it's all software-based and it's, a financial analyst or a security operations threat hunting engineer, the agents that become the workforce, they require a completely different amount of inference computing. So maybe we go to the next slide, but I'll just talk about it as, what are the fundamentals? When you think of chatbot, even if you built it internally, you're talking about sporadic utilization. You're talking about, consuming tokens and, elementary way of you say the sky is and it spits out blue, that's 4 tokens. If you write it a paragraph and it spits out 800 pages, it's still a pittance of computing and networking compared to having an agent that is going to call tooling, it's going to move data, it's going to call other agents. And if you truly build a workforce around it, I think you mentioned, the tokenomics of it. You're not looking at saying tokens are going to cost half as much as they do today in 6 months from now. You're thinking of an equation more of my agents are going to consume 10 to the 5th or 10 to the 6th tokens. So looking at the most reasonable way to build solutions that are economic. And then on the other side of it, you mentioned all these use cases. Those are awesome. I see customers every day when I think of like an MRI image, one image, being an 8K image. You don't want to move it to have 4 eyes look at it. You want to infer on that radiology image right where it is. So the edge becomes a landscape in the factory, like you said, in a car, but running, whether it's industrial farming or it's manufacturing for automotive, you're going to do things that are local to the factory floor. You're going to do things that are local in the hospital. You're going to do things that are local for a credit card issuer acquirer network where you want to run fraud models. You need to do them and make a decision that you can swipe your card for $5,000 in South Africa right away, like 100, 200 milliseconds. That would be like a gold standard. So that's not way back in someone else's computer. So there's a lot of reasons to look at where we have been, what we're enthralled by at the Thanksgiving table in 2022, and what we've been doing in business, and then where we're going and what that's going to cost us and how we're going to run it. So having that secure AI factory is the stepping stone to saying, okay, I've got my economics and my computing and networking under control, and I've got my security and visibility under control. So I think that's where, that took us.
Beautiful.
Yep.
I think what you said is inferencing is not just spiky demand, it's going to be this persistent demand
Very
for a
persistent.
long period of time. It only gets more and more intense in time. So folks, on the left-hand side is the 5-layer cake that we talked about. This is what Jensen said in his talk. And I'm going to walk you through the top to bottom. So you touched on the top couple of layers already, Josh, is the applications. That's really where value gets delivered to the enterprise in terms of what you can do with AI. Now, this application could very well be a chatbot that you mentioned for better customer service. It could be a code gen application. I can imagine worldwide software developers are using code gen of some sort. I have 2 kids, both in the industry. They use code gen extensively.
Yeah.
Another great example of AI being used in the enterprise. And then, you think about a robotaxi. A robotaxi is what? It's really an AI application embodied in a car, which is driving the car. It's really an AI application, right? Same thing with robotics. What is a humanoid robot when it delivers things for you is essentially a robotic AI application manifest in the humanoid robot, which does things for you, right? So that's how you deliver AI in the end into the enterprise. That is delivered with the help of underlying models, right? We talk about language models all day. Everybody understands there is just an insane number of language models. You hear about large language models, there's small language models, video language models, mixture of experts. There is a massive number of different models that are coming to market. Beyond that, there are models for the real world. There's models for chemistry, models for physics. They're real world models. If you've heard of Omniverse, we've had real world models to be able to model the world such that you can deliver physical AI. We're not going to get into that today, but that's what you need. And these models and these applications need to run in a data center.
On infrastructure.
So that's the 3rd layer of the infrastructure. Imagine land, power, shell, a data center, which houses all these things to be able to run these models and applications. In turn, in this infrastructure is what? There are servers with chips of all kinds. Think GPUs, DPUs, CPUs, Silicon One, Spectrum 4, compute, networking, storage. That's the chips which sits inside this infrastructure so that the models can run on it, so we can deliver the application, all of which in turn sits on an energy layer. Without energy, none of these chips can do what they need to do. That is the 5-layer cake. And I'm going to encourage you to come and see us at our booth, where you will see all of these 5 layers manifest in terms of applications with the ecosystem around us. Of course, Cisco and NVIDIA and the ecosystem around us. That's the 5-layer cake. Let's touch on this AI factory idea that we mentioned a couple of times. So what's an AI factory? It's really a full stack data center comprised of various compute elements that you need to deliver AI. So at the bottom, it's not necessarily the bottom, but you have all the layers such as storage. You need computing, GPU computing.
Yep.
You have networking. Now, this is a special one. I'm going to come back to this for a second. And then you have some software on top. The networking piece is something unique that we have done with Cisco. In fact, there's a couple of things. And Josh, I'm going to have you comment on the second one.
Yeah.
But the first one, networking. Cisco has built some of the best Ethernet networks for the world for the last 30 years. NVIDIA innovated on AI Ethernet, and we call it Spectrum. And so with Cisco AI Factory, we bring the best of both worlds together. So when you see a AI Factory from Cisco, it's going to be a combination of Silicon One and Spectrum to deliver the same user interface that you've had for a long time. Could be Nexus OS, or you could have Sonic. That's how we deliver the secure factory with Cisco.
Yeah.
What is the next thing
Yeah, I would say
that we've done, innovated on?
Yeah, besides the silicon, I think that's enabled us and and kind of empowered us to do what you see on the rest of the diagram here, which is a pervasive security model. So it's a lot to go into for this talk, but suspending some disbelief, being able to have security at the switching layer and with silicon all the way to the application layer, and be able to put in the controls that you need. Like I said, guardrails that are for kill switching, or guardrails that are for observing and understanding, what is happening in this stack, and making it turnkey, making it something that when you look at the observability piece of it, something that operates at machine scale, that understands the heuristics of, say, agents or applications that are accessing these resources, whether or not those are legitimate, what to do with those things. And again, yes, human in the loop, but built for machine scale, machine activity, and being able to do those things, whether, again, it's at the operating system level and it's pre or post decryption, or at the networking level at line rate. That's all part of the security stack. And part of it is the AI defense suite. Having that baked in here, that program from Cisco allows for security of models themselves and user and agent access to and from those models themselves. So with agents, I like to say you have to be aware of the actions they're taking. With chatbots, it was, what are they going to say? So we're covering all those bases with the security stack and the observability stack with Splunk. So that's probably where I would say our kind of unique sauce is for Cisco, and part of this, making this a turnkey solution that you don't have to think about all these components. How does this all fit together? It's more like, how do I get token usage at a great cost for whatever your application is, agentic or chatbot version. So
super. So now we have put together the hardware infrastructure for the AI factory, but the AI factory doesn't run by itself. It doesn't configure itself. It doesn't deploy itself. So you need to have some software and tools to be able to configure and run the AI factory. So think of the orchestration layer, for example, to be able to orchestrate, not tokens, containers. Manage scale containers. You need the orchestration layer. You need a data platform layer to be able to extract data, to process data, to bring it to the RAG pipelines. You need the data platform layer. You need a management layer. IT would like to be able to make sure that they can deliver the AI factory as a service to its constituents. To be able to manage the utilization of the AI factory. You need a security layer to make sure everything is going as expected. So the AI factory built with the infrastructure on top, you need to have some number of necessary tools and ISVs. That is how you deliver the full stack AI factory.
And Marty, one thing you said, and I didn't cover it, was that the entire management plane for this thing is the management plane that you mentioned it. You kind of know and love, we hope. Whether it's Nexus or it's the server infrastructure with Intersight, all of those things, nothing changes here, right? This becomes something that everybody that manages these components today can tap into. And I think you'll see at Cisco Live Greater that there's going to be management plane that really consolidates all of these operations. So more to come on that tomorrow, but yeah. I think that's a big piece here where it's not bespoke pieces. Yeah.
I didn't mean to ignore the applications on the right-hand side.
Yeah.
Beyond the tools and software I talked about to configure and run the AI factory, every vertical, every industry is going to have its own bespoke set of applications to do what they need to do. Whether it's retail and sports analytics, everybody needs to have it. That's what they're going to do. Yeah. Manufacturing. I love this autonomous AI factory transformation. As I said before, think of a factory as a robot that can be automated. The need in healthcare, profound. AI accelerated cardiac MRI. These are profoundly important applications that we need to deliver on top of the infrastructure we talked about. So we think we're done, right? We got the factory, we got the applications.
Yeah.
Well, but to pull all that together, Josh, I'm sure you guys know more about this than I do. To put together the entire stack and the ISVs and to make sure everything is running, that could take days. We see this now.
Yep.
It takes days to sometimes weeks. And if you can get it right. So the idea behind, to solve this problem, you need to have some way of automating the deployment in the enterprise. And that's what stack automation is about. Yeah. Is to be able to automatically deploy the hardware infrastructure, all the layers, the networking, the compute, the storage. On top of that, the orchestration layer, the data layer, the management layer, right? Beyond that, vertical applications that the customer is going to use in the enterprise. That is what stack automation solves for, right? So now you got a full stack AI factory.
And it's probably the biggest encumbrance to running your own token factory.
That is correct.
It really makes it feel like it's turnkey and you can get using it and not worry about what's it made out of.
Perfect.
I think that's important.
So do all that. I'm not going to tell you what to do. What I will ask you to do is come and see us at the NVIDIA booth or several Cisco booths. What you're going to see is the last thing I talked about is stack automation. So we have various pods set up inside the NVIDIA booth. And this is one of the demos we're going to show is how do you configure this entire AI factory, all the layers, the compute layers, the orchestration layers, and the vertical ISVs.
Amazing. With
using stack automation. Please come and see us, talk to us. Thank you for joining us today.
Yeah, thanks a lot. All right, man. It's fun.
Was that a go? That was a go. Okay, great. I love live theater. Welcome back to the Cisco TV studio. We are so glad to have you with us on the live stream. Just came out of a great center stage session. Our thanks to Josh, to Marty, to NVIDIA. As we just heard, AI is not just application-based, it is core infrastructure today. We want to think of it like electricity, like the internet. It's built on hardware and energy and economics. So to understand that, we have to be able to revisit the fundamentals of computing, and that's where NVIDIA is so strong, this great partnership with Cisco, along with our ecosystem, because we're bringing the new infrastructure into reality. That Cisco-NVIDIA partnership, it's bringing integrated full stack infrastructure that is defining Cisco's enterprise networking security and compute, combines it with NVIDIA's advanced AI platforms. And that's what is going to allow your business to deploy scalable AI, everything from the massive data center up to the local edge environment. Just really, really cool times. I'm Steve Moulter, so glad to have you with us here on the live stream. Let's learn a little bit more about NVIDIA right now.
Cisco's Secure AI Factory with NVIDIA is a new way of building and managing AI infrastructure that helps enterprises adapt to the demands of AI applications. Secure AI Factory removes the complexity from building infrastructure for AI applications by offering a modular, scalable solution that is tailored to each enterprise's unique goals. Secure AI Factory has security embedded at every layer of the stack, built in, not bolted on.
Again, we're so grateful for our longtime partnership with NVIDIA, accelerating innovation, delivering those advanced solutions that are enhancing your performance, your vision, your efficiencies for businesses like yours all around the world. Rob is out right now with Edward Green out in NVIDIA territory. Let's recap that great center stage session, Rob.
Yeah, absolutely. You know what's funny, Steve? I don't know. So Marty is not here. He is apparently still making his way back over from the keynote. This is live TV, right? We always talk about this. It's really hard to get people at any length of speed. And I was leaving the studio going, really? I'm going to interview him? I still see him on camera in the keynote. Either way, the nice thing about Cisco Live is we have a lot of smart people. I'm here in the NVIDIA booth, and we've got two wonderful volunteers who just came in. One from NVIDIA. Your names, please?
Yeah, I'm Justin King, and I was just walking by, and I've been dragged in here, so.
Justin, fantastic. And Ed, we've talked a little bit. You actually come from the customer side. You're with, yeah, feel free to do that. Yeah. I appreciate y'all. But you come from the customer side working with Cisco on the NVIDIA relationship, correct? Yeah. But you've experienced this at McLaren, before coming over. You know what high pressure compute is all about, I'm guessing.
High pressure compute, where you're collecting data to run models right up from the edge, right? You've got either cars collecting data or wind tunnels, or, when you talk about those applications in that 5-layer stack, they can be right out at the edge of your network, producing vast amounts of data. in some cases pretty fast around a racetrack. But yeah, it's really important to have that sort of single integrated stack to make it really simple to deploy. And it's not just about putting workloads in one place. It's about making sure they're spread across the organization. And so when you heard Josh earlier and you heard Marty talking about those AI factories, they can really exist across a whole wide range of places in the enterprise.
Well, I tell you what, give the mic back to Justin for a second, because I'm curious what you do. We just met, you were voluntold to come over, but what are you responsible for with NVIDIA?
Yeah, so I'm product marketing at NVIDIA, and I cover AI factories and enterprise AI. So I cover the full stack, and we do a number of reference architectures, a number of validated designs that help customers with Cisco bring this to reality, you know?
Well, the messaging obviously centers on the full stack approach and the deep integration that we have with each other, but it's extending well beyond just, we think about traditional GPUs in the data center. We now need to take action on these things at the edge of the network. Can you talk a little bit about the challenges you guys are working with us on?
Yeah, so obviously, as mentioned, we've got massive amounts of data and we need to process that, and there's a lot of compute. So using GPUs is one thing, but GPUs communicating with other GPUs is needed as well, so we need high-speed networking as part of that to reduce the latency. And then we're using Agentic now, so we're deploying agents that are running continuously. Previously, you would ask a question, it would give you a response, you'd like it, you didn't like it, and you'd carry on. Now, this agent is like a contractor working continuously in the background, doing tasks for you. And that generates all of this compute so that whether it's in the data center or at the edge, I'm able to get that valuable data processed and into my outcomes.
Yeah, and in my small company, we've been experimenting, I guess, with the agentic stuff as well, primarily just through like Claude Code, as well as through Codex and things of this nature. But what I've seen is these agents do not fail gracefully when they run into challenges, and this is something that we collectively have to deal with a little bit differently, because it's where we go from the human network, or a network made for humans versus one that is made for humans plus agents, correct?
Exactly, they never get angry. You can say, do it again, and they'll just go
apologize.
and do that.
And they apologize right back, and they go, I'm sorry, you're right. You call. I'm like, that's the third time you've given me the wrong information. You know, and we go back and forth. And so
you tell that to a human.
Exactly, they would not be working for me any longer. But what's most important to understand about this relationship specifically in terms of, obviously you guys do stuff in the networking space, but I understand I've read you guys are into the PC side of things now as well, constantly taking on markets because you've proved this in the gaming industry from way back, and now it's really taken root.
Yeah, we're proving that the end of CPU processing is not available or sufficient for today's standards. And we can accelerate everything. And so taking what we've learned in the data center with our GPUs, now we're putting them into laptops and desktops and having them accelerated. So all of these applications, as you mentioned, running Microsoft Office, it's got Copilot built in. That needs acceleration as part of that to be able to respond fast. Otherwise, you're not going to be using it because it's going to take too long. You're going to be waiting for it as part of that. And so having the full extreme, we co-design everything, so our chips, our networking, working with the storage vendors, and we keep this trifecta that allows us to really provide an optimized environment for accelerated compute.
You guys are obviously keeping up on the cutting edge. The numbers keep proving it as well, and we're grateful for that, that cooperation and stuff. Yeah, and it's like, oh, can we keep doing this? I tell you what, hand the mic over. I'm going to give you the last word. Just 30 seconds left here, but what do you think is most important in a couple of words about what people are learning here?
I think it's like the whole stack built in, right? So from security right out to the edge to networking, and then networking between data centers, right? Some people are running those like huge workloads all on one node. So I think it's about having a full stack with security from end to end.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Thank you for your partnership. I apologize, Steve. We'll go back to you in the studio.
Thank you so much, Rob. Great job as always. Our thanks out to Ed, to Justin as well. Congratulations on a great session with Marty. NVIDIA, powerful partnership. And this successful long-term partnership that we have with NVIDIA, it's so value-driven and it's such a fantastic example. It's powerful proof of the Cisco platform advantage. A little while before the show floor opened here in the WAS, Michelle had an opportunity to grab Eric Magnuson for a moment or two to talk about the Cisco platform advantage. Let's take a moment to listen in on their conversation.
Folks, welcome here to the world of solutions. As you're coming in, your first stop is right at the beginning of this show floor. We're here for the Cisco Platform Advantage, and we've got Eric Magnuson, the Director of Cross-Portfolio Messaging, at Cisco. Eric, we have some pretty interesting questions that we want to ask you about the Cisco portfolio. Let's start off with something pretty critical. A lot of organizations operate with separate networking, security, observability teams. Why is that a problem? Why does that become a problem specifically in this AI-driven environment?
Absolutely, great question, Michelle. It's a real fundamental outcome that we can't really blame any organization for getting here, because the tools that have been to address those issues over the years have all been kind of built into their own silo. And that worked for a while, but now in the age of agentic AI, where every agentic action is simultaneously a network routing decision, a security trust decision, and a telemetry what is happening decision in real time, those siloed solutions to this bigger problem are a recipe for disaster. Because when those teams come together to try to understand what's happening, why is it happening, if they each have their own distinct source of data and source of truth, sometimes those teams will actually do things that are counterproductive if there's a problem that they actually make worse by doing the wrong thing by only looking at their siloed tool. So when organizations are really trying to take advantage of the huge opportunities that the agentic AI era presents, continuing in those siloed ways of working is kind of just a recipe for disaster and won't get them to the place that they really want to be.
So you're saying breaking down silos is the key to empowered decision-making across teams?
Well said. I think that's exactly right, because when you're talking about the scale that agentic AI is operating at, continuing to look at those things through those siloed lenses, and it's like the finger pointing or the swivel chairing that has to happen when something goes wrong, that is just not going to keep up with the pace of what's happening in the agentic AI era, not only from an inbound attacks point of view, but from keeping up with what the business wants to do with agentic AI point of view. If the answer is always, oh wait, we've got to make sure we have everything lined up across all these different siloed tools that don't talk to each other, that's going to slow your organization down to the point where you might as not even be trying.
Let's keep the thread on that AI. So second question, we're seeing AI reshape the entire industry at a rapid pace.
Absolutely.
So how is Cisco positioning itself to fundamentally help organizations thrive?
Absolutely. You heard in the keynotes all of the great advancements that we're helping organizations build into their data centers, into their future-proof workplace, and into the foundation of digital resilience that underscores all of that. So you heard all about Silicon One as like the programmable chip that forms the foundation of being able to take advantage of all these amazing AI opportunities going forward in the future. And you also heard about how we've got all these solutions that can bring all of these things together in one place and be able to help organizations take advantage of the opportunities of AI without having, like I said before, to have to stay in their distinct silos. So there's a lot going on here on the show floor that will help explain a lot more about how all of these different solutions come together to be more than the sum of the parts.
I'd love to hear that. Folks, you can hear those and see those for yourself here on the World of Solutions. Let's end with the one platform advantage. So can you break that down? Really, what is that value for customers and what could they get excited about?
Oh, they should totally be excited. As you can see behind us, we're talking all about the platform advantage here today, which centers a lot on the ability to bring all of these solutions together under one control plane. You heard in the keynotes talking about Cisco Cloud Control as now the one place where you can manage and implement across your entire organization, your entire digital estate from one place that now breaks down, like we were talking before, about those silos across teams. Now you can do the kind of cross-domain troubleshooting all from one place within AI Canvas that's part of Cloud Control now as well. And so what we really mean by that platform advantage is every time you make a new investment with Cisco, it's that compounding value that you see even more benefits from the investments that you've already made. And you heard G2 talk today about tokenomics. This is one of the great examples of where that platform advantage comes to bear, because once you have your AI-ready data center up and running and users are starting to take advantage of agentic AI's possibility, the board is now starting to ask questions like, okay, what's the ROI of all of this? And when you bring in the ability for Splunk to do that kind of deep agent level observability, now you can answer that question of what is the cost per token, what is the time to first token opportunities, and so you can really start to understand what is the ROI of all these investments and the ability to then take it to the next step. One of my other favorite examples that's really helpful here on big events like this is the ability to do the kind of, with Cisco Spaces, you can actually bring together all of your organization's information, data, access, endpoints, sensors everywhere, and do things like indoor wayfinding. When I had to make it to an analyst meeting the other day, I had no idea where I was going, but when you actually use the capability, it says, oh no, just follow this line, because with Wi-Fi 7 and the abilities that we have to bring all this stuff together, we can now make it so much more of a human experience in the real world that actually people start to understand, oh, now I see what is the advantage of bringing all these technologies together under Cisco with one single vendor to negotiate with and one opportunity to really build that unified platform that makes it easier for every part of your organization.
Eric, thank you so much for your time. We love talking to you. We learned a lot.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle.
Fantastic. Great job, Michelle. Eric is incredible. He really, truly is one of our greatest Cisco storytellers. He's got such incredible expertise, but also a dynamic energy and this ability to take the most complex elements, aspects, products, technologies within the Cisco portfolio and bring them to a level that everybody can understand, invest in, incorporate, internalize, and take action on. So we always love to have Eric with us, and we're going to talk to him constantly here throughout the week. He also gave us a really great setup for the Cisco Showcase, which you have to be in the room to see, but the showcase is massive this year. I'm looking across at it right now, so up front, yeah, platform advantage, but as you move through it, 100+ demos, the smartest IT people, engineers, directors, developers, managers, SMEs, product specialists, and you can talk one-on-one with every single one of them. I just love that aspect of the showcase because once you're inside, it's like a Vegas casino. You can easily get lost in there and have so many great conversations from security to the AI-ready data center. Right at the middle of it, the heartbeat of Cisco Live, the NOC and SOC open, beautiful. We're going to tour you through the NOC and the SOC here on the program. So again, grateful to have you with us, and make sure that you join us at the next Cisco Live in your region so you can see it all in person. We're going to head back out to center stage now. We're going to talk about how we go from unified branch to multi-cloud connectivity, quantum safe, AI ready. We've got Lee Peterson on deck with us. He is VP of Product Management for Secure WAN here at Cisco. He's got Rohit Agarwala here with us, Senior Director of Product Management and Technical Marketing. When we look at our modern workloads, our distributed environments, right? Quantum threats, what do they mean? It means growing complexity across the WAN, right? So your organization can now fuse security into literally every single layer of your network. You can do it with PQC encryption built directly in, and it helps to simplify your autonomous operations. We're going to head out to center stage. Here we go.
The next session is from unified branch to multi-cloud connectivity, quantum safe and AI ready. Please welcome our speaker to the stage.
Good morning, everybody. I need headphones. You want to be able to hear me otherwise. Sorry about that. So welcome, my name is Lee Peterson. I'm the VP of Product Management for the Secure WAN portfolio here at Cisco. We're going to talk to you today about unified branch and what we do from a multi-cloud perspective. So you are going to see, you in the audience have the honor of seeing a new product we launched here today. Unfortunately, you have to listen to me first. Rohit's going to come up and launch a new product once I get done with my section. So we think about the WAN, which is me as the product manager of Secure WAN, the routing product portfolio. It's really important to think about why it matters so much, why we spend so much time focusing on it. So we know that the places where people work, places where people show up, the places where we have agents, where we have things, where we have workers, is exploding. There's more branch locations, there is IoT sites and factories and things like that. And of course, it's hybrid work, not a new trend, but we have to make sure we get things right in the branch, because if we mess that up, you're going to have a bad customer experience, you're going to have a bad employee experience, and no good can come from that. So that's really why we spend a lot of time thinking about the WAN, not just from the routing product portfolio that I own, but also how do we address switching, how do we address wireless, how do we address observability, and how do we address overall end-to-end connectivity from the branch perspective and from the WAN perspective. Now, the environment's getting more complicated. There's more last mile options than there's ever been. Right, low Earth orbit satellites, they are phenomenal. They are taking off. We're seeing more and more customers leveraging those for connectivity in hard to reach places, sometimes as a backup, sometimes as a primary. So we have more options in terms of how we connect these branch locations. We have more options around how we build overlays on top of these applications. So how do I get the right sort of level of connectivity and security and assurance from a quality of experience perspective on top of that underlay? Of course, we've got where we're sending that data. right? We might be running our own head-ends. We might be running our own data centers. We might be connecting to a SASE cloud, right? So again, more options. It's getting more and more complicated as we go along. And then, of course, the cloud workloads. Rohit's going to talk a little bit about what we're doing within our product portfolio. There's a new product we're launching called Multi-Cloud Fabric to address that. So here is a peek inside of all of our network engineers' brains. They have to try and keep this straight every day. So if we don't get this right, your applications can't connect. Your applications can't connect. You can't have your employees look after your customers. We have to make sure that we keep things secure. So the WAN is critical. The WAN is the control point around how do we direct all this traffic to make sure it goes in the right place, it goes the right way, has the right level of experience on top of it. How do we stop bad actors? The WAN is our attack surface. And that attack surface is growing. The attack vectors due to AI, look at Glasswing, look at Mythos, is growing as well. So it's super critical you get the WAN right, because without that, you can have the greatest Wi-Fi on the planet. It's not going to matter if you don't have connectivity to your applications, to your workloads, able to make sure your users can connect when they need to, where they need to. So if you've been around a little bit, you've seen us concentrate on these pillars. I'm going to go through each of what we're doing in these areas today, but simplified operations powered by Agentic Ops, security fused into the network, talked about that already, super important. And then what devices are in our portfolio to make sure that we're ready, that we can scale up, that we can address the needs and the demands that AI is placing on our networks and our applications. So I'm going to start with an approach we call unified branch. So again, I'm the WAN product manager, but I want to make sure when we deploy a branch location, maybe I've got a handful of locations, tens, hundreds, thousands, some of our customers even tens of thousands of locations, 20,000 plus locations. How do I deploy in a consistent manner with the right level of security posture, with the right configurations, with the right level of compliance on top of it? And unified branch is what we've come up with to be able to do that. Two ways we could deliver that. One of those is through Terraform, so leveraging infrastructure as code. Not a new technology, we didn't invent it, but what we've done is we've gone and built our own first-party Terraform provider. So all open source. You can go to HashiCorp right now and download the Terraform provider that's provided by Cisco for configuring our devices. So how do I express the configuration of my network as code and manipulate it the way that I write software? That's available today. We also have CX services built around that. We leverage the Cisco validated design process in order to build that. So that is how we're able to say, here are the set of things to deploy in the branch. Here's how you manage them. The other way, which I'm going to show you today, is in a live-ish demo, let's just call it that, is how we use workflows, how we use the AI assistant in our tools within Cisco Cloud Control in order to be able to go deploy branches at scale. So to start off with, this is Cisco Cloud Control. I can come in and enter there. And again, this is public. This is my team recorded this yesterday. So this is actually a live demo recorded. I'll go in here and I instantiate the assistant. I'm going to ask the assistant to deploy a branch for me, leveraging workflows. So this is able to then go off and instantiate the AI assistant to say, okay, what workflow do you want to initiate? So we've got one there called Unified Branch and Cloud Control. This is confirming what are the steps that this workflow is going to undertake. I'm going to confirm, please go undertake that. Because we want to be really certain, let's confirm again, but we want to make sure that we're actually going to configure the right settings, the right parameters into that device. So this is partially based on the Cisco validated design. This is also based on the things that you define within your network as your defaults. And we're just going to go through and confirm that these are the right settings to go deploy in that branch location. So now I want to continue. It's now initiating this and running the actual workflow in the background. So it's telling me there that this is the things we're going to do. This is what we're going to confirm. Confirm one last time. Again, we want to be extra sure that we're not deploying the wrong things. It's now running. Now, we did cheat a little bit here because this can take about 2 minutes to go execute. But this is what it looks like once it's successfully completed. So we can see it's been executed. And now what we're going to do is we're going to click in and look at what actually happened, what was actually done. And we could go in and change this beforehand. So this is workflows. This is within the Meraki dashboard, but this is going to be elevated and expressed in Cisco Cloud Control as well. And you can see it's a low-code, no-code approach to how do I do things within a network? How do I undertake tasks? We can integrate this with third-party tools. I could say, hey, there's a step here. I want you to go to my IP address management tool and get the right set of IP addresses for this device. I want you to go to ServiceNow and submit a ticket to say that, hey, this has logically been deployed. What this allows us to do once this is done, when I want to go deploy that branch, it might be in Topeka, Kansas. It might be 3 in the morning. That might be my change window. I don't want to put a network technician on site. I want somebody who understands low voltage cabling. And all they have to do is plug the devices in. And because we've done the logical deployment, those devices will come on board. They'll download the right firmware. They'll download the right security posture, the right configuration profiles they need in order to connect to my business, and you'll be up and running in minutes. That's the power of this approach. And again, we can do this in 1 site, 10 sites, hundreds of sites, and we do have customers that do deploy hundreds of sites in a week using this. Now, one of the other big innovations that we're bringing to bear here, and it's going GA now, this is launching, is we've got the iOS XE portfolio operating system, the routers within that connecting to dashboard, connecting to the Meraki dashboard. Now that's a great start, but what we hear quite often is, hey, Lee, I'm steeped in CLI. Just give me the CLI. I love my CLI. So we're going to give that to you as well. The ability to instantiate a CLI within dashboard to an individual device so that you can configure the parameters that you would usually configure in an iOS XE router. Also the ability to build configuration templates around that same item. So the same way I defined some policies and some default things in that unified branch workflow, I can do the same with the CLI profiles here in dashboard so that any iOS XE device connecting will automatically get configured using those parameters. So very exciting, going GA now, working on getting more and more capability into dashboard with that. Now, stepping back a little bit, we think about the portfolio overall. Many of you be familiar with these products. Chuck referenced it this morning, right? Cisco's first product was a router. I'm very proud of that. Like my team and I are working on a product that's 40 years old. It's literally the start of Cisco is in the product portfolio we manage. So the iOS XE routers, the ASR, the ISR 1K and 4K, the Catalyst 8000 series routers, workhorse products been out there for a long time. We also have the Meraki MX portfolio, right? And put it simply, on the left here, we have the most powerful routing platform on the planet. It's got more features and more configurability than anything that you've seen. It's more deployed. It's the most widely deployed network operating system in the planet in that portfolio. And on the other side, I've got the Meraki MX, which is very simple to find around that. So the challenge the team and I throw ourselves all that time is how do we bring those things together and make them better, right? We can't take things away as we do this. And that's what you'll see in the 8000 series secure router. We launched this 12 months ago, started shipping it. I'm going to talk about the portfolio there. But the idea is that the best of both worlds, all the power of iOS XE, all the simplicity of the Meraki MX coming together in a way that you can leverage them in different ways depending on what you're trying to achieve the outcome. And a lot of that is anchored on the cloud pieces, the components I showed there, Cisco Cloud Control, the dashboard coming together. But if you're somebody who lives in the CLI and uses third-party tools for configuring devices, that remains. That's still a very important part of this portfolio. We're rounding that portfolio out with some announcements about some products that we're launching and shipping very soon. So starting with the 8100 series router into the 8200, we have a actual unified edge. I don't know if you're familiar with that product, but it's an AI chassis from Cisco that we actually have an 8200 router that you can insert into that device for running routing and SD-WAN. We have the 8300 series running the MX operating system. And then finally, a high-end box, a new product category for us, which is the 8600. Now, some things I want you to know about this product portfolio. We call them a secure router because a lot of the investment is making sure that we have first-class security baked into these devices. That starts with firewalling, right? We have a secure networking processor in these devices that allow them to run firewalling services at a very high line rate. And we independently test and verify that in NetSec Open, other places like that. So 99.3% intrusion protection effectiveness, 99.8% malware detection rate. That is world-class. That is meeting or exceeding the industry standards for these types of devices. And like I said, don't take our word for it. Go to NetSec Open. You can look at the results of the testing we've done on these firewalls. So very important element of what we do here. Now, another way that we look at security is live protection. So if you've been following what's happening with Mythos, what's happening with all the things around Glasswing, we were one of the early participants in that. As we find vulnerabilities, we patch them. As the bad actors find vulnerabilities, we patch them. As things get released through the PCERT process, the CVE process, we're obviously going to patch those bugs as they come up. AI is given, unfortunately for us, bad actors are able to do attacks at a much greater rate with a much lower level of technical knowledge needed. So as we find problems, we patch them. Now, the problem is if I give any of you, any of my network operators in the room, a software patch, you're not throwing that into the network the same day. You're going to test, you're going to verify, you're going to validate, you're going to arrange a change window, you're going to deploy it. So what Live Protect allows us to do is that if it's an exploit that we can either at the kernel level block something from running or at the network level stop something from being able to get reachability out, we're able to apply a shield, is what we call it straight away, using Talos, who provide all our threat intelligence for IPS, IDS, and malware. But we'll push that down to these devices and say, hey, we know there's an exploit, block this exploit at the kernel level or at the network level. So a very powerful way that we can put what we call a shield in place whilst you work on the patching. So that's coming to all our products between now and the end of the year. And it's going to be a very powerful tool in our arsenal when it comes to how do we make sure we protect the network. Now, quantum computing, I'm going to touch on this really quickly too, because this is also very important. So it's going to be amazing. More parallel processing power than we've ever had. You think about what that's going to open up for us in AI. So that's obviously the goodness of quantum. The badness is, though, I mentioned the bad actors leveraging AI tools. Well, if we give those bad actors now a way to do massive parallel processing at a greater scale, they can invalidate a lot of the techniques we use today on protecting our networks. A lot of the IPsec tunnels and the encryption we use is going to be basically defeated by a quantum chip once a quantum chip emerges. So there's this concept of Q-Day. When does that happen? Is it a year from now, 5 years from now, 10 years from now? No one really knows, but when it happens, you want to make sure your network's protected. And so that's what we've built in our products, is making sure we're ready to be quantum safe and deploy these 8000 series secure routers in a way that will stop bad actors from harvesting now. They're sucking the data in and then decrypting later. So how do we do that? A few different areas. Encryption. So I mentioned the tunnels. We have to make sure we use the high level ciphers. We have to make sure that we have key rotation on those in a way that can't be compromised with a quantum chip. We have to authenticate the individual devices. How do I make sure that the device is who it says it is, it's authentic, and that I'm not having somebody trying to spoof a device or interact in a way that's bad? And then finally, protecting the device from a secure boot perspective. So what we call quantum safe secure boot. So very important to get those all right. These are what we're building is based on a set of standards called the CNSA 2.0 standards, which are defined by the NSA, the US government. So these are the products that you put in if you want to make sure that you're protected and you've got a future-proof WAN there. So wrapping it all up, what did I cover? Agentic Ops, cloud control is available now. The AI assistants in our controllers available now. Please go and start playing with them. Please go and make them better. Help us understand how we can use them more. Security, so everything we're doing from firewall, integrating in with SASE as a first-class citizen, making sure we're ready for quantum readiness. And then finally, these great new products, the 8000 series secure router. So I'm going to hand it over to my colleague, Rohit Agrawala. He's going to talk to you a little bit about what we're doing from a multi-cloud perspective. But first, we're going to throw to a video.
A bank branch, a factory, a trading floor. Traffic across 2 clouds, a neo cloud, and users in thousands of sites. And now add AI agents. Enterprises didn't choose this. They evolved into a tangle, working against networks instead of with them until now. Cisco Multi-Cloud Fabric, not a connector. A Cisco-hosted fabric for connected clouds and sites. Inside Cisco Cloud Control as one unified experience. The difference isn't subtle, it's structural. We started where others couldn't, the sites. We built the fabric on top of every pipe you already use. Paths change, nodes change, fabric doesn't. Security baked in, not bolted on. Visibility sees every hop. Assurance makes sure performance is right. An agent catches what a human would have missed and fixes it before you ask. Every site, every cloud, every AI workload. One Cisco-hosted multi-cloud fabric.
All right. Super excited to announce multi-cloud fabric that we launched here at Cisco Live. In the next few minutes, I'm going to talk to you about the problem that Cisco multi-cloud fabric solves, and then how are we actually solving it, and then give you a live demo of the product itself. Before getting into the why, there are 3 key shifts that are happening in the market. First, enterprise workloads continue to move to the cloud, but they are getting transformed into multi-cloud AI workloads. Your compute could be in one environment, your large language model could be in another environment, your data could be in another environment. That's the reality today, and that's going to continue to accelerate as agents become more mainstream. Second, you're no longer connecting from a centralized backhaul architecture to a much more distributed architecture from a connectivity perspective to the cloud. And we'll double click on that just in a minute. So why are these 2 trends important? Multi-cloud has been a reality for a decade within enterprise. You've been in AWS, Google, Azure, the major cloud providers. But what's now happening is you're connecting all of these different clouds together and also connecting your sites to these clouds. So let's double click on what are the problems with a typical multi-cloud architecture given these shifts. As you can see in the picture, all of the traffic going from the site to the cloud or between the clouds is going through a centralized data center or a co-location facility. And that results, this kind of an architecture results in 3 key challenges. First, fragmented operations. Each and every cloud provider has their own networking personality. They have different scale, different maturity, different implementation stack. Your already stretched teams now need to continue to keep up to speed with the cloud networking innovations. That's one, fragmented operations. Second is centralized connectivity architecture. That adds latency, failure points, as well as scale limitations. Because now your traffic is going through that centralized hub, it adds latency. And you're distributing routes from that centralized location for all of your sites into the cloud networking constructs, which at the best are good enough. They don't scale with all the routes that need to be applicable to your sites. And lastly, security has almost been an afterthought, being bolted on to existing networking architectures versus being built in or baked into the entire architecture. And with AI and agents, these problems compound. Your large language models could be in one cloud, but tomorrow you could be using another cloud for another language model. And that's where static connectivity to just one cloud provider and just be done no longer continues to sustain. Even the traffic pattern, what used to be traditionally a request and a response to an enterprise application, for an agent, it's a multi-step, multi-hop request response. And those steps could be spanning across multiple clouds. And so your latency, if it's not reliably and well connected, is going to just compound, which is going to result in a sub-experience for your agent, which will impact your tokenomics at the end of the day. And lastly, because all of this is so distributed across environments, there is no end-to-end visibility. Any path that gets broken down in the middle, you don't get to know where did your network actually was the cause or not. So in order to solve these problems, we are proposing a new architecture for this new AI era. Instead of having this centralized architecture, all of your sites connect directly to the clouds. All of your clouds connect to each other directly. And the way we are doing that is in 3 different ways. First and foremost, it's going to be an application in Cisco Cloud Control. All of you heard about it today in the keynote. Multi-Cloud Fabric is just another app within the Cloud Control interface. Second, and probably the most important point here, we will be deploying virtual points of presence in every cloud, in every region, and we will be operating that on behalf of Cisco. So from a customer point of view, you always have an instantly available fabric that you can connect your sites to, as well as your cloud workloads when you need them to be talking to each other. So no more deploying of routers or virtual routers or cloud networking constructs in each of the clouds. You instantly have an on-demand fabric that scales based on your connectivity requirements. And lastly, as we build this out, we have thought about built-in security so you can service chain traffic for your site to cloud and cloud to cloud use case, as well as embed ThousandEyes agent in every of these virtual points of presence so that we can run end-to-end assurance and visibility for your site traffic going to the cloud as well as cloud to cloud to ensure you have assurance and all the visibility that you need in this distributed environment. So how are we doing this from an architecture point of view? A couple of things. There are 5 use cases if you think about cloud workloads. First is site to cloud. A site could be a branch, a campus, or a data center, and there can be tens or thousands of these. And as these workloads are running in the cloud, you need these to be connected, the sites to be connected to the cloud. So that's use case 1. Use case 2 and 3 are more intra-cloud. Your workload is within a VPC and it wants to talk to another VPC within the same cloud. Third is region to region, again, in the same cloud environment. Fourth is inter-cloud, where you have, again, workloads in different clouds that need to be connected to each other. And last is traffic that is going from that workload to a SaaS service or to an internet. For us, we are starting with the hybrid and multi-cloud or inter-cloud use case, which is 1 and 4. But of course, if you're already solving for 1 and 4, there is no reason you cannot solve for 2 and 3 as well. Because even if you are on these different clouds, the operational model is still different, and you can use multi-cloud fabric to create a common operational model across of these clouds. On the right, as you can see, on my right, you can see is the deployment that we have with multi-cloud fabric architecture. We have an AWS with 2 regions, and we have VPCs in each of those regions, and we have Azure, which has its own VNet. We have Cisco virtual points of presence, which are deployed in Cisco's cloud account, and these are the entities that actually help you connect all of the traffic between the VPCs as well as between the clouds and site to cloud. And so the ThousandEyes agents get embedded here. We program the routing rules in order to service chain the traffic. All of that configuration is happening within the Cisco point of presence. Okay, with that, let me switch over to do a quick live demo of how this actually looks like. Can we? Okay, so I've got a dashboard here that is one of my PMs in the team has created. And you can see here, I've got 4 different boxes. I have a front end where I have deployed an AWS. I have a back end which is running in Azure. And then I have GCP that has another VM. And then I have a large language model that's in AWS in another region. Here you can see it says can reach backend, can reach the data lake, can reach LLM, because there are ping traffic that's flowing through, and this interface is basically just taking that ping traffic and saying it's flowing. I'm going to go to Cisco Cloud Control. This is the interface. This is within Cloud Control. Multi-Cloud Fabric is within it. And this is the overview page. And you can see here I've onboarded these 4 VPCs or VNets that I just showed you that are already onboarded into my Cloud Control account through Multi-Cloud Fabric. And then if I go to connections, let me just refresh here. The 4 connections that I just showed you are already there, and they have been implemented. What I'm going to try and do is effectively going to try and delete one of these connections to see, hopefully, let's delete all 3 of them and see how it breaks the flow that we had. So let's go ahead and delete all of these. So once I've deleted this takes about like 5 to 10 seconds. So what's happening in the back end is all of the routes that were propagated in order to connect all of those environments, we are removing the routes. By default, it's a zero trust fabric, so nothing flows by default. Everything is closed. So if I'm going to refresh here, you can start to see here now, all of the connections have turned red, so which means I broke all of the connectivity across these environments. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go back here, and I'm just going to, for our demo purposes here, create a quick connection. Let's call it AWS to Azure. I'm going to select my first AWS, which is my front-end inventory. And my destination I'm going to select here is going to be my Azure backend. Let's review that connection and confirm it. OK. I'm not going to create other connections, but in the interest of time, we'll give it maybe 5 more seconds for this to pop up. Hopefully, the AWS to Azure connectivity should start to become green. And there you go. So as you can see, using this interface, I was able to create a connectivity between 2 different clouds in less than 15 seconds. That's the power and simplicity that we are bringing to multi-cloud connectivity. You could also do this with Meraki MXs to start with to connect your SD-WAN sites into cloud. And we're going to expand that to the rest of the Cisco portfolio as well. If you could flip back over to the slide, please. So to summarize, we talked about, don't still see the slide. Thank you. So to summarize, we talked about the secure WAN portfolio, and we talked about how multi-cloud fabric extends that into the cloud and cloud to cloud. You should absolutely go check out the demos in the world of solutions. There's the unified branch demo with workflows, as well as some of the routers are also there. And then please scan this QR code for multi-cloud fabric. We are announcing the beta for this. If you're interested in getting your hands into this, be one of the first ones to deploy this in your environment, test it out. Our current plan is to have general availability by the end of this year. So having you being part of the beta program will help you influence this product and also get you going on your multi-cloud journey to be ready for the AI era. Thank you.
All right, so glad to have you back here with us in studio. Thank you for the time. Thank you for being a part of the broadcast with us here at Cisco TV. And thanks again to Lee and to Rohit. In just a moment, we're going to be able to head back out to center stage. Michelle is going to get a moment to have an exclusive behind-the-scenes conversations with Lee and with Andy, actually, as soon as we get them out of their microphones and pull them off the stage and get them in their idea. So we just talked about a couple of great things. Cisco Unified Branch, we looked at Cisco multi-cloud connectivity, and the way these two things can partner together to really pull us across the entire network build-out that we're trying to do, how to make us feel more secure, more safe. We heard about that in the keynote this morning. Chuck said that until people feel comfortable with AI, comfortable with the nature of the infrastructure, secure in that infrastructure, they don't invest, they don't adopt. That's exceptionally important. We just heard a little bit about why here. We look at Cisco Unified Branch. This is what transitions our networking from fragmented individual device management to more automated full stack orchestration. What's so great is that we combine advanced routing, switching, security, AI-driven assurance, and then we can put it all together into one platform that reduces your deployment times by 80%. We can cut your change execution times in half. Now, put that together with Cisco multi-cloud connectivity, now you can eliminate all of your fragmented, complex network management that is traditionally hindering you, slowing you down, holding you back from creating a good hybrid IT environment. Multi-cloud gets your network from that passive transport layer all the way to the intelligent, automated, secure fabric layer that you have to have across all of your environments to feel that security, right? Everything Chuck was talking about here this morning, it gives you the confidence you need to move forward toward the future, to create that investment. Like we always say, everything that starts out in the keynote ends up right here in the WAS, out at center stage. It's the conversations that we are having here at the show, and it all gets set up from that keynote space. Same thing with tomorrow morning's Wednesday morning, day 2 keynote. We love, love, love to hear that information because that's what gives us the power, the flexibility that we need. As promised, we're going to head back out to center stage now. Michelle is hanging out with an exclusive back-to-back. We don't get these behind-the-scene things here at the show. This is only for you on the broadcast, but I think you've got both Lee and Andy out there with you, right, my friend?
I do. Thank you, Steve, so much for throwing it over here. Yes, we have an exclusive interview right after a center stage presentation with my new friends, Lee and Andy. They're going to talk about the incredible collaboration between Cisco and AT&T. I'm going to leave it to you guys.
All right, well, thank you, Michelle.
Thanks, Michelle.
Yeah, so hi, I'm Lee Peterson. I'm the leader for the Secure WAN portfolio here at Cisco. So Andy, why don't you introduce yourself?
My name's Andy Forrester, and I'm the General Manager for AT&T Strategic Managed Services.
Wonderful. So, Andy, we've had a long history, worked together for a long time. Cisco and AT&T have been very close partners. So we've just announced the Intelligent Edge solution powered by the 8121 Secure Router. So why don't you talk a little bit about that, you know, what we're doing, what sort of outcomes we're trying to drive for the customers with that product.
Yeah, you bet. So AT&T has been focusing on investments in the network for a considerable amount of time. We invested $22 billion last year in the fiber that we're putting into the ground. We invested $23 billion into spectrum, and we're looking to take advantage of that in a way that provides speed, security, and resiliency and reliability for our customers. And in doing so, it was felt that working with Cisco and the capabilities of the 8121 give us the ability to provide a simple way for us to deploy a solution for customers that allows us to have diversity of transport that converges on the edge, that we can take advantage of some of the great technology that Cisco brings to market and expand the way in which we support our customers to be more focused on meeting the needs of their organizations as they transform and need additional technology to support evolving business cases.
Wonderful. So in a Glasswing Mythos era, security is obviously front of mind. So how are you baking that in there in terms of the capabilities that Cisco brings to bear and matching that with your own capabilities as AT&T.
Yeah, that's part of the beauty of the intelligent edge, right? We want to meet customers where they are, and in doing so, the security that's built into the 8121, so we have the advanced security license that customers can take advantage of, on top of being able to do secure intelligent overlays or SD-WAN on top of the internet that AT&T would provide. That provides a nice secure fabric for customers to take advantage of. We also have Cisco Secure Access. AT&T was the first North American provider to have secure access as a managed service for our customers, so we have a great way to provide an intelligent solution at the end, takes advantage of converged and diverse access from AT&T, and optimize that with the intelligent overlays that secure the connectivity into Cisco's secure access. So it's a nice end-to-end solution that meets the needs of the customers today and evolves to meet those needs in the future.
Yeah, and I talked a little bit in my speech just up there on center stage about quantum and the Q-Day and when a quantum chip comes, what that will do to our security technology. So talk a little bit about how you've baked quantum resiliency, quantum readiness into the solution.
Yeah, at AT&T, post-quantum is at the forefront of everything we're trying to do. We're trying to make sure that we're staying ahead of where the market is planning to be in the next couple of years. We have large customers who are looking to make sure that they're secure in the future. Some of those are federal in nature or the defense industrial base, and with new requirements that have come out from the government, we have a significant amount of interest from those specific verticals in regards to what we can do with post-quantum. AT&T is fully embracing these secure routers that Lee was just talking about on stage. We have those as part of our managed services portfolio, and as Cisco adds additional capabilities in the code that goes on those routers, we'll fully embrace that and be able to provide the post-quantum cryptography solutions that customers need in the future.
Wonderful. Look, Andy, thank you. Thank you for the partnership. Great, honored to work with you, and we've got some great things coming. So
always appreciate it.
Throw it back to Michelle.
Thanks, Lee.
Andy, Lee, thank you both for your time. Folks, that was an incredible exclusive interview. We have so many more coming your way. I'll send it back to you, Steve, in the studio.
Michelle, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Great conversation going on out there with Lee and with Andy. Another fantastic center stage session. We're going to go back out to center stage very soon. Stay with us here on the broadcast. I hope you are loving all the phenomenal content coming to you from every corner of the world of solutions. We're going to move to another interview that is taking place right here in our studio. I want to bring in Chris Rangarajan, our Director of Solutions Marketing for Agentic Ops. Chris, welcome. It's good to have you here with us.
Hey, thank you for
and thank you for bringing the beaming smile and the energy to the studio.
Always.
And the broadcast. I'm going to let you introduce Raj. I'll step out of the way. You guys have a good time together.
Thank you so much. Raj, I'm so excited we're here today together. So, Raj, you are responsible for AI for Agentic Ops for enterprise networking.
Of course.
We just ran a study with Omdia, and I was surprised to find out that 84% of our survey takers believe that they're going to be AI-led by next year.
Yeah.
Why do you think this is happening?
I think it's pretty simple, Chris. When we talk to our customers, the message is loud and clear. They want to maximize their uptime and minimize the amount of effort, and AI is the only way to do that.
Oh my gosh. That same study pointed 4,000 alerts in just network operations.
That's right.
And out of that, what's an average engineer is like 21.
Correct.
It's like 100 full-time employees.
Correct.
No one's got that amount of bandwidth or to make that happen.
The ability even just to pay attention and process all of the alerts is just overwhelming.
I remember someone say that people just disregard the amount of alerts and waiting for someone to call because things break. So wait, what I found in that same study that I thought was really interesting is that 80% are ready for full autonomy.
Correct.
What are we doing to give that to our customers?
So I think, Chris, readiness in terms of autonomy and the execution of autonomy, totally different things, right?
Yeah.
We understand that the bar in order to clear, to enable that for our customers, really is all about how we establish trust. And this comes down to a few key things, right? Our ability to analyze what is happening, reason through it the same way that customers expect from us, and act in a predictable and deterministic way.
Oh my gosh. I think determinism is like, well, I see customers just smile.
Yeah.
They're like, yes. It's like, they know that they at least can anticipate what it's going to do and do it. Okay. So what are we sharing at Cisco Live that's exciting? What should people be excited about?
100%. There's three things that I think customers should be excited about, but I'm very excited about.
Okay.
So the first thing is, how do we make sense of what's happening in the lived experience for our customers? So I would pay attention to experience metrics, which is how we aggregate across many, many different clients and show you exactly what's happening on the ground. Second thing I'd pay attention to, deep reasoning, right? Our feedback that we've gotten in terms of training our models and working with the world leading class LLMs and agentic intelligence has been phenomenal, Chris. Our ability to translate writing the book on networking and teaching it over to the LLM is actually the lived experience of how customers interact with it. And finally, deterministic execution, as you mentioned, predictability, right? Autonomy where trust is earned. And that's all about what agentic workflows is. Predictable workflows that execute exactly the actions that you care about.
You know, what I find really interesting is that we've been talking a little bit about how all of these ingredients fit into an agentic loop.
Absolutely.
Today at Cisco Live, if you watch the keynote, we're talking a lot about agent first, agent led.
Absolutely.
And this agentic loop, which so that to me is interesting and intriguing,
Absolutely.
the fact that everything's within a loop. Now, you talked a lot about deep reasoning.
Yeah.
Now, and you talked about, I mean, there's a lot we're sliding in there.
Absolutely.
I just watched the feedback from our beta users on deep reasoning, and we have a naturally skeptical audience. All of you are naturally skeptical about anything. And to watch so many people be so highly impressed.
Overwhelmed, just incredible.
It's incredible, and I feel like part of that is accuracy. What I'm hearing is accuracy. I'm hearing I can trust depth of detail. What are we doing that's different?
Look, I think establishing what that bar is for resolving an issue in the context of agentic operations, ensuring that, as I mentioned, we have a predictable and repeatable output in the context of that execution, and really rolling out that end-to-end flow. That's a good start, but we're actually doubling down even on there. We have, the entire end-to-end loop around sensing, reasoning, action, validation. You've already seen all of the different incredible integrations we have with Thousand Eyes Synthetics. I think there's a lot more to come there, Chris. I would really keep an eye, especially tomorrow, for what's upcoming.
That's really, really good. Okay, only because I find it so earth-shattering myself.
Yeah.
The ability for AI to pull together telemetry from across Cisco, and now you've got Cisco Cloud Control, really. Then you've got this brain, deep reasoning, that's really thinking through. I found it fascinating that we've trained deep reasoning differently than other LLMs, and the fact that it's got skills. Tell me, can you share skills?
Look, I think the key thing here, just to kind of summarize where everything is at, is Chris, this is all powered by Cisco Cloud Control. The ability to bring all of our telemetry together and embed all of that reasoning together in one central place allows us to provide deterministic and repeatable outcomes in a way that the LLM can understand. And the important thing here, folks, very, very simply, is that an incomplete perspective is an incorrect answer. And we're teaching the LLM to do that in a reliable, repeatable way. And that's what you'll see expressed in the agentic loop.
Okay. There are a couple things that since we have a few minutes, I love this idea of experience metrics, where we're moving what our customers are paying attention to. It's no longer like packet loss. We're moving that to time to connect. What's the user experience? Can you talk a little bit more about experience metrics?
Right, totally. So I think when it comes to agentic operations, folks, the most important thing to realize is we have to be really, really critical about how we catalyze an agent to action, and grounding the perspective of the agent in the lived experience of the user. To your point around how long does it take me to actually connect to the network? Am I actually able to address the application? Am I having interruptions in my service? All of these kind of things are what we centralize in one dashboard in experience metrics. So not only can you see what's happening on the ground, but you can fix problems and help agents fix those problems wherever they occur.
I love that. What I'm hearing you say, and this is a Cisco special, I suppose, is the fact that we've got depth of data within wired, wireless, WAN,
100%.
and granularity.
Absolutely.
That gets. I feel
and
like
unknown networks as well.
Oh, Yeah, Thousand Eyes, right? It's that's so true. The expansive system that Cisco has.
That's right.
So you're learning about experience across things. What I found really interesting is with synthetic testing, like we're talking about agents, and agents, of course, can't experience the real world the way you and I might.
Absolutely.
The fact that Thousand Eyes is across every environment known to me.
100%.
The fact that, I think you told me once that anywhere an agent lives, we can literally look at the health of that device.
It's the validation for every segment along the path. And now I'm talking to the folks in networking here, if you understand what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Every segment along that path is just as critical to understand, not just for humans, but for agents as well. It's that level and depth of perspective that we need to enable for our agents in order to breed that, or to bring that confidence to customers that, hey, autonomy is grounded in a true, complete perspective.
Okay. All right. Let's put it together really quickly in an example of an actual use case. Okay.
Absolutely.
So you tell me your favorite, because we have a lot of different, whether it's road radius, whether it's, you give
Long
us
story short, right? We detect an issue. Let's say a customer's having trouble connecting. They're misconfigured on a VLAN. We route through deep reasoning. We understand that root cause analysis. We affect a solution that you can see, you can understand, you can audit, and then we measure exactly what that happens in the lived experience across a path. That's how we would do it in the agentic loop.
And then we repeat it over and over and over
and over and over again.
Okay. If people should be paying attention tomorrow?
Absolutely.
Okay. Anurag's got some incredible things coming up.
Unbelievable. Chris, Raj, on top of that being a fantastic conversation, I want to make the official welcome. If you guys would like to join our Cisco TV host broadcast team, you two are amazing. That is phenomenal storytelling. I always say, we can talk technology all day long. It's how our technology affects people.
Absolutely.
At the ground level, because otherwise, what are we building and why are we building it?
Correct.
You guys have just done such a beautiful, beautiful job of bringing that to the human level, the performance level. It's what I love to hear, so thank you for joining us here in the studio. We really appreciate it. Please come back and join us again.
Thank you for having us, Stephen.
Thank you.
Fantastic. Well done. All right, all right. Which camera I'm at? Oh, I'm back over here. Good. We're going to turn our attention right now to Cisco Industrial IoT. This is always a super popular topic for us here at Cisco Live because it helps enterprises exactly like yours to connect, to secure, to automate all of your different operations and simplify your industrial networks, gives you a more resilient network. We can give you this comprehensive range of high-performance, rugged solutions that are helping to connect, to protect, to automate your operations when you are ready for true industrial AI. This is all about bringing IT and OT together. How do we create that efficiency, that security in your operations, leading the way forward? Michelle is out in the world of solutions right now in the industrial IoT area. She's got Kevin with us to show us another demo. Hey there, Michelle.
Hey Steve, hey folks, we've got an exciting demo for you right now in the world of solutions. We're going to talk about all things OT with Kevin Holcomb. He's a Cisco technical marketing leader. And take it away, Kevin. How can you introduce this for us? Actually, I'm going to start out with a very specific question.
Okay.
What industrial environments in this solution most effectively are deployed, and what unique challenges does it address?
Right, so we're looking here at Cisco CyberVision. It's going to be deployed in operational technology environments. So we're talking places like factories, power grids, roadside cabinets, oil and gas, those types of environments. Now, the thing that's unique about those environments, say compared to a typical IT environment, is there's different protocols that are used. The devices rarely authenticate. Some of them have been in operation for decades, and because of that, they're very difficult to patch. In fact, they often go unpatched for long periods of time, because we're talking about a factory and a power grid, right? So you want to keep uptime is of most importance.
No, that absolutely makes sense. So continue, please, to elaborate on the reasons why segmentation of the OT network is essential for protection in industrial operations, especially in the context of this AI era.
Yeah, sure. So we like to think about it with segmentation is you have to start with visibility. The first thing we have to know is what's out there. What am I protecting? What devices are there? How are they talking to other devices? And what are the devices doing? Like what types of behaviors and what types of protocols are being used? Now, once we understand these protocols and we know who's talking to who and what they're doing, we can move now to segmentation. So the challenge and the benefit of segmentation is that it's really not a matter of if something will be exploited, it's a matter of when. And so when a factory, let's say, when a cell in a factory or a line, it gets exploited, we want to reduce the blast radius of what somebody can do once they've gotten in there. right? So maybe they get into cell 1, maybe they get into my baking or cooling cell, and I don't want them to go anywhere else in the factory. I want to make it really hard for them to, anyway, at least make it very hard. Now, if somebody does happen to exploit, it's also nice to know that I've put in segmentation policies to keep them from jumping to other places, because I can get my factory running faster. Because if I know somebody exploited cell 1, and I can go remedy that situation, and I know that I had safeguards in place to keep them from getting to other places, I don't necessarily have to spend a whole ton of time checking all those other places. I can just fix it and remedy it in the one place, get my factory back up and running, get my power grid running again, that sort of thing.
When you walk customers through that example on the show floor, what resonates most with them?
Oh, just the fact that we're making it so easy, right? So one benefit here is that I'm running CyberVision in the networking equipment. That networking equipment is already there, right? I have switches, I have routers there. They're there already, because devices have to talk to other devices. So I'm now going to make this my visibility sensor. So I'm going to know what's out there, who's talking to who. I'm going to make it secure remote access, so I can have zero trust access for vendors and contractors to come in, but they need remote access to things typically. And then also I'm going to make it an enforcement point with segmentation. So you're really getting a lot of bang for that investment that you already made in that network.
Compounding on that return of interest. That's
Yes.
what we love to hear.
Exactly.
One last question for you. Is it feasible to leverage existing network infrastructure and devices to implement effective segmentation within OT environments? How does that work?
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. Because again, that network's going to be there already. So in the case of CyberVision, I'm running a small agent inside this device. I didn't have to add another appliance. I didn't have to take up critical space in my roadside cabinet, for instance. This space is always at a premium. I'm able to use that piece of equipment that's already there. I'm not having to externally span traffic or anything. And I'm watching all this PLC traffic, all this traffic that's happening. I'm watching it as it's going by. I'm inspecting it. I'm learning everything about it.
Thank you, Kevin, so much for your time. Folks, come down to the World of Solution. We've got tons of hands-on demos like this one with Kevin, and we've got tons of folks to help you explain, walk you through, and make sure that you can scale this for your enterprise. Steve, back to you in the studio.
Thank you, Michelle. Those were actually some phenomenal questions there for Kevin. I think there were really serious practicality, really value-driven, really value-based, and Kevin, such a good deep dive into industrial IoT. Thank you for your time and your expertise. We're going to keep checking out industrial IoT as we go. However, right now, let's talk SOC. Our own Rob Boyd is out in the beating heart of our beautiful and massive Cisco showcase with Jessica Oppenheimer, our Director of SOC Integrations on our Splunk security team. So Rob, what do the two of you have for us out there?
Well, we were going over the whole, I was pretty sure she was part of that whole Barbenheimer thing back in the day, but that was a different Oppenheimer. Either way though, still talking massive intelligence. I've been so excited for this. Jessica
Thanks,
Oppenheimer, she runs the Security Operations Center, which if you guys have not seen it or been back, it's not hard to find. It's much easier to find than it usually is, especially with the NOC, and they've got this beautiful showcase where everything is much more centrally featured as we kind of embrace our plumbing roots, I think, a bit more in that. And I love this, right? Because the technology's front and center, and it certainly is in what you guys have done, because you've got new stuff to talk about. First, tell us what you do and what's the mission for your group?
Thanks so much for being here, Rob. As you said, we're now in the very center of the world of solutions, no longer in the back corner, right?
Yeah.
I tried it out when we were together in Amsterdam. It's like, this works pretty well, especially with Rob coming this. So right here in the center with our buddies from the NOC. So my name is Jessica. I'm the Director of SOC Operations with Cisco Security. We have 3 core missions. The first one is to actually protect this conference, the attendees, those that come, that they leave more secure. If there's an issue, that we help them fix that. Some people use the network for things they shouldn't do. You know, scanning is not a crime, but it's not really cool to be doing it here or your BitTorrent, so they'll get a shoulder tap from the NOC.
Well, I love the feedback you guys are doing, and it's funny how you can also, that kind of works into the whole educational round tripping there.
It is, that's our second mission, is educate. So we have public tours. There's one going to be at 1 o'clock here right after this, and then we have some private ones as well. We also write blogs and have white papers, and we're also training people. Because we have so much space this time, we're able to have a whole training group of people that have never been to SOC before or need some refresher to then go out in the field. And then the last mission is innovate. Continual innovation. We are bringing the latest technologies, either things that are in preview, alpha, beta, the production code, and then we also, because these are open platforms, build our own, give it back to product management or release as community. And
I love the interaction, and you guys actually have, we'll go take a look at this in detail in a minute, but can you walk us through what we're looking here? Because the first thing I'd noticed, it's rotating through screens, so I don't see it here, but you had the number of passwords sent in the clear, which is a big number, and you proactively reach out to people and you'll say, hey, by the way, as you said, tap on the shoulder. So the first question I always ask you is, I haven't heard from you. Am I okay? Because I'm always...
So far you're clear, right? We haven't seen your particular email in the clear. Absolutely. So there we see 387 here. That's how many unique password combinations in the clear. 23,000 times that those have been passed through that. This is our partner Endace with all the packets that have been captured. We have 109 terabytes of data so far, both IPv4 and 6. And we can see how those files are being carved off and sent to Splunk Attack Analyzer. You can also see the different protocols. Encrypted, 40% of the traffic is not encrypted, which is not a good thing. We always want to encourage people to use encryption, because if we can see the data, that means attackers can. If you go to the hotel, if you go to Starbucks, you're going to. So there's that big number, 338. So at DEF CON, this would be the wall of sheep or shame. Here's our packet peeker prize board. We use AI to name that. When we were here, you can see people are still using POP3, email, FTP in the clear, and these actually are the redacted username and passwords. If we're able to see an email, we'll send them an email saying, by the way, your stuff's in the clear, come see us. Last year, these were individual incidents that our tier 1 folks had to deal with, and were at reports, and that was basically a denial of service attack against ourselves. So we use Splunk Enterprise Security to completely automate that out. It has AI assistance there, and the humans don't even touch this anymore. It's extracted out, they're contacted, this case is closed, we have the audit trail as managers.
Well, this is what's fascinating. So the Agentic AI story is on point here, and in fact, you guys have almost eliminated kind of the tier 1 analysis, and those same engineers are now operating at a higher level. Can we go in and at least take a look at them real quick? I'll open the door for you and let them through. We'll do this, but usually, it's push.
There you go.
I wish they put labels on those.
No worries. So, because we are a larger SOC this time, and you can see we're right in the center, and there's our NOC buddies over there. The folks over here is what we normally would need to run the Security Operations Center because it is so efficient, but we actually have folks here that are learning, and we have a space for training, that education, and yesterday I was talking to some of those folks. I'm like, how is it going working with Agentic AI? And they're like, because we don't have any tier 1 folks anymore, everyone's working at tier 2 because of the power of the Agentic SOC. It's like, we didn't get replaced, we got promoted. So we walked in day 1 the SOC and there were a tier 2 analyst.
Which is, and I understand all the fears around that. It's very well grounded, but at the same time, I do feel like, especially in such focused areas like this, has there ever been a point pre-AI that you felt like, oh, I got everything done at 5 p.m. and I've gone home early or whatever it may be? I mean, it's not a job you ever finish or ever feel like you probably did it to the depth you really wanted to. Is that fair?
Yeah, there always are so much change and things coming in. We do have these alerts, so while we're at dinner here in Vegas, we do get the alerts of the stuff that's coming in, and we're able to see the threat score, but we know that's all being handled by the AI agents to assess that threat, and if needed, to really get our flashing attention. Why don't we come over here?
Yeah, please, walk us through what's new here, because you guys don't sit on your laurels.
Yeah, so you may have seen that if you watched the broadcast from Amsterdam, how these are all set up, but what's new across the top is the Agentic SOC architecture. There you see the cloud control. Now, this was we were doing some alpha code testing with Agentic agents when we were together in Amsterdam, but we've been able to actually fully deploy this. So you'll see AI everywhere. It's in the firepower with the encrypted visibility engine and Snort ML. That was actually alpha and beta test at Black Hat and then released out. So we've been doing these things for 11 years at Black Hat, RSA conference, the Paris Olympics. We're working towards the LA Olympics, the Super Bowl.
Let me pause you there for a second, because I do want to give a shout out to the fact that this whole program was born out of Black Hat, your experience doing security operations there. RSA looked at that and said, that is something valuable. Yeah, you're building on some nice stuff here.
Yeah, absolutely. What we learned from that innovation goes and informs. So when we were looking at protecting the Super Bowl, for Super Bowl 59, we had tried some things out of connecting XDR plus Splunk there at Black Hat, and we went to them just 30 days before the game, right after the break. This is the 5th of January, and said, we'd like to re-architect your SOC. The game is just in 30 days. And they're like, what the heck? It's like, you're not going to lose anything with adding Splunk in there because they just bought it. But
you knew what the pushback was going to be.
Yeah, right. It's like, where are your proxy logs going? They're like, I don't know, in the bit buckets. Like, let's correlate those in Cisco XDR and visualized that, and we were able to stop attack 36 hours before the game, in which 11 of their employees had their credentials harvested with an infected website at a restaurant across the street from the hotel. So it's like real world stuff. We continually innovate. I'll be back here in 7 weeks for Black Hat USA. We're a big sponsor of that with Cisco and Splunk together right in the center.
More Vegas.
Yes, right, more Vegas. Just what I need is more Vegas, but those innovations will feed into it. So now we have, you see, instant attack verification. We have the Splunk Enterprise Security Triage Agent. I know the Splunk SOC's using it. This is the only other production SOC. And we now are leveling up our folks. You can see how we're handling the incidents being reviewed by the Agentic agent.
Right.
And then you have the evidence summary that the humans take a look at. They're able to pivot into the full packets with our partner event days and validate it, and then take action, and we have that audit. Or in cases like I shared with that use case, sometimes we can take out the human validation and just take the action.
Can you pull up that picture of the that you guys are running on? Because these guys have developed, they continue to add more technology from Cisco, and they can put it all together, but this basically everything is running off of these deployable racks, and we're expanding that out. Fantastic work. I want to thank you and your team.
Thank you to our NOC partners.
This is a hard to secure place. I can't believe what they're doing. Come check it out if you haven't already. Steve?
Truly, Rob, thank you so much. And thanks again to Jessica. Jessica always does such an incredible job. I will actually be with Jessica back here in Vegas and her Splunk team for Black Hat. We're excited about that as they continue to roll out that story. You can see with the walkthrough just how beautiful the SOC territory is. Knock right across, as Jessica mentioned. But the idea that you can walk straight in and see that beating heart of Cisco Live and of the showcase, just fantastic. It's great to be able to tour that, visit it. And again, it's one of the reasons why you want to join us at the next Cisco Live in your region, because we can only bring you so far here on the live stream. We actually need you here in the room with us to be able to give you the full story and for you to be able to visit it all in person. We're going to head back out to center stage, and guess what? We're going to talk about AI, right? We're going to look at every single stage from the pilot to full production. How are we scaling enterprise innovation with full stack infrastructure? Kevin Vollenweber is here with us, Jeremy Foster, they are on board. They have brought in some phenomenal guests as well. Jono Luke is here, Chief Product Officer from Sumer Sports. Charlie Myers is here, CTO at Monumental Sports and Entertainment. Getting from pilot to production, we don't want to sugarcoat this. This is daunting. We're going to show you exactly how you can transform your infrastructure, get out of that bottleneck, and give yourself that competitive advantage. The value of full stack solutions as you build out your data pipeline, your high performance networking, your strategic network compute, automated deployments. How do you get that from months all the way down to weeks? Again, we're going to send it out to Kevin and Jeremy right now, and of course we will meet you right back here in the TV studio on the flip side. Away we go. Enjoy, everyone.
All right, good afternoon and welcome everybody. Thank you for coming, appreciate it. My name is Kevin Wollenweber. I lead our data center and internet infrastructure team. We're the team that builds a lot of the infrastructure that enables not just AI, but anything in data center, service providers, or hyperscale applications. What we wanted to talk about a little bit today is some of the things that are slowing our customers down as they start to look at really adopting AI and kind of moving from pilots and early access to AI technologies and into that large-scale production phase. What's crazy to me is even in this nascent phase that we're in, we're seeing huge efficiencies and adoption of AI technologies. And so whether it's what we see as AI moves into manufacturing, what we see in the healthcare world, or even what we're going to talk about a lot today, which is fan experiences and how people can leverage data that they have to really provide a much better experience for their end customers. AI is ubiquitous today, and it's only going to grow in its usefulness and its applications. But what we wanted to talk about today is what are some of the blockers that we see with our customers as they start to adopt some of these technologies, and then what we can do to actually help them. So with that, I've got Charlie Myers. Charlie is the CTO of Monumental Sports and Entertainment. And he's going to talk to us a little bit about some of the things that they've done and some of the technologies that they leverage to get them there. So Charlie, come on up. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Have a seat. All right, so a lot of times we jump straight into questions, and what I realized is not everybody understands who some of these companies are and what they're doing. So, Charlie, why don't you start with just a little bit about what you do and what Monumental is?
Sure. Thanks, Kevin. Thanks for having me up here. My name is Charlie Myers. I'm Chief Technology Officer at Monumental Sports and Entertainment. Monumental Sports, we operate the Capital One Arena in downtown Washington, D.C. We own the Washington Capitals, Washington Wizards, Washington Mystics, and DC Go-Go, along with our regional sports network and a direct-to-consumer streaming platform, all in downtown DC. We're in the middle of a large renovation, 3-year renovation of the Capital One Arena.
So I'm a huge sports guy. I love everything about sports. Unfortunately, it's Bay Area sports, so I haven't got as much into your teams. But like, talk to me a little bit about what are the use cases that you guys are prioritizing as you look at fan experience and the data that you have. What can you do with that data leveraging AI?
That's a great question. You know, as we went through this renovation project, which is very physical, it's about all the physical spaces, new clubs, new suites, and things of that nature. We started to look at it from the tech side about how do we rebuild our tech stack and how do we get to becoming an AI first arena. Because what we're most interested in doing, and it's really it's the same conversation, how do we optimize arena operations and how do we drive fan experience? So taking those into consideration, how do we break down the walls? How do we centralize data, and how AI allows us to orchestrate and help drive experiences for the fans?
Yeah, and we could go on and on about this stuff forever. I found when we were doing the prep, there's an amazing amount of innovation that they're driving. But we got into talking about data and that whole data first thing. And so explain a little bit about like the data that you have and how orchestrating that data is what actually enables AI to work.
Yeah, and I think one of the key pieces as you think about Arena, there's a Wi-Fi system, there's a DAS platform, there's point of sale, there's ticketing, all these very siloed systems. So we immediately came to the conclusion that in order for us to really leverage AI, take it from being a kind of pet project to being a core operational foundational piece of our platform, we needed to build a data lake. We need to centralize all that. All right, how do you then allow AI to do what it does really well, looking at identifying key relationships, right, actions to take, and as we start to move into agentic AI, right, how do we start to automate those actions? And really, in those two pipes you talked about, one arena efficiency and then one about fan experience, because we're trying to curate fan experiences. We're trying to drive when you come into the arena, right? Do you want ticketing, first buying ticketing, parking, right? Where do you want to park? Do you want food waiting for you? Do you want to buy merchandise? Maybe you want to buy a hat, wear it at the game. Maybe you want a jersey sent to your house. And then the entire area around the arena has now been rezoned as an entertainment district. You want dinner reservations afterwards. So all those gives us those opportunities by centralizing all that data, breaks down those barriers. It democratizes data for all the different stakeholders within the organization, including fans.
Yeah, and actually that was some of the coolest stuff when we were talking was just the amount of things that you can do. And I was thinking about my experience and anything that I can use, if it's data about me, where I am, what my interests are, bringing that together is one of the most critical components.
Yeah.
The other thing that I thought was super interesting too, we do a lot, we use a lot of AI tools at Cisco to code and to develop our products, and tokens and token costs. If you heard G2 today, that's a big one. But give us some of your thoughts around why bringing some of that infrastructure on-prem makes sense, and how you can drive token utilization to a much more efficient point.
So it's a great question. It's something that we've been really thinking a lot about. It's really analogous to the great cloud migration where, put it in the cloud, it's going to be cheaper, it's going to be faster, right? All these things. And then you found out it was 5x high time, right? Or our engineers left on a server. And it's almost the same thing where FinOps is really token economics, right? How are we optimizing it and understanding where should the data go, right? So we're being it brings a lot of questions to us about, what should be continuous, right? We have a lot of live data sources. What should be continuous? What should be, on-prem? What should be on the edge? What should be in the cloud? So these are now, that really falls into data governance. Where do we want it? What is the SLA? What's the expectation of it? So for us, the ability to have some on-prem capabilities is huge, right? And it drives into security and privacy as well. Maybe you don't want that data going into the cloud.
Well, and the interesting thing for me is a lot of times people think about AI as one application, one use case, or one technology, but really all those are completely different uses of a technology like AI. So I think a lot of our customers are going to have cloud-based and API-based AI applications. They're going to have some stuff they want to do on-prem, but we saw that as we were doing a lot of the development work we're doing, which is some things require you to use the latest versions of models, and doesn't matter how expensive it is. The stuff we're doing with Mythos in security, for example, we'll pay whatever we need to pay because that's how we get the best value out of it. But if you're doing simple, basic tasks, you might not want to use those expensive tokens for that. And being able to kind of leverage the right cost structure and the right token cost for the right application is
yeah. I think it's a key point is, if you're doing something once a quarter, running a model once a quarter, the tokens, the cost doesn't mean so much. When I have 6 events in 7 days, and I'm running arena operations, team player performance, right? We're using AI around some of that. When you talk about fan-facing experience, now it becomes really expensive. So exactly that point, it's on premise. I have the ability to offset some of those costs by having sunken costs and infrastructure, right? On top of the ability to have, near real-time operation and access.
Well, you mentioned something earlier that I thought was interesting too. We talk a lot in the keynote about security, and data, I think, is what's going to differentiate a lot of you from your competition or from your peers. And so that data is critical for you to maintain the security of. Give me some thoughts around, as you move more and more into that world of AI, what does security mean to you guys, and what are you thinking about?
Security is huge. If you think about all the PII that we have for not only fans, but even the players. So for us, it's almost, it's built in, right? It's honestly the first thought we have, and how do we put governance structures to it? And it goes hand in hand with infrastructure, right? You have security around infrastructure. Where does it, again, it goes into that same conversation about, is it on premise, is it on the edge, is it in the cloud, right? We start to think about those governance models and making sure that we've got a good security level across it, and visibility. I think it's really a key piece. You have the right monitoring and visibility, understand where the data is going. And the end users need to understand too, what's the right model to use? What's the expectation? Is that data allowed to be used with that model? Do we have the right security permissions around it? So there's a lot of orchestration around that, and preventing even people from harming themselves with some of the, putting the wrong data into the wrong model.
Yeah, and then on top of just AI, like, you're operating in large arenas, you're having large crowds and numbers of people, and so any thoughts around just the technologies themselves as you think about compute and data and operations? How do you actually make things work at such scale in a large operation like that?
Yeah, it's a lot of pre-planning. It's zero defects, zero downtime environment, as you can imagine.
We all had the connectivity problems at stadiums and
exactly. And I think, for us, it's a mindset. It's an upfront design. It's finding the right partners that allow you to provide enough resilience, not only from a networking perspective, not only from a compute perspective, but from the ability to manage your data, have it in the right spaces, and then when there are failures, I always beat in my team. My team said, recover, assess, address. We want to recover right away. We don't want the end user, because in the end, the best fan experience is you're not aware of the technology you're using. The technology is seamless. So for us, it's job number one, and we put a lot of time into it, and picking the right partners and platforms that help us deliver that 100% uptime capability.
Well, we appreciate the partnership. I think you guys are doing some really cool stuff. I think if I have my takeaways, it's data, access to data, and understanding what data you have, putting it in a place that's clear and concise, and then figuring out how you can leverage, whether it's on-prem or cloud or all of those different technologies, to deliver that user experience. So,
yep, exactly.
Thank you very
much.
Appreciate
Thank you,
time,
man.
And,
thanks, Kevin.
have a good
Appreciate the
rest of
time.
week.
Thank you all.
Thanks, Charlie. Yeah, no, being a sports guy, it's pretty cool seeing some of the stuff they're doing and how they're leveraging data they have around not just consumers, but players and other technologies, and bringing them all together as one cohesive unit. But as we start to look at the things that we can do as partners to try to help, one of the things we look at is exactly what Charlie was talking about, which is how do we take some of the complexity away from what you're doing as you're rolling these out, so that you can take those pilots into large-scale production. So whether it's data gravity, whether it's how we drive more utilization on the GPUs, because these are expensive resources. If they're running it at 1% or they're running idle, that's a big sunk cost that you're not able to recover. How do we do integration of very, very complex sets of technology? And so in doing this, we wanted to move to what we called today in the keynote with G2, a much more full stack approach to delivering these technologies. We have a lot of the piece parts and components. We can bring together most of what our customers need. But in the world of AI, there is no one vendor that has every single one of these pieces. We have to partner across. And so you're going to have solutions that have, maybe Cisco compute and Cisco networking and storage from a partner and GPUs from NVIDIA or software running from some of our other partners like Red Hat. And so the ability to bring these together, operationalize it very quickly and easily is not something that a lot of our enterprise customers are capable of or are doing a great job with today. And that's one of the reasons why we see a lot of these pilots fail as customers go to large scale production. And so one of the things we're trying to bring is a full stack approach, bring the different technology partners together, let Cisco deliver those technologies, bring our services organization to help you bring those the stacks up and running, and then allow us to bring new partners in over time as these technologies evolve. We started this with what we call Cisco validated designs. These were very simple. We've had these forever in traditional data center workloads. We brought those into the AI world. We started to bring these as what we called AI pods. AI pods allowed us to have a single, think of it as almost like single SKU type of ordering, but basically bringing everything together for a specific purpose. If you wanted to do an inference workload at a particular size, we could t-shirt size it and tell you exactly what equipment you would need and give you a blueprint for how you were going to deploy it. We kicked off something with NVIDIA. NVIDIA has AI factories. AI factories are these token generation architectures. We have our own version of that we call the Cisco Secure AI Factory, because why would you want an AI factory if it wasn't secure? And how do you not trust the security partner that you have in Cisco to bring those technologies together with AI? So we've done some really cool stuff where we're protecting the models with something called AI defense, or bringing our more perimeter or hypershield security technologies to protect the infrastructure environment itself. And then lastly, we've started to build partner-driven solutions. We've brought in a ton of ISVs. We've brought in a lot more software partners. And we're even working with a partner called Quality to bring deployment expertise and automation into rolling these things out. So we want to make it as simple and as easy as possible for you to build up these AI stacks, and then focus on the things that Charlie talked about around your data, the data pipeline, and then bringing the data to the applications themselves. And then as we start to look at innovation, we're innovating within that entire stack to allow you to deploy as quickly as possible. So let's start looking at some of the details underneath. This is what that Secure AI Factory is. The Secure AI Factory is all of the different components from networking, compute, storage. If you think about AI is actually the same technology stacks we've been deploying in the traditional data center. It's compute, it's storage, it's networking, but it all has to work as a single system. We're bringing new networks into play. We're bringing the front-end network you already have deployed. We're bringing a back-end network to connect the GPUs. We're having to look at high-capacity access into the storage network. And so how do we bring these together in ways that make it simpler for customers to deploy, along with technology innovation from those partners like NVIDIA? It's a great time to be a networking person. I've been in networking for 30 years. And one of the things that we're starting to see is networks are starting to become the bottleneck for deploying AI resources. Yes, you need a ton of GPUs. Yes, there's capital costs and memory is getting expensive. But as we start to look at inference and we start to look at more of these agentic workflows, the cost of AI is actually in the network and in making the network run smoothly. And that's why we're trying to bring these to our customers in this manner. One of the other interesting areas for us is how we see these stacks evolving. And so if you look, we're bringing all of our partner ecosystem, we're bringing NVIDIA, but we also have technologies that we've developed internally that we can bring into this ecosystem. So we acquired a company called Isovalent a few years ago. Kubernetes is becoming one of the most interesting parts of deploying AI workloads in these stacks. And one of the things we started to notice is as you start to build out these architectures, Kubernetes became a black box for us. So when you think about building up a traditional front end, it's your normal fabric that you would build today, put a bunch of switches together. connect those into your compute layer, and we have access and visibility to the addressing, to the overlay, to the underlay, and actually how traffic runs across that network. But what's interesting is when you start to bring Kubernetes on top of this, it's actually a black box. We don't understand what's happening inside of the network layer of Kubernetes. And one of the reasons we acquired Isovalent, Isovalent is the company behind Cilium. They're one of the most common network interfaces into Kubernetes stacks in the market today. They develop both a productized version that Cisco sells as well as an open source version. They're used by every hyperscaler in the world. And the reason they're used there is because they provide direct visibility into that Kubernetes layer and into what's happening in the hosts themselves. And so when you start to think about what that means, we can actually build a bridge, take your EVPN VXLAN fabric that you've built already, and get visibility into the Kubernetes layer itself. So when you start to think about the stuff that we talked about over the last 15, 20 minutes, we're going from what were simple, more traditional data center architectures. We're bringing a lot more compute into the network. We're bringing Kubernetes, and that's the basis that all of your AI applications are going to run on top of. And now we're providing hooks and visibility deep into that so that you can provide end-to-end policy the same way you would on your physical network, the same way you would with your VM-based implementations, but into the Kubernetes and the containers that are running your AI workloads themselves. And so that's one of the values of that full stack approach that we talked about is I can take tools and technologies that we're developing, I can integrate them in, and I can deploy them simply and easily across a large set of customers. And then the last thing is, as we start to build up that foundation, we need to think about how we bring a partner ecosystem into the mix. And so an AI application is only as good as the partners that we bring in. And so we've looked at across verticals, we've looked at different partners, and we're trying to bring as many partners into this ecosystem as we can to deliver opinionated stacks to you so that you can deploy for specific use cases, specific applications, but with enough flexibility that you can bring on new ideas like some of the stuff that the Monumental Sports team talked about earlier. And then last, we want to be able to extend that ecosystem to partners and use cases within any vertical that we talk about. So Jeremy and I love sports. We're going to talk a lot about some of the sports ecosystem today, but we want to be able to bring that into applications for any healthcare, different industries as we move into manufacturing. And so you'll start to see more and more of these full stack offers, more and more of these AI pods designed for specific use cases from Cisco over the next few years. So we love hearing from our customers. I wanted to bring up Jeremy and also Jono Luke to talk a little bit about some of the stuff they're doing in that space. So thank you, Jeremy.
Great to be back here with you at another Cisco Live.
And thank you, Jono. Appreciate it.
Kevin, absolutely.
And I will hand that to you.
All right, thank you. So, Jono, as Kevin said earlier, there's a lot of customers and companies out there that not everybody knows. I had a chance to sit down and talk with Sumer Sports. Absolutely, both of us are huge football fans. As Kevin said also, it's amazing what you all are doing with real-time telemetry in sports. It'd be awesome for you to take the audience through what you're working on.
Yeah, so we should just turn this into a football session then.
Yeah, that's absolutely.
Well, let's talk about 11 personnel and all those things, and just nerd
Talk about
out
some
for
of the
rest
trades happening right now, right? So my name's John Luck. I'm the Chief Product Officer with Sumer Sports. Sumer Sports is a sports AI, data, and analytics company, and we focus on football. We work with the NFL, we work with the NCAA, and we're moving to work with high schools. We're a unique company, I think, in a lot of ways, and this kind of comes to some of the conversation we'll have. We're a blend of folks that have coached teams, run teams, and played on teams. So you really get that domain expertise. We have some of the smartest data science folks and analytics folks from across the league, folks that won the big data bowls, right? These are the ones that know what they're doing. They come out on top. And then folks that come from big tech like myself. I was actually at Cisco for 6 years before this gig. That combination has helped us to go really deep in ways that other vendors haven't before. Our secret sauce is AI. That's how we get the scale, the speed, and the continued stay ahead. And I'm sure we'll talk about that more in a moment. The last thing I'll just throw out, though, is the beauty of taking the approach we have and working with partners like Cisco. We started focusing on football operations, assessment of players, understanding the game. We realized we can take that same fundamental understanding and drive fan engagement. Reach out to that fan at the right time, at the right moment, with the thing that matters for them. And so it opens up a whole new plethora of opportunity for us on that same compute platform and that same solution.
Yeah, you mentioned the compute platform. I mean, how does infrastructure play a role here?
So actually, Charlie mentioned this earlier as well. AI is a scary thing right now because if you go too far, suddenly all your secrets are out there. We talk about PII, PHI, FAN, CRM data. So on-premises infrastructure lets organizations keep that secure. The other thing is cost containment. That came up in your guys' discussion as well. You've heard about runaway token consumption. And so our work with the Cisco team, with organizations and customers, they can plan around that. Now they won't have bills showing up after the 7 events that past week. Oops, we just blew $1 million and we have nothing to show for it. So that's been a big part of the conversations and why our partnership's been really powerful.
Well, it's kind of interesting the way you talk about it. AI kind of works until it doesn't. And so like, how do you actually manage that? You build these applications, you want to put these models in production, but making sure that they're actually providing that value and they don't run out of control.
Yeah, and actually, I'll jump in even with one more fact. The thing that we do differently, and this will matter a lot, is we're not just an LLM. We're not just something off the shelf. We, a couple of folks from Sumer and myself, we were in a room with some of the leading AI and sports companies out there. One particular organization said, I have 5 licenses for every single employee in the IT group, for every single LLM vendor, and I still can't solve my problem. So what we say is we are specialized AI, right? We are built to serve specific functions. That means that you're not running the general LLM token burn. You are focused on solving the actual problem and fit for purpose. That's one part. And the second part is modeling out how you run. So knowing the problem you're trying to solve, that's why it isn't general, it's specific, it's verticalized and domain specific. That helps a lot as well.
And anything else you would like to share with us about what Sumer's up to and where you're headed?
Yeah, I kind of mentioned this. I think we started, our roots are in the football, the team side, right? Helping with rosters and assessment of players. The fan engagement, as Charlie was talking about, world is continuing to grow. Football, big passion of all of ours, is one of the leading entertainment industries in the world, right? But that's just American football. We talk about global football, all these other sports. There's so much growth potential. And one of the reasons why we're having some of the conversations we are with yourselves and our customers, AI is a tool to help you scale, right? It can give you the real-time understanding of the game. So I can reach out to the casual fan, which is more of a descriptive, did you see that? This hasn't happened since 2005. And you can get to what we call the diehards or the sickos, right? Who want that really deep, nitty gritty. Like, we're going to tell you a fact you did not know. You're going to walk in dinner and then you're going to blow everyone away with that. Or you can hit them up with an offer, right? You know what? Great field goal right there. Let's throw a jersey out there for something. It gives you that range of things you can do to engage that fan and drive revenue as well, because at the end of the day, all of this is business.
Yeah, that's what I would like to see, is those dashboards that you shared with me being able to be tied into what I'm watching when those replays of games, you know, the week later, because I want to watch who my team's playing the next week.
Yeah.
Because I'm probably in that sicko category that you just
we talk about fantasy football daily, even the weekly season longs, right? I want that now. I want to be talking to my friends. I want to be boasting about how I made a better pick and I sat the right guy and started the right guy. All that is real time. And that's part of what we do in season, right? For all the consumers and fans, you can access that. But I think it changes the nature of how people enjoy the game. There is the game, but now there's everything else as well. And I can pick what I want to engage in when. Secret of mine, sometimes I'll actually use Sumer's technology to follow a game while I'm watching another game, right? And because it's real time and it's breaking it down into things I need to know, I can actually take in maybe even a different sport, right? So these are the things that'll make, I think, a very different fan experience for us all in 2, 3, 5 years.
Well, and that's why we love bringing you on to share some of your use cases, because you could see how that could apply to non-sporting use cases, to retail, to consumers in other areas. And so it's great to hear about experiences you're having, what you're doing well, and what problems you kind of ran into and how you solved them. So thank you.
And thank you for coming up here and taking us through it. We're going to spend the last few minutes wrapping up, and what a great story.
Great. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thanks, John.
Thanks, Kevin.
All right, Kevin. Well, you took us through AI-compatible solutions. And so as we build on top of that, right, we want to really focus on those outcomes that you talked about, whether that was a manufacturing outcome or the sports ones that we talked about earlier. And we want to make it super simple, because that's just the beginning. We can help diagnose the infrastructure. We can help do all those things we've done, from validated designs to AI pods to secure AI factories to AI compatible solutions to work with the ISVs. But that doesn't mean it makes your jobs easier to deploy them. And so if you see all these things up on the screen, there's hundreds of steps, a lot of tickets that go into something like a ServiceNow, probably a lot of coffee maybe a few, late nights that go into getting this infrastructure stood up. And it shouldn't take 12 weeks to get the infrastructure stood up. And we're not just talking about AI solutions, we're talking about anything that you want to deploy in your data center. And so, reducing the number of tools and configurations that are required and reducing those number of handoffs was the challenges that our team was giving ourselves when we said, hey, let's figure out how to solve these problems for customers and make your lives a lot easier. And that's where we landed on what we wanted to announce today, which is stack automation with quality. And to take a step back and look at it, what we're doing is we're taking all those little dots you saw on the previous screen and codifying it and putting it into a blueprint. And then that blueprint can be deployed in just a simple few clicks. And that includes network, compute, storage, all those things that were on your chart at the beginning. So it's a very lot of complexity that we pull out of the system for you to get up and running in a matter of hours versus a matter of weeks. And we don't have a ton of time, so we're going a little bit quick, but there's a lot of partnerships that we're bringing to bear here as well, whether from it's Red Hat to VMware to any of the stacks and the logos that you see up on the screen. And being able to deploy these for you very quickly and very seamlessly, you have a blueprint that you can start on, like I said, in a few clicks. But at the same time, you can take that blueprint and you can customize that or add to it as well. So it can be your specific blueprint for your specific application, whether that's in the data center or all the way out to the edge. So we're really excited about this.
It took me a little bit to understand this, but that was kind of the takeaway I had for myself was, if you think about how you would do a cloud deployment where you're putting all these different pieces together, you build your own little recipe for how you want to see a particular service roll out. And then if you're an IT administrator and you want to roll it out for a large scale for a lot of people, you have that little box you can click, that's the use case, and you can roll it out in mass and at scale. Yep. So as you're going from pilot to production, you can do it in a lot simpler way.
Absolutely. This is that service catalog that you've been asking for that aligns with all the tools you've been using with Cisco. And small point, I think a lot of people saw Cisco Cloud Control this morning. This will be tied right into Cisco Cloud Control and Cisco Cloud Control. All right. So with that, Kevin, I think this is you.
Yeah, so I think the gist or the takeaway that we wanted to have was, although we've only been at this for a few years with large-scale rollout of AI technologies, we're starting to see some of the challenges our customers are having in putting these things together and rolling them out at scale. We are seeing a lot of pilots that start, a lot of promise, a lot of interest, and they fade away because customers are struggling with that scale out and that moving from pilot to production. And so the concept of having smaller, easier to consume components like an AI pod, having something like the stack automation stuff that you just talked about with quality so that you can roll this stuff out, enables us to get the infrastructure up and running so you can focus on some of the really interesting applications like our guest talked about today, and bringing your data and bringing it to action and rolling it out in production at scale. So we want to be able to help you increase your confidence, increase your speed, and jointly move faster together. With that, please do complete your session evaluations. We appreciate you coming and look forward to the rest of the week. So thank you.
Wow, wasn't that an amazing conversation we just had? I don't know about you, I am a huge sports fan, and just to hear how our customers are using our solutions to help drive their impact and to also show them how they can use AI to moving it from pilot to production, and we have the solution just for you. We want to be your trusted partner, and I tell you, lean in even more. You're going to be hearing about this so much more, so many sessions out there on our broadcast agenda. But before we hear from that, we're going to go to the showroom floor with my amazing and beautiful co-host, Michelle. She's going to show us what's happening out there. Michelle, what's happening out there with you?
Z, thanks for throwing it over to the show floor. We have another incredible demo with my new friend Carlos. He's the director of compute for product management here at Cisco. Welcome. We're going to dive into an awesome venue. I'm going to start out with a big question. How does stack automation by Quality, which we have here, fundamentally change the game for enterprises who want to build and deploy AI?
Well, today, standing up enterprise infrastructure and applications is just a marathon. It's like weeks of planning, dozens of handoffs, and it's maybe even hundreds of configuration steps that are all manual across network, compute, storage, and applications. So sometimes, not sure if you have seen that, sometimes it even takes months before a single workload runs. And what if we could just take that and convert it into maybe hours or minutes? That's what Stack Automation does. It's a fully automated experience that emulates the cloud for Cisco and third-party solutions.
Incredible. The value speaks for itself. Now, let's dive into, give me an example of a use case where Stack Automation by Quali transforms the AI development experience.
Well,
Let's see it.
as I mentioned originally, we have both AI and traditional applications ready to be consumed directly in our catalog. So what you see here in Stack Automation is a solutions hub. So if you want to start deploying something as quick as maybe bare metal windows, what you have to do is just provide a name, select the targets. In this case, we're feeding everything from Intersight, so we know the qualified candidates so that we can select and deploy bare metal windows in this case. And after a few clicks, you're just done. The idea is that all the smart defaults come embedded. So think of all the Cisco validated designs, best practices, things that probably somebody down in IT only knows about. Now that's embedded in this single click experience that people can get to deploy anything.
When you get to demo this to customers, what stands out the most to them? What lands?
First of all, the time to value. Like now imagine you want Splunk for your SOC, I have to go with configuration guides, download the software, install it, and then start using it. So now, if it's a traditional application, as we were saying, like for example in this case is Splunk, or an AI application, all that is just quick and simple. What also stands out, I would say, in addition to have Splunk in just a few seconds or minutes, is having the ability, going back to your AI topic, I might want to customize any of this. So if you want, let's say, to get AI Pod, one of our full stack solutions, where we can now get to, let's say, customizing or automating network compute, storage, and software, again, all this experience will be ready to be deployed and consumed in just a matter of minutes. And this is the kind of the very, very most, like the most fundamental aspect of all this. That standing up, imagine again, configuring compute, network, storage, and then the software on top just takes weeks or months, as I was saying. So that is the very first part, like faster time to value. But the second part that is equally important, I would say, is we have also at the top toggled so that we can change it to advantage mode. So what does that really mean? If we go back to the solutions hub, you remember the catalog, right, where we have all these applications. Now you can clone any of these curated experiences so that you can add your own secret sauce to it. So this is critical and fundamental because I'm just going to browse through just a little bit of screens here. But this is kind of what we did with a curated experience for our customers. As I told you, it has embedded best practices to, in this case, deploy, let's say, a new solution like Catalyst 8000. But now what if on top of that, I could connect my favorite agentic platform? Think of this as the embedded Copilot, or potentially some of the most popular ones out there like Cloud Cowork or OpenAI Codex. And then you can just in simple English say, please automate, or on top of a validated solution, deploy this so that I can have my custom, like tailor-made type of solution. So the flexibility and the consumption model, I would say, that anyone can use this at speed is what really stands out of any solution.
Yeah, truly accelerating time to value.
Absolutely.
We're going to end on one more question. What is on the horizon for the platform here?
Well, right now we are trying to launch this to make it generally available for all Cisco customers, by the way, free of charge in the consumption model, which is I just want to click and deploy innovation by August this year. So any user, any Cisco user can simply register and then start deploying applications on their existing infrastructure day one. 3 months after, we want to create a full stack solution so that everything, including AI pods, Splunk pods, Flash stacks, Flex pods, and many of these converged bundles, that they are just purchased, and the moment you power them on, everything just comes up. That full stack solution approach is going to happen 3 months after we launch. And then all this is going to be obviously integrated as part of Cloud Control, and we're envisioning everything to just be ready to be deployed, as I said, in a matter of minutes.
Carlos, thank you so much for your time. Really appreciate it. Folks, come on down, see this stuff for yourself here on the show floor. Z, back to you.
Michelle, I tell you, that is some really cool automation. I tell you, if you are watching, you need to be here. I mean, there's only so much we can do from the broadcast, so you need to be here next year. You need to make plans to be here. But before we do that, Michelle, before you go, You know what? I tell you what, if you want to, I want you to engage with us. Go to hashtag Cisco Live. I tell you, we want to hear from you. Pop your questions, your answers, anything that you want to hear from our experts that are on site, ready to answer your challenges. I'm telling you, we're broadcasting from everywhere, anywhere, whether you're in the office, you're in your home office, you may be in some cool little cafe in Tokyo, you may be in a quiet space in London. We're broadcasting you from all over, and we want you to experience this for yourself. We want you to be here with us, but we're just trying to give you just a little taste of all of the energy that's going on all over this place. I tell you, it's amazing, and we want you to be here for it, and we want to answer your questions. So join the networking space. There's community. You heard in the keynote, we can't do this alone. We want to do this together. And so it's not just about bringing people together in one space. We want to connect with you. You, our community, you, our customers, our partners, our whole entire ecosystem. We want to be the trusted partner for you, and so we want you to be a part of that. And I want you to listen, go get some water, lean in, and because we have an amazing conversation with my next co-host, Rob. Who do you have with you over on the other part of the studio?
Well, we're going to be learning all of this together as this all happens. We've got a lot of information coming all at the same time. You were telling me your name, and I've just got to admit that I could not understand, I probably would not. I don't want to butcher it. Do you mind introducing yourself?
I am Arpita Shetty, and I'm a product manager at Cisco.
Fantastic, nice to meet you. I'm Rob, by the way. Nice to meet you as well, and you have a guest with you.
Brooke, it's always a pleasure chatting with you, but do you want to introduce yourself and tell us a little about your role?
Yeah, so Brock Richards, I'm a global network architect at Nutrien, and Nutrien is the world's largest crop input supplier, and we do everything from mining to logistics and distribution, all the way to the farmer, and even applying that fertilizer in the field.
Awesome.
Yeah.
So Brock, let's dive into what you do. So Nutrien is, like you described, it's a large distributed environment.
Yeah.
So what were the challenges that you faced that made you rethink about how you should, design your branch and deploy your branch?
Yeah, like you mentioned, we have many different types of business units, from mining, where we literally have potash mines that are a mile underground and the size of Las Vegas, where we are, from a footprint underground, to logistics and warehousing and our corporate offices, to retail. So we really had to come up with a solution to provide a consistent connectivity method and ensure that we could provide consistent posture and consistent experience to our not only our customers at the retail branch, but our employees who might travel between these different facilities, and ensuring that the posture follows them no matter where they go. So it's that balance of security and experience and end-to-end connectivity.
Yeah. Brock, you talk about posture a lot. So clearly security is top of mind for Nutrien.
Yeah.
How did you ensure that security was integrated? It was, like we say in Cisco, it was built in and not bolted on.
Yeah, so security for us is at the network, as well as everywhere else with every other customer, but we want to build it into the network first and not only. So ensuring that the whole stack is posture aware and posture enforcement, from the access port that the user plugs into to the SD-WAN firewall, all the way back to the data center and workloads. Ensuring, we have consistent posture and a consistent policy, but ensuring that user experience that security doesn't impact the user experience.
Brock, ever since I've known you, I know that you are passionate about automation.
Yes.
And you use our APIs extensively.
Yeah.
Do you want to talk a little about how has automation changed the way you operate your branch?
Yeah, so there's two different types of automation for us. There's moving things into a controller to ensure that we have consistent deployment of our solutions. So in cloud dashboard, from SD-WAN to switching, ensuring that the platform is consistently configured, and that's down to, we think about a lot the posture that we apply to the users accessing the network, but also the security of the assets themselves, the network assets. We use controller to ensure that happens, or cloud dashboard. But then leveraging that to invoke our own automation, showing consistent implementation across our branches, ensuring that we can onboard a facility very quickly and offboard them very quickly, ensuring consistent configuration, not worrying about the device level configuration, the security of the device or that aspects, but worrying about the business outcomes and how we apply that configuration to the devices specifically.
You speak about configuration a lot, and I have to mention, with Unified Branch, we're bringing together networking, security, operations, all together in a simplified operating model. So for those of, for everybody who is watching us, for our customers who are beginning their journey to modernize their branches, what advice do you have?
I think the advice I would give is you should start somewhere. And we didn't start with doing all automation all at once. We started in little pockets and little pieces, and we're still on that journey today. So don't be afraid to start. Don't try and eat the entire cake. Take a slice out of it and start somewhere. And let it surprise you where you can end up. And it has for us. Our journey has changed. Where we thought we're automated and where we were going to go has changed over the last 5-10 years. And I'm sure it will continue to change even after what we learned here from Cisco Live. But foundationally leveraging Unified Branch and the foundational components of that, you can build on foundational components and layer them as you go. Again, you don't have to worry about implementing it all at once.
Yeah, that's great advice, Brock. It's always a pleasure chatting with you.
You too.
I'm so glad that we met today and did this.
Yes.
Thanks, Brock.
This is fantastic, guys. You know what I love is I just always love the reality that everyone is a technology company these days, and hearing the way you are synthesizing things together to make life easier and really prepare for an uncertain future. I think it bodes well for all of us. Thank you guys for taking the time. I appreciate it. And with that, I'm supposed to go to that camera. We'll go back over to Z.
Thank you so much, Rob. You know, we all want things just a tad more easier. And I just want to ease on back over to our World of Solutions on our showroom floor, over to Michelle. Michelle, who do you have with you?
Z, it's great to be back here on the World of Solutions. We're bringing you some excellent interviews and demos all today. I'm back with my friend Eric in AI-ready data centers. We're going to talk about all things AI-ready. So, of course, what does that actually mean? So we see AI-ready data centers, organizations want to adopt. What does that actually mean? And why are legacy infrastructure struggling to keep up?
Yeah, absolutely. Great question. And we know that customers have made huge investments into data centers over decades. So now what's happened with the rise of agentic AI is all of that infrastructure simply cannot keep up with the always-on demand for more computing power, for more resources that the agentic AI revolution is bringing to bear. During the keynote this morning, you saw G2 show you the graph of what does agentic AI actually look like versus the generative AI where it was very spiky in human level traffic. Now it's this always-on 24/7 agents doing all of the work all the time. And so you have to have infrastructure that's been designed from the ground up to be able to do that. So Cisco, as the critical infrastructure for the AI era, has brought together all of the elements that you need to build an AI-ready data center so that customers can take advantage of all the opportunities that are ahead of them, whether that be revolutionizing their business model, keeping up with all of the updates that are happening in the agentic AI era, to really make sure that their business is ready to capture all the opportunity that's ahead of them. And so we've really, right here on the show floor here, we've got everything that you would need, from all the way down to the unified edge device that can really be deployed anywhere, like coffee shops, manufacturing floors, that allows us to push the AI computing power all the way out to the edge, and then all the way back up to the secure AI factories and AI pods that Cisco has brought together all the pieces for those what you think of as a more traditional data center. Because what's really happening right now is customers are redefining what is a data center, where does the inferencing need to happen, and how far does it make sense to have workloads take a round trip to get back to the data center. So no matter what stage of your AI journey you're on, Cisco can help you with the infrastructure that has all of those critical components integrated already.
Absolutely. Let's talk about how Cisco is uniquely qualified to help you get ready for this AI era, as you put it. So Cisco really is that only vendor that brings together networking, security, compute, observability into one stack. What does that full stack approach mean in this era?
Yep, you took the words right out of my mouth, because we are really the only vendor that's brought all of that together, complete with our own custom silicon with Silicon One that you heard this morning as well. So that ability to bring together the network, the security, the observability, the compute, really gives customers that ease of management that they can't get by trying to put all of those pieces together themselves. That's what customers tell us all the time. Like, they are tired of being in the business of being the integration layer between compute, between storage, between networking. So now Cisco Cisco has taken it upon ourselves to be able to solve that problem for customers with deployments that, like I said, span from the edge all the way back to the data center in a way that gives them total control over their AI future, as well as the ability to kind of customize it for whatever needs that they really have and what they want to do going forward. So that integration layer, as Cisco's taken on that role, everything down from, like I said, the silicon all the way to the optics, really gives customers the ability to take advantage of all this promise and opportunity that's ahead of them in one easy one-stop shop.
I love that. This is something that we could talk about forever.
Yes, we can.
Let's end on one last question before I'm sure I'll meet you later this week as well for a couple more. But how does integrating security and observability directly into the infrastructure, rather than just bolting it on, how does that change how customers do their job and kind of use AI?
Absolutely. One of the key problems that we hear from customers is when you try to add security gateways and security layers on top of your AI infrastructure, it creates enormous amounts of latency, which you cannot have in the agentic AI era. So the only way you can really solve that problem is with things like security fused into the network, the smart switch capabilities that we've brought to bear inside the AI-ready data center, so that customers can know that their AI workloads are both secure and observable, as you mentioned. As we talked earlier about the need for tokenomics, like AI has totally gone from what had been a little bit of a science project and like, oh, this is a cool, interesting thing, down to like major business operating system capability. So what now boards and CFOs are asking is, hey, we've invested in all these GPUs, what's the ROI of that? So with that observability built in, you can answer the question of how utilized are your GPUs? Are there any bottlenecks in your infrastructure as you set it up today? And be able to quickly and easily route around any of those problems to take advantage and maximize your investment in what is very expensive AI hardware. And so with all that capability brought together, customers are really on the rocket ship to new possibilities with the AI-ready data centers that Cisco has brought to bear.
Eric, I've been told we have even more time to spend right now.
Oh, sounds good.
Well, what I want to end with, and what I want folks to really drive home, is when you're here talking to folks on the show floor, you already talked through a handful of value props, but what really resonates? What stands out the most when you're having these conversations in person?
I think it's a lot of what you heard this morning in the keynote, where Cisco has been able to bring together all of the parts that give customers the confidence to start to experiment and to start to move on, to know that we're not only securing agents from the world, we're securing the world from agents as well. Because you've heard stories in the news where sometimes without that integrated security, observability, networking capabilities, things can get a little out of hand. And so what customers really want to know is that with Cisco, with the investment you make in an AI-ready data center with Cisco, you have that confidence to go forward, to know that you're not only secure, but you have the best workloads that you can possibly have. And our partnership with NVIDIA for the Secure AI Factory has really shown that we are the premier provider in this space, and that customers know that they can have that trusted, reliable, 40-year history of working with Cisco experience and have the same cutting-edge technology they get from vendors like NVIDIA, all rolled up into one package. So all of that together really shows why Cisco is the critical infrastructure for the AI era, and how we're starting to fuse security and networking together has really started to make it so they don't have to think about these things in silos as much anymore, where when something goes wrong, people start pointing fingers or swivel chairing. Now with all of that security, networking, observability, and compute integrated as one, you really have solved a lot of those problems for customers. So that's what we're hearing a lot on the floor, on the show floor today, and the power of Silicon One really just puts the cherry on top of all this stuff.
That's what we love to hear. Eric, thank you for your time. Excited to talk to you throughout the week.
Absolutely.
See, back to you.
Thanks so much, Michelle. You know what? The question on the floor right now is your AI data center, is it ready? You know what? I tell you what, folks, we're just going to keep the momentum going. But before we do that, check this out.
When it comes to AI, there's something big happening. The smallest things are creating giant revolutions. At Worldwide Technology, we're at the forefront of AI. With our one-of-a-kind AI proving ground, Cyber Range, and full-stack approach, you can build, test, protect, and implement AI solutions that deliver for you and your customers in a big way. Worldwide Technology. Together, let's make a new world happen.
Excellent. Talk about a segue. They just played a video that introduced your company and just I have trouble enunciating all the things Worldwide Technology does, but hey guys, welcome. I'm Rob Boyd. I have my guest, Robert Geis.
Yes, Robert Geis.
Make sure I get your title here correct, because it's Field CTO Global Cyber for Worldwide Technology.
Yeah, you know what we're seeing? We have a Field CISO org. We also have a cyber advocacy org, so a lot of folks that were heavily involved, such as Rob Joyce, former director of NSA, is one of our cyber advocates.
Smart guy.
we kind of fit in the middle, that we can go a little broader on the technology aspects. But myself, I was a former CISO, so former operators, people who felt the pain in the field, as well as understand some of the technology and how we can come in and help.
Oh, see, I don't have all that reality, so I could just say this is what you need to do, and have But it's good to know exactly what does it really take, and this is what I want to talk to you about, because we were just chatting earlier, and this has come up across the conference. Mythos first came out from Anthropic. It was the first time when I noticed that they were pulling back something commercial, and I was like, this is strange. Got into it, and I go, oh, okay, this is legitimately scary, and it was only in April. Can you explain for anyone that may not be familiar, how do you explain what Mythos is and why we need to care?
Yeah, at a very high level, what scared everybody about Mythos was its incredible capabilities and its effectiveness. In a way, it was, they talk about champagne was a happy accident. This was the unhappy accident when Anthropic came out with their new model. They were designing this so that, again, they see software writing and code generation as a huge aspect for AI. So they really trained this model well. This is one of the newer frontier models. So this is built from the ground up, where guys like you and I that have never written code, we can come in and be great code writers leveraging a model like this. Well, all the skills it takes to know what good code is, to go scan that code for security vulnerabilities, everything they were trying to do from the positive side, you now had this incredibly capable weapon to go find vulnerabilities, because that's what it was designed to go do from a greater standpoint. It was never designed to be an offensive security tool.
Right.
This just happens to be one of its incredible
capabilities. Well, that's what's so scary, right? These emergent capabilities that we come across. This one, obviously, a big deal. It led to the creation of Project Glasswing, and but what I find interesting about this is that it's still a lot of times about the same lessons that we're trying to impart. And I want to set a foundation. We can talk a little bit more about Mythos, but at Worldwide Technology, you guys are very good, in my opinion, this is how I see you guys, that you have certainly deep relationships with both Cisco and a lot of other vendors, and you kind of take that collectively and then rise above the noise on behalf of your customers to kind of string together answers that don't involve, for lack of a better way to put it, I think sometimes vendors speak. And it's great when they align, and they do often align, but tell me about this 12-point framework that you guys have developed and how that fits to provide some relief of that anxiety there.
Sure, part of it is, it kind of just makes sense for us to come up with something like this, because I mentioned the cyber advocates that we have, field CISOs, but we're so much broader. We are at the intersection, we're not a pure play security OEM. We see things holistic, because we are a huge partner of Cisco's as well as many others, but we also serve 85 of the Fortune 100. Right. So it's a little bit like the, I think it's the Farmers commercial, where they cover a lot of things, so they see a lot of things. Yeah. We see a lot. And because of that, we work together with other members of the Cloud Security Alliance, SANS, a lot of different governing bodies. So we didn't just rush out and throw something together that looks like something good. We soaked this. So we soaked this for about 3 weeks through a lot of different expert committees and came up with this. We call it a 12-point response framework. This isn't step 1 through 12. You don't follow these chronologically.
Right. Yeah.
But the whole purpose of this was, we just saw such a need to get something that the operators could go to market with. Like, I got to figure out what to go do, because friends and neighbors, my neighbors, I'm in a little cul-de-sac, we've been there 20 years, and when my neighbor is out mowing and he stops and he goes, so tell me about Mythos.
Oh my gosh, boy, we've jumped some kind of shark.
It shows that we're in a whole different operating world. And the point of the framework, really, you could break it down to 3 subsections.
Okay.
The first 8 parts of the framework are a lot of the things that we've been talking about doing anyway when you think about the transition to zero trust networking. Mm-hmm. But a lot of it has to do with the pace. There's a whole new shift here with the ability to come and not just discover vulnerabilities. In fact, the most critical piece that you could go do with Mythos and other tools like it is the ability to go discover a lot of the lower level vulnerabilities, chain these intelligently, and now you have to deal with exploits that in the past wouldn't have even hit your radar.
Yeah, this sounds like multi-turn security issues that Cisco had in a recent report, I believe.
Yes.
Yeah, it's a whole different ballgame.
And unfortunately, I kind of use this analogy, maybe overused it. It's a little bit like the Terminator, right? Yeah. When T2 came out, they couldn't put another human in front of the Terminator. They knew you got to have another Terminator to fight a Terminator.
So this is the AI for AI thing.
So those first 8 parts of the framework are a lot of fundamentals around cyber resiliency, segmentation, rapid recovery, a lot of things that a lot of SecOps teams have probably been trying to go do. there's a new urgency together with it.
Yeah.
But that next bullets 9 and 10 really focus a lot on leveraging AI. You're going to have to go figure out how to use AI to defend against this. And we're seeing a huge interest across the board. In fact, I've been a freak. I already travel a lot. I've been a frequent traveler.
Yeah.
Myself.
I thought you said I've been a freak. I'm like,
I've been
okay, go on.
No, not that
You're a good
bad.
traveler. I should.
Yeah. And what we're seeing across the board, every vertical, everybody wants to go talk about this, and it's board level conversations.
Yeah. And it needs to be.
100%.
Yeah.
And we've heard people compare it a little bit to Y2K, where you said, look, this is the old world order.
I wish it was Y2K.
That we had a lot more time to prep for Y2K.
Yeah, and it was a big nothing, thank gosh. But what I like, though, you mentioned standards before, and this is standards-based. You're not trying to reinvent the wheel, but what I see you guys doing, and again, correct me if I've got this wrong, is that you're leveraging existing standards that are very well respected and followed in their domains, but what you do is also, because it has a top-down effect that is cross-domain, is you're saying, how do we apply these very smart, intelligent, proven in the field things, but make it work within the reality, like you mentioned, being a customer of, well, we still have a business to run. We still have to keep things going, keep the lights on. Is that a fair way to kind of put how that comes together?
100%. And the bottom line is, we've mentioned this in the past. At this speed, vulnerability patching can no longer be the primary objective. So you've got to find other methodologies to buy you time. At the end of the day, part of what we've done with this framework is also aligned it with some of our service capabilities. When I say that, this is where I'm seeing people go right to the board. It's like, look, if I knew I've got a backlog, how do I go burn this backlog? Let's go figure out from that top 8, what are those big priority issues? Cyber resiliency is a huge play for us. We come in, we help you, frankly, even identify some of your assets. Then we ask questions that you mentioned earlier that as a third party, we can ask questions that maybe in-house are politically motivated.
I think you need someone like that from the outside. I've only got about 30 seconds left, but I'm just curious, if anyone watching this now, what is your message to security leaders looking at the next 30 days? How should they address that urgency? What kind of first steps should they be looking at?
100%. We've put together something we call the Frontier Model Accelerator. And think of it very simply. We show up, we bring in an expert, we do some quick discovery about your current capabilities, but part of that's also onboarding so you understand what the attacker can go see. So we have some third parties we're working together with.
Learning there,
Yeah, so we can actually essentially help identify those new exploits. It's no longer patching vulnerabilities, it's what can I do to manage exploits? But part of that assessment is also including a full inventory, at least of the tools that you have. So then we could dig deeper and just say, look, is there some immediate gaps just from a fundamental, irrespective of how you configured or how it licensed, do you even have something there that could be part of this kill chain?
Yeah.
Because the new world order is going to be, you got to figure out new ways to stop these exploits.
Absolutely.
And part of this, that's a big pivot for most companies that are not prepared for, is deceptive operations, honeypots, things like that, canary in the coal mine type things. So that, you're buying time.
I've got to go. Speaking of which, we're running out of time here. Robert, thank you so much. I appreciate your time. I appreciate the work you guys are doing. This is a fast-moving space. You've got to stay on top of it, but the time to take action is definitely now. Worldwide's here to help you. Z, I'm going to throw it back to you.
Thank you so much, Rob and Robert. What an engaging conversation. We're so excited to hear everything that you've been talking about. As we prepare to go over to our center stage, they're going to be talking about trust and compliance in the AI era. I know you're ready to hear that. They're going to be sharing with some insights about how we keep our infrastructure, how we keep our systems and our apps secure and compliant. I tell you, we're going to hear some real world examples on how to minimize risk. And so over to the center stage, let's lean in.
Good afternoon. So I thought I would start with a story. Now you've got your headsets on. I'm going to start with the story. A few weeks ago, my 10-year-old said, Dad, can I borrow your laptop or can I access your Claude account? I was like, yeah, sure. And off she went. 2 hours later, she said, Mummy, Daddy, sit on that sofa. I was like, uh-oh, here we go. And she said, I'm going to pitch you a new idea I've got. You always talk to me about how I need to do chores, so I would like to introduce to you my new chore subscription business. She then shared my laptop screen to the TV, and there was a marketing page. There was a bronze, silver, gold, and platinum subscription on a monthly fee basis. And she said, I suggest you start with the gold. When Nanny's going to come to our house, I will allow you to flex up to the platinum subscription because I know you've got to do lots of work to make her happy. And in there was a price point and how much cheaper per chore things were going to get. And she said to me, Mummy, I know what you're thinking. Every little girl has mandatory chores. Don't worry, that's included in the bronze subscription. She then said, Dad, because you love me, you're going to go and subscribe to my gold subscription package. So she asked me to put my email address in. We created a little account. I then got an email notification for congratulations. I've now spending, about $10 a month on this subscription business. I can then pick the chores like clean a car, walk the dog, all those different items. She then showed me logging into her admin portal where she could ask more questions. She could reject or accept a job. And the thing that clinched it for me, there was a button that said Revenue Portal. She could click on Revenue Portal and look at how much money I owed her and our projected spend. Now, she is 10. She doesn't know how to code. She does a bit of drag and drop coding, but you start to get to the idea into that creative mind, the trouble I'm going to be at home over the next decade with her creativity and what AI is going to produce, but what the possibilities of this era we're in are going to be able to do. And it's a wonderful thing. And whilst joking aside, 10, and about 2 hours later, she had a fully functioning e-commerce subscription. Now, she hadn't heard about cybersecurity or PIR data or anything like that, but it worked. Taking that a step further, my other half, my wife, is an anesthesiologist and intensive care consultant. And about 6 months ago, there was an incident at work where the e-prescription system wasn't working. And she's like, no problem. Let's go and move back to handwritten prescriptions. And because we're in the US, I understand actually there's this huge thing called the PITS. And this isn't stolen as an episode from there. Apparently it's the same. She's like, let's go back to a paper-based system. But this is where the fragility of resilience starts to come in. The junior doctors looked at her and said, how? How do I write a written prescription? They had never written a written prescription because in the UK for about the last decade, everything is completely digital in the way they do things. So she had a solution for it, but we've gone so far digitized, that solution actually is no longer credible anymore. Digital is that priority. So the knock-on effect for that day was they first had to go and teach people, so nothing was happening for an hour. Then they had to get that piece of paper to the pharmacy. So they essentially had to go and find a human to go and run down the corridor to go and give that prescription to someone. And that had a massive impact on people like you and I that were sat there waiting with a hospital gown on to go and have our procedure, go and have our operation, or telling our loved one it's okay. So it's not just an IT priority, it has profound impacts on people and what's going to go and happen. So that needs a real radical rethink of digital resilience and how we think about the recover from failure. And so we've done some research on this. Just the cost, the direct cost to businesses at the moment, we look at the Fortune 2000, is around about a $600 billion problem. It is a massive issue when something goes wrong. We've seen things happen in hospitals. You see it at home. My biggest fear this week with our smart home automation is something doesn't work and I've got to log on and remote fix it. It has an impact to things. Things will go and break. But exacerbating to that is the amount of data that's being generated. We hear about the pluggable optics that we can do at Cisco, the latest chips being able to take over 100 terabits per second of data through. Now, when I started at Splunk 13 years ago, we were talking about data volumes in the gigabytes. Now we're talking about data volumes in the terabytes and petabytes. We've got customers asking us, can in about the next 5 years, you scale for extra maybe 5, 10, 20 petabytes of new data per day to go and get in? Now, all of that is going to be human generated. So the architecture we're now thinking about is no longer about software, no longer about data. It's this combined data center, network, silicon, infrastructure, network and pluggables with application and the data behind it. Physics is starting to get in the way of data monitoring. We also then have the context gap. very rarely do we have clean organizational data to be able to go and think about how I look at the totality of all of the information that I have to go and make a decision. What does this data actually represent? Is this a human interaction? Is it machine-to-machine interaction? How am I going to go and deal with this? And then lastly, the really complicated part, the trust and governance gap. So I can talk about rapid data, I can talk about context, but ultimately, this kind of machine world needs a human solution to it. How do I think about governance? When I disagree to something, the computer spits out the answers 42, and we're going to make a decision off the back of it. And I say, no, I fundamentally disagree with what that's saying. What do I do next? If I'm relying on that critical system, what is my run book as an IT organization, as a CISO, as a CIO, to think about what do we do when we disagree with what a machine's doing? You know, a lot of people like myself will talk on stage and say this. You have a lot of talks at the moment around the agentic era. Actually, for me, this is around the human era on how I pre-think all of those different scenarios so I can overcome that trust and governance gap behind it and go and work those things through. There are two axes I can think about bringing in kind of smarter systems. One is a technology axis. The other one is an operating model integration. And I can only automate and make myself autonomous in certain parts until I think about what do I do when I disagree? How do I go and bring teams together? How do I go and bring common understanding to leverage all of these smart systems? And as my daughter has proved, we're at that beginning of being able to go and rethink everything we're doing in the world today. At home, we're starting to experiment with agents. There is now an industry for humans when we have agents that aren't able to go and complete tasks. So in the UK, our road system's not the best. We have these things, I'm going to teach you in English words, potholes. Basically, craters in the roads that we want to go and fix. Agents can go and look at traffic cameras, they can look at reports, everything like that. But occasionally, there'll be a remote area of the UK where we can't go and monitor that autonomously. There are websites out there for humans to be employed by agents to go and use their eyes and go and be the extension of the human operating system. And so we're getting that change of the AI-driven enterprise. We're getting more of human-to-human interaction. I'm currently writing my own chief of staff in an agent. And one of my team said, cool, I'm doing the same. I wonder if our little agents, our chief of staffs, when you want to nag me on a Thursday for the update for your report you want to send to your manager on a Friday, why don't we see if we can get our chief of staff to autonomously go and do that? It's like, this sounds awesome. So we're starting that kind of change in working relationship at work, the change in how we start to think about that working practice, and that explosion of the possibilities that are going to go and become. You hear the stat, 1.3 billion agents expected in operation by 2028. That is a phenomenal amount of things doing work on our behalf. Now think about the change in your infrastructure. Let's start with home. We've all heard of OpenClaw. You can't buy a Mac Mini at the moment. The lead time for a Mac Mini is probably 12 to 13 weeks as we have gone on that journey of home automation. What's the implication of that? One, infrastructure at home is starting to go and increase. Network speeds are starting to go and increase. Computational speeds are increasing. Before, when I was cold at home, I got off the sofa and I walked to the thermostat and I turned it until it clicked and I sat back down again. Then we got into the era where companies like Hive, I could do it from my phone. Now I'm at the era where I could probably send a WhatsApp to OpenClaw to say, I'm cold, go and figure it out for me. And so it's constantly monitoring in the background, creating usage. Now think about when we have 1.3 billion agents at work. There was some research that Cisco published about 2 to 3 years ago on the impact of the agentic world. So at work, think about the thermostat, very similar to a chatbot experience. I have a task in hand. I'm going to go onto chatbot or go onto a system and ask it to do something. So I get a spike in requests. Now, as you've heard, I'm building my chief of staff. I'm kind of using my developer background to increase my laziness at work. Things are working on my behalf. So the network traffic of tomorrow is no longer spiky. It is at 80, at 90%, at a constant fill rate. The same with CPU load, GPU load. So already the implications of this isn't really about agents. It's about how I re-architect my entire infrastructure to go and handle what is a very different workload for the future. So that ends up with a resilience problem. And so we end up in this instance with a resilience paradox. The more I'm going to go and use technology to make me more resilient, potentially the more brittle I actually become as I start to go and use systems to overcome other systems. I actually have interdependencies much more. Before, when I had an IT failure and email went down, that was an excuse to give up work, go to the pub for lunch, and then check to see whether I can start to do work now. Now, I have independencies between everything. I have it between when something goes wrong in observability, that might be introducing a security flaw. When I have something going through in security, that's definitely something I've got to go and monitor in observability. It's going to be really a business impacting event. So I've got to look at the implications from a business operations point of view. When I start to go and get load on the network, that's going to put load on my applications. It might actually expose security vulnerabilities. Ultimately, it's going to impact that business. I have a really complicated web of interdependencies now in an organization. So for me, the most interesting thing that I'm working on at the moment is notion of the resilience paradox and what that means to go and solve it. So going back to what I was saying earlier, it is, sure, I can try and automate and make things more autonomous with technology. And we're at a massive technology conference this week. But if I don't think about the operating models and how I start to go and bring in ways of working, regulation, compliance, challenge orthodoxies on how I get these different teams working together, that resilience paradox is going to go and be here to go and stay. So on that journey, there are some fundamentals that we have to think about. First, we need to be foundational. So if I think about what resilience means to me, resilience is two things. One is I need to go and have awareness of everything that happens in my environment. If I can't see what's happening, I can't do anything about it. So step one for resiliency is awareness of everything that's happening. Step two is, do I have the ability to appropriately react? So now a foundational capability is, can I go and bring all of that telemetry in? And can I do that at what we might say internet scale, or kind of scales of petabytes of data per day, and do that in a cost-sensitive way? Then when I go to the next step, how do I start to go and bring decision-making into that? If any of you work in security, 3 to 5 years ago, we started talking about security, automation, orchestration, response. It sounded really cool. There was a reason why every tech vendor you would ever meet said, let's talk about phishing. And the reason why we use phishing, it was one of the very simple things in security that I could have a consistent runbook that pretty much every organization agreed on. When I think about my agentic worlds, and I want to bring in augmented decision-making, I want to bring faster decision-making, we actually come back to an uncomfortable truth, which relies on people having a consensus around how an organization actually works. So we start to go and think about, how do I go and bring agentic decision-making in? It really comes back to, well, how does my organization think, and how am I going to go and monitor for that? Then I can eventually, when I can unlock that, I can start to go and build in that proprietary advantage. But I can't go and do all of that if I can't go and see all of that data. So the way I think about data is, think about a digital exhaust. Think about this kind of fumes that are being pushed out every time I click this button, anytime something moves on the screen, anytime someone's connecting to the Wi-Fi. A digital exhaust is being generated by systems, whether that's a metric, an event, a log, or a trace. And I've got to be able to do this at a phenomenal amount of data. I've got to trust it to go and make good decisions. I'm having to move away from known and trusted data into, how do I think about data? And I might not know where the data lives or what's generating it, but can I still trust it? Think about digital sensors in a data center. Can I actually say, can I use enough context around this stream of data to say, yeah, I do believe that's a temperature sensor in that data center, and I can trust that data because I can find evidence of context that sits around that temperature sensor to say that's actually a reliable data source. So that's the way we're going to have to start thinking about working with data. And this is where we are working on and kind of introducing the Cisco data fabric powered by the Splunk platform. To go and get data in, I can't just go and put that into a fast rare term index. I've got to think about my data architecture, whether it's from very voluminous data sources like networking or application logs, infrastructure, or third party, being able to put things in a low-cost storage machine data lake to be able to go and put any data in and just have it stored there. I can still search it. Just like when you touch on an iPhone, you don't think about how you go and interact underneath. The consumer experience is still a search, it's still an interaction, but I can go and use that on vast data stores. If I need that to be fast and online, I can put it into Splunk Index. I can also run this in a federated search. We're getting to the point where we're going to be able to not bring data into a single location. I want to be able to bring in context, search machine data lakes, search things like Snowflake for business data to add context to it. When I get that kind of data repository, that data substrate, I now need to go and add context on top of it. Where does that data come from? Can I extract identifiers from it to go and say, hey, this is an IP address. An IP address can be analyzed with known vulnerability. It can be taken with an identity. It can be actually merged with a machine. So I'm going and helping out a human by adding context to all those different data sources. And then finally, I can actually go and make that actionable. So this is great, but the way I want to be able to interact with that system is just like my 10-year-old. I am working, we have this amazing event at .conf, the Splunk conference happening in the fall this year called Boss of the SOC. It is there to go and find the kind of the infiltrators, it's a capture the flag type of mechanism, and AI at the moment is banned from that. I'm on a petition with my team who run that to go and say it really should be boss of the SOC, but also beat the executive. So I want to be there with a couple of my sales peers using technology like AI Canvas, where I can use natural language to go and search. We shouldn't have to go and look at search language. Sure, it's really powerful, but thinking about the abstraction layer, I can see at the bottom this data fabric, go and access data no matter where it lives at internet scale. Then what I need to be able to go is be able to add context and insights into that, go and add skills like security and observability context to it. But actually, when I really want to interact with it, I want to just be able to search. Now, a confession, I was part of the Splunk acquisition. I started my life in networking. I was not very good at networking. And this is going to be recorded now. I failed my CCNA twice. Which is something I shouldn't say with pride at a Cisco conference. But now it doesn't matter, because with cloud control and with AI Canvas, I can say, hey, I have a problem in my infrastructure. My application's running slow. It can say, hey, James, I'm going to help you out here. I'm going to go and run a search in Splunk. Oh, it looks like there's a correlation between the network and the application layer. Let me now go and run a search in Thousand Eyes to go and pinpoint that. Let's go and dive into Meraki. Yeah, it's in the network layer. It's not yet cheeky enough to say, hey, James, I'm going to need you to share this with someone because I know you have no idea about networking. But it kind of can. And that's kind of the experience we want to start to go and get to, all from a unified kind of approach using Cisco Cloud Control. But I need to have multiple facets in the way I look at this. I started at the beginning with the resilience paradox. The more I add into technology to go and solve it, the harder it goes to become. Now, when I think about an observability world, I need to be able to see everything from a network layer to start to think about kind of application performance management and the correlation between the application and the network, through to digital experience monitoring, bringing in security now to application security in that, network observability. But I'm now going to have to go and cope with terms like tokenomics. When I go and run a query with my agent, James's chief of staff module might be getting out of hand. How much value is this actually going giving? How many tokens is it consuming? What load is it putting on the networks? It's not just about the cost of the token. It's also about the cost of the load on the network, on the CPU infrastructure, the GPU infrastructure, the DPU infrastructure, my total stack. That is now becoming this new observability practice where I'm thinking about the total cost of ownership of an anything AI feature into my organization. So it's no longer, when I started at Splunk 13 years ago, about log monitoring and infrastructure monitoring. It is now about total systems and bringing all of that together to understand how do we think about observability for AI and agentic operations. The flip side to that is every well-intended IT patch, every well-intended IT rollout potentially adds security vulnerabilities into my infrastructure. So how do we go and bring out an agentic security operations center? Well, the first step in that is that substrate, the federated search, bringing in data, How do I go and have huge voluminous compliance type data sources that I can use for AI training? Step one of any security application. Funnily enough, that's almost identical for an observability area. How do I go and think about the reuse of that data? If I find a security incident, well, what am I going to have to do? I'm probably going to have to go and speak to the IT team about a patch level. I'm probably going to have to speak to the observability team to see if this is having an impact on what ultimately matters, my customer-facing infrastructure. I then need to go and start to streamline detection. How do I bring behavioral analytics, exposure, security automation, threat analysts, traditional SIEM security analytics, so that layer of intelligence above that. Then I need to go and start to scale this out. How do I go and bring more out-of-the-box content, more detection, playbook authoring, integrated workflows, and integrating that into my environment? Having to go and bring that with threat intelligence as well, things like Talos, and being able to bring that into my infrastructure. And finally, I'm having to do this at a speed I have never seen before. So for us, this isn't just about user interfaces and being able to bring something out of the box. It's also about how do I rethink both an observability mark and a security mark. So if I go all the way back to my 10-year-old, she doesn't know how to code. She has an idea of what she wants to achieve essentially as a business owner or a new business owner that's trying to extract the maximum amount of money out of her father as possible. Should she care about observability? Not really. Should she really care about security? In principle, yes, she should. So this is where I'd like you to start to think about the last two slides. How do you think about a world where you're born observable and you're born secure? So as someone is working in that kind of more cursor Claude code landscape, they're coming up with their next creative idea. How do I actually have monitoring born out of my first step? So when Cursor goes and thinks about its plan to go and execute, when it thinks about its testing suite it's going to go and run on that code, it's already inserting logging lines, it's already capturing traces, it's already thinking about application performance management. As it goes and runs its smoke test, it's saying, hey, I've noticed actually the website I have built isn't running as performant from what I've seen in observability. Would you like me to go and refactor that? That is then starting to think about a born observable world with a security and a observability landscape. The best part, and failing a CCNA, you get bought by a networking company, like, maybe there's not a long-term future for me. When I think about this week and what we're talking about, think about the keynotes that we hear when we're starting to merge the platform approach on everything in networking, that critical infrastructure for running AI workloads, starting to go and look at how do I observe everything that I have in my infrastructure? How do I think about securing that as well? And then taking a step back and thinking about the users that a lot of us in IT are solving. They want to just be able to go and take Codex, take Claude, take ChatGPT, take whatever tooling they're working on and go and write code. They are turning into designers, they're turning into builders, and yet we are having to go and maintain the resilience of an organization that's becoming more complicated. The more I can start to think about a data acquisition strategy, which is a non-regrettable investment decision to be able to go and see anything in my environment, I have step one of being digitally resilient. Then what I can start to go and do is think about how do I go and take appropriate action. So I might spot a vulnerability. How do I then auto run the tooling available to me with iSurveillance to go and put a shield around that and protect that vulnerability out of the box? But how do I then orchestrate that with automation and bring the governance inside of it? So thinking about AI for resilience and resilience for AI, there is a vast amount just on the show floor today that you can look at a technology point of view. When you get back to the office, draw out a graph, put two axes on it. On one axis, write automation and autonomy, and have a think about how far you're going on that axis. And then what's blocking you getting further in automation? Is it actually you don't understand data context, you don't have a coherent data strategy, or you've got the beginnings of it that's not fully executed? Can you actually see all of that data? Do you get nervous because you think, well, to see all of the data, my cost is going to be phenomenal to go and actually bring all of that in? Do I need a different approach? So I'm starting to think about what are the blockers to go and get me up on that automation autonomy route on that one axis. The second axis is operating model integration. As I start to look at what are the human factors, what are the risk factors, the regulation factors, ultimately the trust factors that are stopping me bringing in ways of working in new models of integration, that operating model integration. How do I start to go and bring those in and start to mitigate them? That's where I'm thinking about things like compliance. I'm thinking about that born observable world, like the work we're doing with the recent acquisition that closed last week with Galileo. How do I go and understand what that agent is doing, that model drift, so I can now think about how do I comfortably bring that into my environment? How do I think about when I disagree with what it's doing, what am I going to do about that from an operating model point of view? If I can do both things, if I can automate and add more autonomy into my infrastructure, and I can make myself comfortable for an operating model introduction, I have the beginnings of being able to get towards an agentic enterprise. No one knows where that's really going. But on both of those axes, I can think about my non-regrettable investment decisions. Because going back to my point earlier, you're that person ultimately in the hospital, something goes wrong. I have that critical piece of infrastructure going down. I have that panic. I have the board starts to convene. We've all been there. I started off as a service owner. Something went wrong. The first thing I do, sorry, Cisco, I went networks. 100% it's network's fault. Couldn't be application that I was supporting. We can move away from that. Think about AI Canvas. I can say, hey, is networks to blame? It's like, for once, no. It's actually the application stack. And I can start to go and use that common language. So that person that sat there waiting to have their operation knows there's a team behind them starting to go through and think about how do you go and overcome these problems before. We're in the world of extreme possibilities of what you can do. I think my 10-year-olds proved that. But that brings that resilience paradox, that extreme complexity to it. So take a step back when you take everything that you're going to hear at keynotes this week and all the different talks and think about how do I overcome that trust issue and bring that into my organization. You unlock that part, the automation piece comes really easy. So I hope you've enjoyed this talk. I hope this kind of sparks your imagination. I am so excited about what we're doing here this week at Cisco. I'm proud and privileged to be part of this kind of amazing wave that Cisco's doing towards this much more coherent platform approach to go and get that critical infrastructure for AI to be at the forefront of everything we're doing and overcoming that technology hurdle, taking people like myself who clearly do not understand networking and allowing me to have a common language when something goes wrong just to go and problem solve and get over that hump. So please complete the survey for the form. Have an amazing week, and thank you very much.
We keep hearing the theme of how important it is to embrace and adopt AI, and AI truly isn't going anywhere. So it then becomes, how do we empower our teams to use it and adopt it in a way that is safe and compliant, right? I love hearing all the ideas and the practical approaches that we have to do it, because it's something that we really need to master. I myself enjoy using AI in my day-to-day so that I realize just how much impact it can make. And we keep talking about scaling, can't make another Lauren, but I definitely can make an agent that is doing some of the mundane tasks that Lauren might do every day. So I want all of you, if you aren't already, be thinking about what are some of those things that you can do to adopt AI better. Don't limit yourself to just the chat assistance type of AI. Think beyond that. Think of the tasks that are taking up your time, consuming you, when you could be doing something else. I mean, that's what I'm doing. So enough of me. I know some really exciting things are coming up, by the way, when we're going to talk all about just more AI and how unpredictable it could be with Michelle and James. I'm going to throw it over to you.
Lauren, thank you so much. We've got an especially exciting interview here in the studio with James. James, before I start asking you questions, please introduce yourself to everybody listening.
Yeah, thank you very much. So I'm James Hodge. I'm the Vice President for the Global Specialist Organization at Splunk and part of Cisco and a long-time Splunker, so 13 years at the company.
A fellow Splunker, I'm particularly excited to talk to you about all the things that G2 and everybody was saying this morning, especially Cisco Data Fabric. But let's first start with what's the first step security or IT ops teams can take to move from a reactive firefighting mode to a proactive, AI-driven, positive posture?
Well, so we take it back to the keynote this morning. G2 talks about kind of Cisco's product strategy into 3 areas. Hope I get these right now. AI data center, future workspaces, and digital resilience. So I think the question you're really talking about there is how do you become digitally resilient to allow yourself to become more reactive? So to be digitally resilient, you need 2 things. One, I have to have awareness of my environment, and then I can have how do I appropriately react to what I'm picking up in my environment. So back to your question about how do we go and move to be more predictive and proactive for security and observability, first I need complete awareness of everything that's happening in my environment. So I need a data strategy. We talked about Cisco Data Fabric powered by the Splunk platform this morning, and that's the data strategy is key to that. So with Cisco Data Fabric, we can bring in data into the index, into machine data lake, or if data lives somewhere else, how about federated search? Getting that bit right, now I can put that into context and insights to move it to be a bit smarter with AI and that type of tooling to be more predictive. But without that data strategy, you can't get from reactive to predictive.
Exactly, making sure that we kind of meet customers where they are. If they want to bring all their data into the Cisco Data Fabric powered by Splunk, they can. If they want to keep it, we can absolutely federate search and just knock down all those barriers.
Yeah, and to be honest, it's so complicated for customers at the moment. They've got cloud providers, multiple cloud providers, IaaS, PaaS, SaaS, and on-premise. You may have noticed I'm from Europe with my accent. We've got a lot of sovereign infrastructure. So that flexibility that you just mentioned is really critical as, to allow that foundation to meet customers where they are.
Absolutely. All right, let's dive into defining non-deterministic behaviors in the context of AI.
Okay.
Help me understand this.
Okay, so a really easy question. So traditionally where we'd start with Splunk is you would take in a log file. I ask it a question, how many counts of 404 errors on, say, web proxy logs have you seen? Well, that'd be deterministic. If I have 100 instances of 404, every time I ask that question, it's going to give me 100 back. Now, when I'm starting to put models into place, and I'm constantly training that model, the answer may change because the training on the model has updated, so it's got new knowledge, and so it'll interpret the question slightly differently, or my data may have changed ever so slightly. So what we're really saying is that non-deterministic is every time I ask the question, I might get a subtly different answer to it. So from an analyst point of view, that produces challenges, but it also produces challenges from a regulation point of view, because a lot of regulations, think about financial regulations, are looking for certainty and repeatability. So there's a challenge we're having to work with there with the industry.
Absolutely. Thank you for breaking that down for all of us. Yeah. So why exactly does that present a unique challenge for traditional compliance frameworks?
So I think the biggest challenge is you've got to be comfortable with a bit of ambiguity with what's happening. And you need an analyst to go and have a high degree of understanding about the domain they're tackling. But it also gives a lot of possibilities. The more we actually use AI algorithms into our software, actually the more human load I can go and take off. So I can actually go and ask it more creative questions. We saw the demo of Cloud Control, I think started this morning with, hey, G2's phone is not connecting to the Wi-Fi, help me out. So by using more non-deterministic and fuzzy methods, we're able to go and get to that answer much quicker. However, it can produce a problem like with regulators and areas there. So you've got to think about different analytical strategies that we want to put in place.
Understood. Can you share an example of a real-life world risk that was mitigated without stifling innovation? How does Splunk help us do that?
Okay, so I think innovation is hard. So when you think about anything like this, where we're bringing in an AI model or we're trying to be smarter, a big theme at the moment is kind of the agentic enterprise. Think of it on 2 axes. One axis is I can add lots of automation and autonomy. The other axis, I've got to think about my operating model and how I integrate that into my environment. So on agentic operations, we talked about today the purchase or the acquisition of Galileo. So what Galileo is starting to allow customers to do
is look at how my agents are actually behaving. So I can think about, they're working in a non-deterministic way, but I'm putting parameters around how I expect them to behave ultimately. And so what the agentic operations allowing me to do is say, is that drifting? Is that meeting the expectations of what I want? So it's actually allowing me to work in a very fuzzy and messy world, but bring clarity to it. And that's really important when I start to work with regulators with things like the EU AI Act, because I can now go and understand and govern that messy behavior inside of things.
Excellent. Let's end with one more.
Okay.
So with frontier AI, for example, Mythos, being adopted so quickly in this industry, what are practical steps organizations can take to ensure that trust and compliance?
Oh, that's super easy, right? You've got to first have a data strategy, and think about it as a data acquisition strategy. You can't be resilient without seeing everything, so bring that in. Then what you're looking for Mythos is, or anything like those frontier models, if I have a known vulnerability, how do I run reports to inspect that in the data? And actually, I'm going to break out of Splunk, and this is why I'm so proud to be part of Cisco. I can use technology to live protect. So when I detect something using a technology like Splunk in the kind of security operations space, I can go and deploy technology like live detect to go and put a protective shield around that vulnerability. And then I can look at the network to see, actually, am I getting lateral movement across that network? So that's multi-layer type of approach from how do I detect using data, then how do I use other technologies like live detect, secure access, zero trust to then go and enforce that I'm not having anything being exploited as part of that.
I'm so happy to hear this. I'm going to leave you with one more question for folks to hear. So we see the energy here. We see all the people loving the demos, the hands-on discussions. What has landed best with customers when you're walking around here? What messaging, what demos, what have you seen customers really light up about?
All right, so I'm a techie. I've moved into management. I don't get to play with technology. I said in my talk, I failed my CCNA. So not so great to admit at a Cisco conference, but look at what we're announcing today with the AI Canvas Cloud Control. Someone like me has technology knowledge who need to solve a problem, can just dive into tech. I can spot, hey, actually, I think there's a network issue. I know you know a lot more about networking than me. Let's go and collaborate on it. So my barrier is no longer how much do I know a search language. It's how do I apply my domain using natural language? And that's liberating what we're doing at the moment.
That's extremely valuable.
Oh, massively.
Okay, what's the best thing you've eaten so far in Vegas?
The best thing I've eaten in Vegas, now that's a really tough thing, but I'm from the UK, I'm really tired, really jet lagged, so I had a bit of a guilty pleasure. I went and got a huge pepperoni slice earlier, and it tasted so good.
I'm glad to hear that. I'm glad we represent well in Vegas with the pepperoni slices. Thank you, James, so much for your time. I learned a lot. I hope all of you guys folks back home did as well. Thank you, and back to Lauren.
Hello, everyone. I am honored to be here with Kamal Hathi, Senior Vice President and General Manager for Splunk, and Mike McLaughlin, Senior Vice President of Sales at Splunk. Now, we all know that we are in an interesting time with AI. Our customers are really trying to manage it all, right? I mean, we have one end where it's taking a lot of data and they're trying to get used to the flow of what's happening with that data and how to manage it all. But then there's the other end where customers realize they have to lean into it. I mean, we're in this age, it's not going anywhere, and we have to embrace the disruption. That said, Cisco Live is a perfect place for them to see the art of possibilities. I mean, from the keynotes, to the breakouts, to the demos, to the World of Solutions floor. It's a lot of great stuff to unpack. And I'm excited to hear from you two about the big developments that we have with Cisco and Splunk, specifically the Cisco Data Fabric. Can you break it down for me?
Sure. Let me get started with that. So Cisco Data Fabric is a construct that allows the unification, correlation of data across all of Cisco's products, across network, infrastructure, applications, and also non-Cisco, third parties. Put it all together to provide visibility and insight. And what that really is all about then is enabling these three things that we talk a lot about. The first one is about this idea of operating at machine scale. We talk about agentic AI, talk about AI at, used in the enterprise. Data is just exploding and you need to work at a scale that's unprecedented. So one is machine scale. The second thing is to take that same data, the unified correlated data that we enable, and unlock the ability to respond at machine speed, which means being able to have things like an agentic SOC, agentic SREs that are able to go and provide the operators the to respond to continuous disruptions at the speed of AI. And the last thing, the third thing, is taking the same visibility, the same correlated, unified data, and enabling trust in AI. If you can't trust it, you can't use it.
Absolutely. That was a great response. What about you, Mike?
Yeah, I think what's really exciting about me as I think about Cisco Data Fabric is it's a new architecture that we're bringing to market, and it really allows us to think about ensuring that we get the data in the right place at the right time. And so think of data management and data governance. It allows us to then leverage Splunk and the tooling that we bring to the marketplace to make sure that we get the right context around all of that different data. And then ultimately, it's how do we action that data based on the context that we have. And what's I think also exciting is the fact that we've got this in place today. Our customers are using this. Autodesk is a great example of that, right? We helped Autodesk get the data in the right place, inform with the right context, and then action that data. And ultimately, by leveraging some of the solutions that support Cisco Data Fabric, such as Machine Data Lake and Federation, we were able to help them reduce their costs by over 28% and still drive tremendous value out of that environment. So, I think it's being used today, and there's only greater opportunity for the marketplaces in general.
Can I add one thing to that? The really important thing about Cisco Data Fabric is that it's a turnkey solution, which means that you don't have to worry about any upgrades or migrations or anything like that. You get the value just by pointing at the data, and then we take care of everything else. That's really important because it just adds value almost instantly.
It just works, right?
That's the whole notion, and then if you think about petabytes of data, we're talking about a scale that's machine scale. To have it just work is quite the job. And as we've been working along the history of Splunk, we've built an amazing platform. And over time, we've taken it to be added a lot of capability. It's very rich. But now, we've taken all that capability and made it turnkey. So it's not only very, very rich and sophisticated, but it's also getting much easier to use.
Yes, and that's key, right? Especially as we are empowering data management strategy across all of our customers. So I absolutely agree with that. And then the question then becomes, how are we helping our customers build the trust in AI? Because that's the other piece of this, right?
Yeah. I mean, trust in AI, I think, Mike, we talk to customers a lot, and it's maybe the number one topic that comes up. In some senses, there's so much happening, so much news with AI, so many new models, mythos. People are using vibe coding. Things are just happening all over the place, and it's chaos in some senses. And the one question keeps coming up is, how do I trust the agent, the AI? Is it hallucinating? How much does it cost me? And this is a very important thing that comes up. And so we've had this approach of what we call observability for AI, which means we provide all the way from the GPUs to the agents, observability for the entire AI stack. And recently we announced the acquisition of a company called Galileo, and they specialize in agent observability, which means setting up an evaluation of what the agent is supposed to do, and then track that across its life cycle, and then having guardrails to make sure that the agent doesn't end up doing something not supposed to do. And that provides a sort of comfort and ability to really create trust in AI. And we do this for every agentic operation, not by sampling it, not by coming up with bits and pieces, but every single operation. And that's really important and critical. If you want to have trust in AI, you need to be able to look at every aspect, have full visibility, and be able to have that sort of observability.
I think it's amazing. And we have a few more moments. Did you want to say anything as well, Mike? Did you have anything you wanted to add to that, Mike?
Recently I was at a AI symposium that NTT Data, one of our great partners, put on, and NVIDIA was there as well. And there were a variety of speakers around the broader AI topic. But what was interesting is that each one of them shared a data point in terms of enterprises that had agentic initiatives underway. And it was anywhere from 75 to 90% of enterprises had some level of agentic initiative underway. All of those speakers said less than 5% were actually implementing agentic agent-based solutions into their organization. So what does that tell me? It tells me we have this trust deficit, right? And it's similar to what Kamal was sharing. And how do we help customers and the marketplace in general overcome that? And Galileo is a great example of where we can help observe, secure, and operate the environment much more effectively. So specifically, there's a large multinational global financial services institution that's $6.4 trillion under management, and they are leveraging the Galileo solution to ensure that they're managing those agents much more effectively. They're creating efficiencies in how they operate by 30%, and their remediation has decreased from days to minutes.
Wow.
So it's a great example of where Splunk, in conjunction with our new acquisition of Galileo, is going to have a tremendous impact on the marketplace.
Amazing. Well, if you all aren't impressed with what you just heard here, like I am, then you need to be. And don't walk over to the booth to hear more about the data fabric, run. Now let's pass it over to Rob.
Hey, Lauren, thank you so much. Yeah, we're talking security, and thank gosh those guys are making things happen faster, because as we keep learning, we have no time to waste. In fact, I'm back here in the security area in front of the SOC. We were just commenting on this behind the scenes. We were watching these numbers go up. I don't know why this unique accounts with plain text password is different from a number I saw in the 500s, but basically it's interesting to see how they do the data sharing, and they talk about the education that's going on here, not only of course for how we do events here, but a lot of other events, including of course the Olympics, and they've got the volunteers and the other teams in there that are learning. But they said I had a few minutes. Hold on, I have to put my glasses on as an older man. I had made up a list of my top 6 reasons why the Security Operations Center is really hard to do. And this is a serious list, not a joke. Most people think. All right, I'm going to walk over here so we have a better shot. You think Julie's giving me the signal I should move around more, but I got to read from my phone or I'm going to fall down. All right, number 1, no endpoint control. Think about that. This is the biggest BYOD environment you can imagine. They have to come up and set up a security operations center, but they have 0 endpoint control. So I've got that as number 1. Expected hostile activity, number 2. That one flew me a little bit, but it makes sense when you think about it. There's a lot of equipment that's coming in, of course, that we don't control. There's a lot of vendors and a lot of support that has to happen from here. They've got to still be able to secure a network that they set up last week. Remember, we were talking to Jessica about that. There's no TLS inspection, right? Nothing in here is set up to decrypt, so we're going to be dealing with only what we can see, of course, in the clear, and then, of course, they're feeding, it's 417 plain text passwords have been shared. Jessica told me mine was not one of them. She would have told me already. I think we're on number 4 because I didn't bother to actually number these in my notes, but no baseline. And that makes complete sense, right? Because as we set this up, we're setting a new baseline pretty much every day on an ongoing basis, and then no block by default for 5 and transient identities. So one of the big focus, of course, here is that we've got to establish identity, which we weren't that good at before from a human perspective, and now, of course, we've got to do it with agents that are moving so much faster and at such higher volumes. And so when we hear about what we're doing with Splunk as our data substrate across domains, being able to aggregate all that data to make better decisions is the only way we're going to get on top of something we used to affectionately, and today is Tuesday, affectionately maybe, what is it called, Patch Tuesday. I don't know, I drew a blank there. Anyway, I just wanted to share why I have so much respect for the teams that are doing their thing in here and that we're spreading that word. You're here learning it, you're part of it as well. Thank you for joining us. I'm going to throw it back to you, Lauren.
Thank you so much. I think of 2 things when I hear Network Operations Center and NetApp. What do you think about? Well, I don't want to ruin and kind of steal anybody's shine, but there's some really great stuff that we're doing with both of those 2 components. One is both are great companies, one being Cisco's Network Operations Center, and then we have NetApp, the storage. How's all that stuff sitting there, and what does it need? Well, learn more with me in a couple of more seconds here in this video.
When technology moves this quickly, it's easy to become lemmings, swept along by the rush. So how do you move fast while avoiding disaster? It's all in the preparation. NetApp helps businesses get AI ready with intelligent data infrastructure. It's time to unleash genius.
Welcome back to the studio. I have an excellent interview ready ready to showcase for all of you. So we're here to talk about that continued incredible partnership between Cisco and NetApp. I have two of my close friends, Bobby and Andy, back with me. This is now the second year we've been able to have this interview. And I'm going to kick it off to you guys. Introduce yourself, and please let me know what has changed in the past year.
Sure, let me go first. Bobby Uman, I've been with NetApp 19 years now. My team builds the FlexPod solutions. Here at NetApp, NOC, my team supports the storage part of it, working along with Andy's team. Good.
Yeah, hi, I'm Andy Phillips. My job is to look after the NOC, so it's the Network Operations Center here at Cisco Live. And basically every point of this entire show touches the network, which we manage. And obviously Bobby's solution as well helps us in many ways, which we'll probably go over. And we're going to start with what's new, right?
Yes. So what's been going on the past year?
Yeah, maybe I'll start some, and I will let Andy complete what he is doing from a Cisco side. So we introduced the new storage systems. It's AFF A50, which is at the top of our mid-tier, which gives 20% more performance, as well as we made the capacity by double, right? So why I'm saying that is we introduced more workloads. So we saw more workloads coming into NOC, which is again a testimony that applications or workloads could depend on a storage systems like NetApp by giving the enterprise storage features. And of course, this year we introduced going from a traditional monitoring to an AI-driven monitoring capability, and I will let Andy complete that. But what I'm trying to say is, rather than seeing this as a traditional data center, instead more AI-driven, which is the future. This is what we are telling customers and partners. This is how a data center should be operated. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, so I think the foundation of the NOC this year has been an AI kind of implementation. And in order to use AI efficiently, effectively, you need to have the data. So the FlexPod is really where all of that data, and we're pulling in terabytes of data daily, and we're able to access that data through numerous mechanisms. But one of the key things is that we store it, and then we can look at both historic and current data, and we can display that data to not only our NOC engineers, but also to all of the customers that have come here to see, hey, how does the NOC do this? And obviously the storage part of that is a huge, a very, very central pillar.
All right, let's get into it. What's the role of FlexPod, and how has FlexPod AI helped change the game for Cisco Live?
Yeah, let me take that first. Andy also will add some points to it. We started FlexPod, or Cisco NetApp relationship, in 2010, right? And that is our foundation. We give engineered infrastructure so that customers or partners doesn't have to do the guesswork. And from 2014 onwards, we started doing NOC. We knew exactly what an engineered infrastructure would give us, right? So we started with that as the fundamental building block. And on top of it, when we tried to add FlexPod AI on it, we knew what to expect. The same thing I was telling, now guesswork. So we introduced FlexPod AI, which fundamentally sits into Cisco's AI pod, which would have Cisco networking, Cisco compute, as well as the FlexPod NetApp storage. So that's all we did. We were confident enough to add that in GPUs into the infrastructure, and Andy's going to talk more about it. So when we wanted to add GPUs, we didn't see that just as GPU as a component. Rather, we knew how does it fit in, how does all the components to work together to the outcome what we are looking for, especially when Andy's team introduced some of the AI models. They wanted to do the troubleshooting from an AI model's perspective. They were looking for that outcome. What they want. Do you want to add from an X series perspective what we did?
Yeah, so obviously the FlexPod is storage, it's network, and it's compute. The great thing about UCSX is you effectively have a modular platform. So you can have 8 blade servers, or you can remove some of those blade servers and put in a PCIe module where the GPUs go. And then the blades have access to those GPUs. Why does that matter? Well, 1, AI, and 2, our team gets excited because now they can develop their own applications to monitor the network.
Excellent. All right, let's get down to storage. What's the purpose of storage in this AI era?
So the way we see it is, we don't see storage as a passive component anymore, right? So always, people would know the importance of storage when they wouldn't be able to access storage, right? So, but the way we see is, we wanted to make sure that storage as a part of the AI pipeline. As I was telling earlier, the way we see is that when the GPUs become so incredibly powerful, as you know, the GPU innovation is every year, the performance becomes more and more, right? So we wanted to make sure the GPUs are kept efficient. In order to do that, we wanted to make sure that our storage is part of that AI pipeline, working along with the networking competence from Cisco in a very lossless way. And also from a compute perspective, as Cisco is doing their own innovations to make sure all the integration is done. On top of it, not just performance, the data protection, what we introduce, the concurrency, what we introduce, also the hybrid cloud capability which comes along with it. From a security perspective, we give the immutable snapshots, ransomware protection. All these things are important when you give that secure data pipeline or secure data that can be fed into the GPUs. Do you want to add anything on top of it, especially from a...
I think the big thing is, obviously, we have a lot going on. There's so much data. We need somewhere to store it. And then we're using AI to actually query that data in a more humanistic way. So in the past, you might have to write a query, you might have to do some kind of coding to access it. Now we literally have agentic front ends. We can type questions like, tell me the top 5 issues in our network, and we get a response based on the data that's in all the different repositories, which could be Splunk, it could be some other model that's created, or it could be live data that it's actually grabbed from devices. So it's very powerful, and you need storage to do all of that. So I think that's the big why, what it does in the AI world.
Yeah, something else I wanted to add is, for me, this storage is adaptive. So as we were saying, Andy's team requested we need to add Splunk workloads. We were saying, yes, good, the storage is capable of handling it. We wanted to add AI workloads. We were like, good, it's the storage is capable of handling it. We knew that engineered infrastructure could handle anything which can run on top of it. And here we are giving a digital data center outcome.
Bobby, Andy, thank you both so much for your time today.
Pleasure.
This was excellent. We love this continued partnership, and I hope to see you guys both again next year.
Thank you.
Back to you, Lauren. Thank you, guys.
Okay, team, everyone out there, we've heard a lot of amazing concepts over the last few segments, right? Key themes, AI agents, Cisco data fabric, and infrastructure at scale, right? So I like to offer you an analogy, because for me at least, analogies always make sense, because I want you to understand just how this works in the real world. So let's say you have an office building, okay? And you have employees that work at that physical office building. Those 500 employees are your AI agents. What do AI agents or employees need to get their job done? A, they need to be able to talk to people and communicate with other agents. And 2, they really need to have good context and data to do their job. So think of the Cisco data fabric powered by Splunk as that fabric, as the intelligence, as the context that they need. AI agents need context. They cannot reason without the right context. Splunk gives you that with the Cisco data fabric. So together we are giving our agents what they need to know and do their work. But then how do these agents communicate with each other? Different people have to work together, they have to share notes, they have to collaborate. How is that collaboration happening? Well, it doesn't happen without the infrastructure. You need a Cisco infrastructure to do that. So think of the building itself as Cisco infrastructure. The hallways, the bathrooms, all of these components that help you operate and get your job done throughout the day, and those lanes that you're passing through. So when I think of just how these agents are working with our Cisco data fabric and how the infrastructure is super important, think of it like that. Remember, Cisco is the building, the data fabric is the intelligence and the context you need, and those agents are the employees. Okay, I hope that helps you like it helps me. But this world we're in, it's always best to break it down and think about how we are doing this in our day-to-day. And I guarantee that at the end of this conference, you all are going to be jumping out of your seats trying to figure out what you can do to maximize your time and how you can use AI agents, how you can look at the Cisco data fabric, especially for those who have Splunk out there, to your advantage, and how you can use the network, okay? So next, we're gonna go pass it to the center stage, okay, team? Bye-bye.
Good afternoon. All right, we're silent discoing, so you need headsets. Thanks so much for being here. I'm sure you've heard or felt pace of change, everything's so fast. For the next 30 minutes, we're gonna slow it down. We're gonna slow it down and get into a mode where you can sit, absorb, listen. For all those who are here, there's probably some level of, I'm curious, I'm here to learn. So here we go. Last year, the things on this chart stopped at ChatGPT. The buzzwords that are coming on and what we need to plan for, including agentic AI, AI at the edge, and quantum networks, is all becoming a little bit more tangible, which is really exciting. When we take a further step back and we start looking at this pace of change and then really internalizing, again, what does this mean? I sit on the board of the National Electrical Manufacturing Association, better known as NEMA, celebrating its 100th year centennial celebration this year. We're actually celebrating next week. But the electro industry is 100 years old, right? And they are calculating that the US sector alone for the electro industry is growing at unprecedented change, probably since the invention of electricity, right? So if you could, what does this mean? What does it look like to double growth, getting to like 200 gigawatts by 2030? When we think about how much money is being invested in this space, how much is actually cooking up in terms of manufacturing because of all of this, and then just general income and the jobs that are getting created of all of this. It's staggering to look at these numbers and then start to internalize, what does that mean for you? What does that mean for your communities? What does that mean for your organization? And then when we specifically dive into the data center for the United States, out of sheer curiosity, how many people in the audience live in one of these top 5 states that are building data centers? Yeah? So you might know or feel that the public sentiment is at an all-time high against AI data centers. Maybe it's because of the lack of understanding of what AI and data centers really mean. Maybe it's I don't want this industrial manufacturing thing in my backyard, right? When cloud was a thing, it was an invisible utility. Put it in the cloud. I don't have to see it. I just get to use the internet more, right? AI data centers are not in the cloud. They are in backyards. And when you hear and see this public sentiment, maybe it's the grid instability, it's brownouts, it's water scarcity. There's this tremendous lack of understanding, of knowledge and education of what it takes to build. The fact that there, in fact, is a more responsible way to build. What does that look like? When you think of the top costs of these data centers, even that equation is relatively evolving and new. Anyone hear the term white space, gray space when you come to data centers? Yeah, some? White space, traditionally, think about that as the brains of a data center. It's what people traditionally think of as the IT, the networking, the compute, the storage. That's white space. The gray space is everything else it takes. Think about that as like the circulatory part. If the white space is the brain, the blood, the arteries, the circuitry is everything else in the gray space. So switchboards, power, cooling, electro, all of that is gray space. Well, in traditional data centers, the white space, about 60% of the space in a data center, 40% was gray space. Now that equation is completely flipping because the density in those white spaces they're getting so hot, so demanding, right? It needs more power, it needs more cooling. And when you consider that, the economics of what it takes to run these data centers is going much more to the gray space. Yes, the white space is always going to be more expensive because of the expensive GPUs and whatnot. But that gray space area and all of the manufacturers and all the ecosystem partners it takes to cool those GPUs is changing the economics. Now imagine all the pieces that have to line up to take a brand new data center and turn it online. Before, we just took for granted that there was power. Now you're looking at grid connect. You're looking at, do you have enough power? Do you have enough water? And do these economics shake out? It's no longer a linear equation of I'm just going to take these pieces and throw something together. Sounds like how we make dinner sometimes. That's not how we can build data centers today. Today, it's taking industry groups, the government, private sector, completely breaking down all of the silos that we've enjoyed building for the last number of years, many decades, and breaking down these silos to rethink how we're going to better integrate, how we're going to more responsibly build, how we're going to measure all of these things, and really, how are we going to address all of these challenges? Some of them are known, some of them are new, some of them we have yet to see, right? Every third or fourth week, there's a supply chain issue somewhere, right? These bottlenecks are coming and they're not stopping. You know, has anyone thought about what happens when we run out of copper? Well, people start stealing it from the old things. Like, that's not sustainable either. So we know there's a lot of challenges. One of the most exciting things, if you've been following along anywhere on these journeys, I think the team and I have been at this for 4.5 years now. This is where we introduced this concept of energy networking systems. We started with the foundation of building energy management. Where's the data telemetry around energy? You can't fix what you can't see. So we endeavored to put energy telemetry across the entire Cisco portfolio, standardized, standard UX, UI, and make it available for free. We haven't done a great job marketing it, but guess what? It's going into Cisco Cloud Control, so it's one place you can get everything. Then there's a power distribution piece. And this is the hero of the story, and many of you know about it because you've been following along, and some of you, I hope it'll be a little bit new. But there's new innovation when it comes to power distribution that we're excited to tell you a little bit more about today. And then, of course, the evolving architectures of thermal management. So we go back to this energy management visibility piece. We standardized Cisco's portfolio in one data telemetry layer with 5 key energy metrics. How much power are you using? How much is it costing you? What's the carbon footprint of it? What's that energy mix? You know, solar, renewable, coal. And then what is your overall carbon intensity in that geolocation? This is available. It's being worked in everywhere for free. The hero of the story, however, really comes into this power distribution piece. How many of you have touched the red button in the demo on the show floor yet? Anyone? All right. Fault managed power is a new power distribution technology. The very same engineers at Cisco and other engineers across many industries have worked together for years now to help bring this to the US National Electrical Code in 2023. It is a new class of power called Class 4 Fault Managed Power. It is safe to touch. It is faster to install. It requires less material to install it. And get this, the limits on wattage are sort of leaves you up to the imagination because it goes up to 450 volt DC. How do you get something better, faster, safer, cheaper, and more sustainable? How do you do that, right? It's what I love so much about technology. You only do that when you have technology, something new. You've innovated on something in the past. The way fault managed power works is it takes, so we're talking distribution. We're not talking generation. We're not talking the transmission lines to the transformer, right? Which is a lot through AC power. Once you get to a building or once you get past that transformer, it goes into this fault managed power transmitter. It's a box. It's a piece of box. You can put it into a rack. There's a cable, a fault managed power cable, and then there's a receiver. 3 parts to the system. Transmitter, cable, receiver. Exciting part about this is it makes Edison's dreams all come true. It's all DC power. All of the DC ecosystems that exist out there are ready for fault managed power. It's DC ready. Okay, well, what's art of the possible, right? Why is Cisco doing this? Cisco's not a power company. We're a networking company. And we're going to network power the same safe, secure way we've been networking data for 40 plus years. Think about powering the rack, and that rack can exist in an IDF closet. It can exist in a data center. Think about powering the building, smart lighting, DC to the desk. Think about powering the edge. Edge computing, we've just only begun scratching the surface with inferencing. How much more data, how much more things are connected today than just 5 years ago? And the backup. Battery energy storage systems, the manufacturing for all of this, our cars, more and more backup is needed, not just in data centers, but really in everything we do, particularly with the instability of our aging grids. So the power distribution side is very exciting, and we will dig in a little bit more here. But let's go to the thermal management side, because so much of what we are powering in data centers is the cooling of these GPUs. In a traditional air-cooled data center, something like 40+% of all power is going to cooling. That is non-useful power. So we have these things for, rear door heat exchangers. We have direct-to-chip cooling. One of the exciting things that this team has been doing is incubating a lot of new ideas with the engineering teams. And a couple years ago, one of those new ideas was, let's go build a direct liquid-cooled switch. Yes, including the optics, all 48 of them that are sitting at the front of those very, very powerful switches. And so we took this prototype on the road. And that prototype, I'm so excited today, has made generally available with the G300 102.4T switch. And you can go and see that demo just right over there sometime you're at the show. But direct liquid cooling is a necessity for any AI-ready data center. Anyone see or touch or been around an immersion tank? And if you haven't, you're in luck, because we bring them here on on the show floor, so you can actually see in practice the difference between something that is fan-cooled, liquid, direct liquid cooling with lots of hoses and pieces and parts, and something as silent as an oil bath for immersion cooling, right? So when you look at all these different emerging architectures for power and cooling, specifically with cooling, it's a double knock-on effect, because you no longer have to spend as much power cooling, and that cooling may not take as much power to get the output you need for whatever you're trying to bring down the heat. This improved cooling overall efficiency is great. The flexibility, you don't have to just pick one architecture for cooling inside a data center. You can have multiple inside of one data center if you're retrofitting, of which there's lots to go retrofit. And as we're building these new architectures, we're doing it with sustainability in mind, right? What does that mean? What does that look like? Let's make sure the materials that are going into it are circular in design. Let's make sure it's as efficient as possible. Let's make sure it's interoperable. Let's make sure it works with a lot of things. And so we're going to keep the innovation. We're going to keep the incubation and the prototypes going. And this year, for the very first time ever, I am so excited, and there's a lot of teams involved in making this possible, that we are bringing yet another first ever proof of concept to the show floor. And we have immersed a Cisco Unified Edge. And for those who don't know what a Cisco Unified Edge is, it's this really cool collection of networking, compute, and storage that brings edge computing to whatever space you need, right to the edge. So as you think more and more of this, powering things at the edge, well, now you potentially can take the opportunity to say, I would like that air-cooled, or I would like that immersed. And for the type of environments, in rough environments like mining and industry and other things, you might want to just do that. So please go check out that demo. And last but not least, it wouldn't be made a little bit more real without some numbers. What happens when you take a traditional air-cooled data center, 5 megawatts, that's air-cooled, and then you add direct liquid cooling, not even immersion, just direct liquid cooling, and you add fault-managed power? You take that 65% of non-useful energy, you translate that into compute, and you get 2.3 times the amount of compute, right? Models are great. You know what's better? Real-life examples. And so what I'd like to do is help you just open your mind to art of the possible. We are bringing you technology that is not only good, it's good for business. going to first roll a video just so you can, reestablish a little bit more about fault managed power. And then after the video, we're going to make it even more real with a customer example and my friend Ben Patterson from Workday. Please roll the video.
Artificial intelligence is rewriting what's possible, and it's clear our energy systems must evolve to keep pace. Every model, every breakthrough demands more power than the last. Our mission is clear. Build quickly, build safely, efficiently, and responsibly. Today, power is needed everywhere, across every device, every environment, and every industry. Distributed energy is how we bring power where and when it's needed most.
I'll let you cue me.
At Cisco, we believe the future of energy is about more than keeping the lights on. It's about building a foundation that enables your business to scale. We are pioneering a new era of energy networking systems, designed to support the demands of today and the breakthroughs of tomorrow. Powering the modern world is changing. It starts at the grid, but how that energy is delivered is being redefined. Meet fault-managed power, a revolutionary technology that delivers up to 450-volt DC power safely and with smarter power distribution over copper cabling, while continuously monitoring the line. It detects faults in milliseconds and shuts down before hazards occur. Safer than AC, smarter than traditional DC. Built for what's next. It enables the delivery of higher power while reducing deployment complexity, making it ideal for mission-critical environments. By minimizing power conversion loss, FMP improves efficiency and creates infrastructure that is simpler to manage and more cost-effective. Designed for modern, AI-driven environments, it delivers the scalability needed to support the next generation of compute. Better, faster, safer. Now, Cisco is bringing this breakthrough into the secure, trusted networks the world runs on with energy networking systems. Delivered through a powerful partnership built on deep collaboration and co-innovation. Designed to operate as one unified system, from source to network to application to deployment. Together with partners, we're delivering integrated solutions at scale, from data centers and campuses to smart buildings, the IoT edge, and energy storage systems. Now, Cisco is bringing this breakthrough into the secure, trusted networks the world runs on, where innovation becomes real-world infrastructure, powering AI at scale. The energy demands of AI won't wait. Neither should you. Start your journey with energy networking systems today.
So fun to see videos bring things to life.
Yes.
Welcome, Ben.
Thank you. Thank you.
So,
Hey,
Ben, I understand this is your first time to Cisco Live.
It is after 30 plus years in network engineering and everything like that. Yes, it's my first time, and I'm excited to be part of the journey with you guys.
Well, I was just going to say, your first time Cisco Live, but you've been in the journey for 30 odd years. So do you want to just a quick background, a little bit about where you've been and how you've got to the stage? Yep.
So I'm going to say this. I was lucky enough to have parents that let me tear apart everything, like probably a lot of us. But I joined the Marine Corps, got into telecommunication electronics, which led me to telecommunication companies, and whether running large TDM switching or long haul backbone, which I did that for years and years. And then this cool sounding company called Workday decided to bring me on. I joined as running our data centers in Portland, Oregon, and did that for many years, ran and managed all of that. And then I joined our real estate team maybe a year ago to help drive technology into our corporate real estate portfolio.
It makes it so much more tangible when you have a customer who's like, yep, I've been in data center, smart building, and real estate, other than just hearing me talk about it. So that's great. And Ben, when did you first learn about fault managed power?
So funny story. We put solar panels on our house in Portland, and I was having a conversation with my brother who lives in Detroit, Michigan. He was going through his electrical journeyman, and he learned about this. And we were having a conversation about how do we better power our homes. And he said, have you ever heard of Class 4 power? And I was like, oh my gosh, this is amazing. I want to build my house this way day one. So yeah.
So then I think about, all right, where does fault managed power sit in? You've been in data center, you've been in smart buildings, you now look after the, working with the facility team across Workday. Talk us, through, I know on the Cisco side, we're building this into the full stack, right? Cisco's got a very wide portfolio. All of it requires power. Right. So I know you've spent some time with your friend, Codex, Claude, whatever your AI choice is.
Love it.
Talk us through a little bit how you think about this copper to cognition.
So what I see is that a facility needs to be a living and breathing entity, and everything should provide data. And we can track how people are utilizing the space. We can track flow of or heating and cooling and everything like that. But what we're having a problem is outside of getting a bill from the electrical company, or if you're lucky enough having a breaker that can tell me how much wattage you're drawing, you really don't know how much power you're consuming by each person. So I look through the stack and say that can be data, and how it feeds your FMP can now feed data to what we call our universal data layer, which is kind of collection and harmonization of data, which then we can work with our partners to create a vendor-specific AI that can help us make smart decisions with our corporate real estate.
Well, and physical AI is becoming more, much more of a thing. We know the data layer is always going to exist, and if you want good, healthy, happy agents, you need good data.
Yep. Yes.
So talk us a little bit through the journey for with Workday. Like you bring this new, like, hey, I heard about this at home. My brother's an electrician. This is great. Let's nerd out. Did Workday just say, all right, here's the keys to all of our electrical, have at it? Like, what's the journey look like?
No. So there's a lot of, luckily my executive team went to Atlanta. They learned about PoE, which I joined the team. I was like, yes, this is amazing, but we need to think bigger. So just having, they don't want to pull the switch day one. They wanted to kind of see what happens, work through a proof of concept. And so with our, a partnership with Panduit, Cisco, MHT, we looked at what is possible. So we started with the proof of concept, phase one, where we had a facility. We wanted to get a conference room up and running. Panduit, Cisco, and the team rolled in a cabinet that was going to be temporary. We powered the lights, desk power, our everything that was monitoring the room. We got it up and running, I think within an hour or two. It was very quick. I mean, it was
but without fault managed power, instead of an hour or two, what would it have normally taken?
Weeks.
Yeah.
Weeks.
I know the video we said we were trying to be conservative. I think the video said like less than half the time. I got some time-lapse video from them. They're like, this took less than an hour. I was like, whoa. That's
it was great. It was awesome. It was.
So you have a couple of proof of concepts under your belt.
We do.
And now what does that look like next? Like, what does next look like?
So we're working through phase two of our proof of concept. So now we have 2 conference rooms and sit-stand desk. Now it's building the energy of what is possible, working with our teams and just saying, okay, this worked, let's change it, let's fix it, let's improve it. And then we're gonna start really talking through the process of how we expand, whether our network out in the ceiling to start supplying power to our desks, and what is actually possible, what you can design when you don't have to run a giant whip to power desks or your lighting. Like you pop up ceiling tile, how many junction boxes do you are putting load on your ceiling tile? Now you can run a cable in a shadow line. It frees up your design, and we now get data, and now we're saving power. And and I'm a Workday, I'm an employee. I want Workday to be successful and save money, and I think this is a great way to do it.
Okay, I'm going to throw a curveball at you
yay.
because you're in the data center side. There's a lot of new data centers that are trying to be built today.
Yes.
If you had a magic wand, knowing what you know about fault managed power, knowing what you know about how fast, easy it is to install, how safe it is.
Yep.
I don't know how many people in the audience understand what arc flash is or what touch safe means, but you had a magic wand. How would you build a brand new, let's do a small 50 megawatt data center?
Oh, I would truly look at how you're consuming power. I would look at all your network gear, all your servers, and say, how can we run this native DC? Because now you're not having to heat and cool as much, and you're not dealing with power loss. You're not looking at it. And now let's look at FMP. How much can we drive? And can we power our switches day one? How far down into the server rack can we go to power it? And now your low voltage guys can install it. My data center guys, now they're gainfully employed. And I don't have a guy standing in front of a breaker panel with a flash suit saying, I hope I don't get hurt today. So yeah, I'm all about our safety and just, I would say let's start small and start really pushing it forward. So.
Well, that's great. Ben, I cannot thank you enough for being here. Welcome to your first Cisco Live. Can we applaud for Cisco Live? Center stage, that's pretty exciting. Thank you so much for being here. I look forward to the continued partnership.
Thank you.
All right, so let's summarize. What are these benefits of this new technology, right? We talk a lot about, okay, new technology, it's great, but this actual benefit of actual efficiency and how you design, how you wire, how you architect it is up to every one of you because it varies. Every environment is slightly different. So what we're really encouraging people to do is get in there, touch it, get it into your environments, get a proof of concept going, get a proof of value going. Who doesn't like to open a box and play and build, right? The overall maintenance cost, especially here in the States, if you can even find a certified electrician, good luck employing them because their rates are going double, triple because a lot of them are getting sucked into data center. Some people are like, oh, you're going to take away jobs. No, we're adding jobs, right? We're adding jobs around a new category called limited energy systems. So a lot of benefits for fault managed power. I think sky's the limit. But we can't do it alone. One of the things, if you've been following along, is we've been adding engineering alliance partners, technology partners to these ecosystems so that as this technology grows, the ecosystems and environments in which it's going to plug into are interoperable. They work. They've been validated. They've been tested. So I'm very excited this week to announce engineering alliance partnerships with Eaton, Vertiv, MHT, low or limited energy testing labs, and what am I missing? This is my brain on. Oh, and Ada. Yes, thank you. What's exciting about all this, again, it's very hard. The lines are getting blurred. Like which ones are for campus? Which ones are for data center? All these lines are getting blurred. When you talk power and cooling, we need efficiency in these systems in every environment. Also, let's make it real. Wherever you are in the world, Panduit and Cisco have come together with Panduit Fault Managed Power solutions today, right? Cisco has not announced yet a Fault Managed Power portfolio, but Panduit is not only announcing a new extension of their FMP portfolio. These are UL certified devices, and these are the 20 plus and growing locations around the world where we have these deployments in innovation centers, demo spaces, and real live environments. So it's super exciting. You saw it here at 20. I hope next year this number is more than double, but we are definitely off to those races. The other piece I want to bring you to is, every time you come to a Cisco Live, you are making the sacrifice of time. You are using a lot of energy to run around every 30 minutes to do all the meetings and learn as much as you can. Every time I get on a stage, I endeavor to do two things. One, I hope you can walk away having learned something new. And two, I hope you walk away being able to apply that something new to something you're already doing. These 3 papers, some of them have been around for a little while, some of them are relatively newer, are trying to do that. Bring together all of the material in one place so you can take this back and bring all the people who were not able to come to Cisco Live or not able to be in all of your conversations and to start sharing that knowledge and that education. Because minds change, decisions change when you have new data and new innovation and new data come together and really exciting things happen. I hope the rest of your Cisco Live takes you to a lot of different demonstrations. Last but not least, there's this continuation of education with Cisco Learning. At Cisco Learning, also announced this week, Energy Networking Systems and Panduit Fault Managed Power are releasing brand new content with a badge that we are giving away for free. So knowledge is power. I hope all of you have a great Cisco Live. Thank you so much for being here.
All right, welcome back to the Cisco TV broadcast studio. So glad to have you here with us on the live stream. I'm Steve Moulter. We have just come out of another fantastic center stage session with the fabulous Denise Lee, our VP of Energy Networking Systems. Denise always brings such great energy and dynamic and that phenomenal content. She was joined by Ben Patterson, Technology and Smart Building Leader at Workday. We just heard why the future of energy is not just about keeping the lights on. It is about architecting the foundation to empower your business to scale at machine speed and then to do it without any limits, which is so important. We got a great look inside energy networking systems and the way that they're future-proofing your buildings and your grids and your networks and your data centers, not just for today, but also getting you set up to be in charge of the breakthroughs that you're facing tomorrow. We saw a Cisco customer. Workday is leveraging our innovations to drive more radical efficiency across their IT infrastructure. Everything from the edge to the data center core. We saw how they went from operational necessity to having that strategic competitive advantage. This is what you are looking to do. This is why you come to Cisco Live. This is what you're looking to learn while you're here at the conference. Everything from the keynotes that kick off day 1 and day 2, all of that deep dive content that we hear from Chuck and from G2 and from Alex and from the rest of the team, that's what you're coming here for, and that's what you get in these center stage sessions as well. Big message starts out in the keynote space, and then it all trickles down to what we hear across the world of solutions, out in the Cisco showcase, and then out in center stage, where all of a sudden we get concrete, we get actionable with these capabilities and with these details, right? That's what your organization really needs. In just a moment, we're going to head back out into the center stage area. Z is just looking, I can see up here on my monitor, is looking to catch Denise as she removes her headset and her microphone and works her way up. This is why I love seeing, this is the backstage action. You don't get to see this out on the broadcast, but I'm literally watching the show taking place back over here. It's almost as exciting as what happens up in the keynote and in the center stage spaces. Remember, please keep reaching out to us on social media using hashtag Cisco Live. We want to hear from all of you. We want your commentary, and it looks like we're kind of set up and ready to go here. They're just taking a little moment to coalesce with one another. You know what, Z, I'm going to send it back over to you because you've got Denise now, and I want to maximize your time with her. Take it away, my friend.
Thank you so much, Steve. I am super excited to be standing next to this amazing human. Denise, it's been a while since we had a chance to talk, but I just want to get your perspective. You know, there's been so many things that have changed over the last year. Can you just speak to, in terms of energy consumption, what is the business imperative for companies and organizations to change their infrastructure to accommodate and to support the new AI and what's going on in that front?
Well, you know, you sort of answered your own question, which is, this change is so constant, right? The thing that is so imperative for all business leaders, investors, policymakers to be paying attention to is sometimes you have to slow down to speed up. Right, and what that means is there is new technology, there is new innovation, and if you don't understand how all the implications are going to snap together and turn on before you try to turn it on, you'll really break some things. And we're starting to see that with a lot of investors, like, we're going to go build these 10 new data centers. They buy up all the land and they realize, oh wait, I can't get power to that location for 10 years. Now what do I do?
Wow.
Right? So I think the imperative is slow down, learn, get educated on all the different pieces that need to come together, architect from the beginning, so we can build better, like more resilient future.
I love it. I love it, Denise. You know, I'm one who's notorious for breaking things, but what is Cisco doing to invest into innovation to address the energy consumption? You know, the issues that we all are seeing on the news with data center growth and smart building modernization. What are we doing as an organization, as a company, to address that?
Yeah, 3 words: energy networking systems. Right? We're not an energy company, we're a networking company, but we're bringing energy into that equation, right? People may not remember, but Power over Ethernet was born here 20 plus years ago. And the amount of power that we're networking already with Power over Ethernet is equivalent to many, many nuclear power stations. Like, it's not small. And so we're continuing to push the envelope with that. And the system side of energy networking systems is the cooling part, right? We need to bring power and cooling together. Everything in our portfolio requires some power, and that power heats things up and requires some cooling. So we just need to be more thoughtful about how we invest in that. how we move in research and development, how we move in thought leadership. And the bigger part is how do we bring in an ecosystem of partners that are going to build that together with us, because we don't build everything, right? We have a really big portfolio, but we don't build everything. So we need to make sure that we're architecting and engineering with a really great set of partners.
Wow, and we are the one to partner with. Absolutely, we are.
Yeah.
You talked about the new power distribution technologies, specifically fault managed power. How do you see this new technology driving down energy consumption, costs? How do you see it working and playing into that?
First of all, I want to give you a big hug for saying that correctly. It's a mouthful. But in the industry code, it is fault managed power, right? And it is driving, so for those who don't know, it's touch safe power up to 450 volt DC, which traditionally kills you, right? It's in arc flash forms, everything tenses up in your muscles, and it causes that cardiac arrest. So this is very dangerous power. We're talking very dangerous stuff. And fault managed power makes it safe up to 450 volt. And so what we're doing is we're partnering with partners like Panduit right now to bring this technology to market faster. We're working on our own portfolio. We've got loads and loads of patents in it. And it's so fun working and engineering with so many of our, disciplines across all of engineering to make this a reality.
Oh my goodness, Denise. I got one more question for you.
Yeah.
What keeps you up at night?
My kids. Honestly, at night, I'll go back to where I started, which is like, I try to slow down and rest so that I can get ready to get at it the next day. The thing that keeps me up is there's no shortage of problems to solve. I actually really enjoy solving problems, but you cannot do any of that without a really good night's sleep. So I don't stay up at night. I try to get myself to bed and recharge for what's next, because we are living in one of the most interesting times in history.
Yeah.
And technology is really at the center of that, and I think we have a really big responsibility to do it responsibly. And so, yeah, that's it in a nutshell.
You're going to have to share with me your sleeping tips, because I have been staying awake at night, so I need some tips and tricks.
Let's do it.
You know what? We're going to go head back over to you. Thank you so much, Denise, for your time. I know you're super busy, but thank you for pausing and having a moment to talk with those who are watching us by live stream on our broadcast. Thank you so much. Have a great rest of your day.
Thanks so much.
Steve, back over to you.
All right, thanks so much, Z, and our thanks to Denise as well for giving us that time. And I'm so glad that she brought up that evolution. When we look back at what PoE meant and the conversations we were having literally 2 decades ago here at Cisco Live, and all of a sudden here we are now. We're in this entirely new territory that Denise and her team are making happen, which is so cool. For those of you who have gotten to know me over the years, you've heard me talk on this program again and again and again about the power of partnership. I hammer it home again and again and again, and I've always said that Cisco never acts in a bubble. We're not an island. We do what we do because of our phenomenal partnerships all around the world. One of the core proof points of that is our Cisco Partner Innovation Challenge. This is an annual competition. It invites Cisco's global partner ecosystem, our developers, our engineers, our ISVs, to build phenomenal groundbreaking software and API-driven solutions, real-world applications that all go on AI and then runs on top of the Cisco platform. So Alex Pujol is here in studio with us, and Alex brought along a rock star crew here, and I'm going to let him introduce that. So Alex, let's send it over to you.
Yes, rock stars indeed. So hello to my fellow innovators out there. Welcome to Cisco Live. My name's Alex Pujol. I am the engineering leader for the partner organization here at Cisco. And so I'm joined by my good friends, Mr. Tim Coogan, Senior Vice President of Global Partner Sales, and my boss, so be very nice. And Mr. Brian Tippins, our Chief Social Impact and Sustainability Officer. Right. How you guys doing?
Doing great.
Yes.
Good to be here.
Yes. So we're here to talk about the 9th annual Partner Innovation Challenge. We just launched this thing. We've got about $1 million cash at stake, but it's not about the money, it's about the bragging rights, it's about the innovation. And so, look, we have, over the course of the program itself, we've delivered over about $5 million worth of prizes. Over about 400 team submissions have come from our partner community. This isn't something you can knock out over the course of a weekend. You're literally building new capabilities, new technologies. This takes months, if not years. The program's been running across 96 countries, so it is a global effort. We know that our partners absolutely love it, but this year feels a little bit different. Yeah. Tim, any thoughts?
Well, it feels different because we all know that nearly 90% of our revenue flows through the partner ecosystem, but I would argue that nearly 100% of the innovation and the value that comes from that ecosystem starts in things like this Partner Innovation Challenge.
Yeah.
And it's a signal for where the market wants to take us next. So it's not just about revenue, it's about the value that we get from all the products that we build.
Absolutely. Brian?
So you both talked about innovation, which is incredibly important, but beyond innovation, it's also about impact. And we see that innovation creating impact in really meaningful ways. Our partners are using technology in ways that solve real-world challenges, help underrepresented communities, fight the issues that we're all dealing with today. And so there's this marriage between innovation and impact, which is really important.
I feel the same way. It's like innovation without purpose. It's just busy work.
I agree.
And so it's great to see what our partners have done. Yeah. So, like I said, it's the 9th annual, so we've been running this for a while. Last year was fantastic. We had some really, really good numbers. We had a 40% jump in submissions. About 80% of all of the submissions were actually AI related. That was from 27% the previous year. So evidently AI is important. People are excited about that. We had participants from about 26 countries, and it was really exciting to see the integration across not just hardware, software, but like I said, AI, and then many of the really cool sustainability use cases. So in terms of last year, what stood out to you, Tim?
Well, I think what stood out is that we see growth, that we see AI as a fundamental shift in the way our partners are thinking because they're listening to our customers. So what I love is that when a partner sees what we've built, they can bring it to life through innovation. And I think that's really what stands out. It's not just a product, it's the platform by which we can drive real value for our customers.
Absolutely. Brian?
So the numbers that you talked about are incredibly impressive. I think when you tie that to the scale and the impact and the depth of the solutions that our partners were coming up with, you're leveraging AI, as you mentioned, to do things like help youth who are suffering mental health crisis, or take excess renewable energy to use for AI compute, right? These real world applications of innovating for impact is incredibly impressive.
Yeah, it's ridiculous to be on the judging panel.
Yeah, I can imagine.
It's gotta be tough. So many great cases. And, you know, partners have heard me say it all the time. It's, you know, as a vendor, one of our responsibilities is to supply the paint, but it's really up to the partner to paint the Monet. And we see just absolutely amazing things every single year. So what's new for 2026? Tim, any thoughts?
So, I mean, I think what's new is not just the cash. Don't get me wrong. That's a fun, exciting way to really see the fruitful, you know, kind of culmination of your effort. Right. But what's really different this year is that we're going to give main stage visibility to the winners. We're going to really expose the entire ecosystem to the innovation that comes out of the challenge.
Absolutely. You know, the other thing too, this year, and this is by popular demand for partners, is we've included Splunk in the challenge. Yeah. There's so much of what we're building and so much of what we're asking our partners to innovate on, which is Splunk as a data platform. And so we've added that in. There's a $200,000 cash prize, even though the cash doesn't matter. Yeah. There's a cash prize for that, which is really exciting. And that's open to all partners, like whether you have a full-blown mature Splunk practice or you're just now getting into it. Another really cool call out, and this is something that we've had for years, is that in APJC, we run local competitions. Right. So I know we're here in the US, but at the country level, all the way up to the theater level in APJC, they can win. And the winners in APJC actually get a fast track to the grand prize consideration where we announce at Partner Summit. So, Brian, any thoughts for you on next year? On this
I think something to think about this year is first these 4 categories, right? It's about community resilience, energy sustainability, our people, and responsible innovation, but also important to mention that there's not a distinct disjunction between innovation and impact. We don't separate them in terms of the judging. You can have a solution that's very technically proficient, very focused on the technology, but also both based on the impact as well. And so encourage folks to like lean in on being creative in those spaces.
Yeah. I think you hit on something that I get partners ask me all the time, like what's the judging criteria? Is it purely technical? It's technical. There's also like, what's the business applicability? It's no good if we can innovate and build something that nobody uses. And so really, really interesting stuff. So to close it out here, look, submissions are open now. Competition's going to close on September 4th, and we are going to be announcing winners some form or fashion main stage at Partner Summit. I'm really, really excited about that. Again, this is open to everybody. So if you're wondering, oh, maybe I don't have the right specializations, or I don't have this, or I don't, it's open to anybody. We want to see innovation from literally every part of the globe, from every single partner. If you need more information, it's pretty simple. Just go to CiscoPartnerInnovationChallenge.com, or you can send an email to partnerinnovationchallenge@cisco.com. Few closing thoughts, guys. Tim, we'll go to you, then Brian.
I'm going to steal your line, Brian, because innovation without impact, I'll use the busy work, Alex, innovation should lead to impact, and I think that's what's really exciting as the PIC really evolves. It shows us, gives us a lens into the real business challenges that we can solve, the real community challenges. And so main stage, visibility, executive sponsorship, co-investment, I think that's really key. And I think what we see here is partners that lead this challenge will lead us not just now, but for the next decade. And I think that's really exciting.
Absolutely.
I completely agree. I would just add that in the same way we rely on our partners for business success, we rely on our partners to extend our impact in the communities where we live and work around the globe. And so we should be thinking not just about a challenge, but the impact we can drive 365 days a year through our partner relationships. And so I'm super excited about it.
Yeah. Awesome. Thanks, guys, for joining me. It's going to be a great year.
Yeah.
Congratulations and good luck, partners.
All right, Alex, thank you so much. We appreciate you hosting the conversation. To Brian, to Tim as well. Cisco Partner Innovation Challenge has become such an impressive driver as we craft the critical infrastructure for our AI future. Great to get that insight from the guys. As Alex just said, painting the Monet. It's how we put the pieces together, step back and see the beautiful picture. I want to make a very quick transition at this point to something that is incredibly important to me, to all of us here at Cisco, something that we talk about so often, and that is social impact. What does social impact mean to us? It is our philanthropic and community resilience arm. We are leveraging our technology, our funding, our employee expertise so that we can address global challenges to promote a healthy planet. How can we empower underserved communities? And we do this in a number of different areas, in a number of different sectors. So, digital skills and education, and we look at crisis response, and we look at economic empowerment, climate resilience. Social impact is incredibly important, as I said, to everybody who is part of the Cisco community, the Cisco family. Take a look and let's see exactly why.
At Cisco Live, innovation isn't the only thing bringing people together. Every year, attendees can participate in local activities to support their local communities, doing hands-on activities that create real-world impact. You need to be here. Whether it's a few minutes between sessions or a dedicated stop during the day, attendees are finding meaningful ways to give back. This week, they're helping combat food insecurity, supporting members experiencing homelessness, packing supplies for local students, and assembling STEM kits for future innovators. It's not just about giving back, it's also about coming together. The Social Hub is where connections happen, stories are shared, and the Cisco Live community comes to life. One community, one event. Thousands of small actions that add up to something much bigger. That's Cisco Live.
So there you go, yet one more reason to be here in the room with us, to be at the next Cisco Live in your region, whatever it happens to be, to help give back and be a part of this community in an active way. I just love that story, and we're going to keep coming back to it again and again here throughout the course of the week. As I keep saying, Cisco sees this world of equitable and resilient and empowered communities where everybody gets the chance to reach their full community, really thrive, and that's why we partner with all these incredible organizations across every continent, so we can create and scale innovative digital solutions to promote that healthier planet concept. How do we advance the well-being and the self-reliance of underserved communities? Social impact at Cisco, it's inseparable. Part of the same. I just looked over here into my live feed, into the monitor. I see that Rob somehow managed to grab Eric Magnuson again, and I never want to miss an opportunity to hear from Eric because he is so brilliant. He's such a great storyteller for the brand. What are you two chatting about out there?
Well, first I was going to chime in on the fact you said the room where it happens, and I'm like, every time I hear that, doesn't your head go somewhere? Like, you're a musical theater guy. Either way. Fun stuff. Thank you, Steve. Yes, I've got Eric here. Eric, oh my God, it's so good to see you again.
Great to see you, Rob.
So you've been all over the show floor.
Of course.
I appreciate the time, by the way. I called you last week. I said, can you give me an inside edge on the messaging you're developing? Because this is the messaging guy. What we have not talked to him about is future-proof workplaces. And you've heard bits and pieces of this throughout certainly the keynote, and of course, hopefully it's part of everyone's presentation because it's a key pillar in what Cisco's both accomplishing and working towards. How do you define future-proof workplaces?
Well, it's a great question, Rob, because Cisco, because we are this critical infrastructure for the AI era, one of the great places where that comes to life here is in the future-proofed workplace outcome that we provide to customers. And what does that mean, future-proof workplace? This kind of sounds like an oxymoron, right? Well, what we can do for customers today is set them up with the foundation of secure networking, protection for AI and human workforces, collaboration and smart spaces that can really transform how an organization approaches the challenges they're facing today. Because we know that most customers tackle all of those topics as silos, right? And so then they have to stitch it all together, and the humans become the integration layer. What Cisco has developed now is this future-proof workplace outcome that brings it all together, gets rid of all that complexity, and enables totally new ways of working along with agents and as well as with your fellow humans. So it's really a pretty radical transformation. Yeah. And when you step into one of these future-proof workplace offices, like we have in New York City or Santana Row around here, it is just, you can't even really put it into words how it feels different. The lights all turn on, the air conditioning adapts itself, everything is a sensor, everything knows who's in the room, how many people are in there, what conference you're supposed to be joining, and it all happens pretty magically. In fact, the last time I was in our Santana Row office in San Jose, they were testing robot dogs that are going to guide people to their conference rooms in the near future. Oh, so talk about future-proof workplaces, robots guiding you to your conference room, sounds pretty cool to me.
I remember doing some stuff for WebEx, and we were in one of the buildings that has a bunch of different WebEx stuff in various dimensions and such, and you walk by, and of course they've got presence sensors and things, and it was kind of crazy at first, because you'd walk by what appeared to be an empty office, and things were snapping on around us. Absolutely. No one has it deployed quite back-to-back like we do in that area for obvious reasons. Yep. But I do want to talk about, a lot of what you talk about is not about forklifting out old technology saying, yeah, Cisco's telling me all this stuff doesn't work for me anymore, but this is about leveraging previous investments as well as making sure that what you are buying into now is set to match up with the platform vision that you've been enunciating here, correct?
100%. One of the great examples of that is how we've deployed zero trust access across all of our products, and what we're doing now is taking that same concept, giving every person an identity that has just the right amount of permissions to get their job done, and we're expanding that to the agentic workforce. So not only can you make sure that your agents know exactly where they're going, what they're doing, but you can give them guardrails. As you heard G2 say this morning, agents are kind of like teenagers, right? They're really, really smart, they don't have a whole lot of common sense, and you kind of need to give them guardrails to make sure that they don't go flying off into, driving the car off into a ditch somewhere. So I think that's a really cool analogy for how we're really helping the world transform how work gets done, anywhere it gets done, with these future-proof workplace outcomes that, like I said, span secure networking, collaboration, and all the way down to the smart spaces, where I'll tell you a funny story. I was late to an analyst meeting where we were talking collaboration stuff, and I used the Smart Spaces app that actually physically guides you through the convention center. It says, oh, turn left in 200 feet, right? So no longer are people going to get lost going to where they're going, because we have these capabilities built in with the Wi-Fi 7 access points and that intuitive indoor wayfinding, which is just like a whole nother game changer for industries across the spectrum, from retail to finance to manufacturing. It can really transform how a lot of different customers do business.
Yeah, and it's amazing too, because when you look at what we're doing here in future-proof workplaces, the way I contrast it, say, with, because we certainly have had plenty of focus in the industry at large on GPUs, the data center, and that's important, and that's all part of it, but that's creating something that we then, when we need to execute on it, it's going to happen in the branch, the campus, the WAN, and the tools that have been brought together here, especially with the announcement on cloud control. Now we're kind of eliminating that swivel chair, which I think is not just about something we've talked about for years and finally executing on, and I say that with all due respect. Of course. Because I think the time calls for it, but I'm encouraged by what a competitive moat this is for Cisco in being able to say, well, we've got to have that same type of real-time capabilities, which means that Splunk, as our data substrate, has to stretch across all those kind of restricted domains, regardless of the customer's organization. You guys are pulling that off. I really like where that's going.
I'm glad to hear you say we are, because we definitely are, right? The platform advantage that Cisco brings to bear from our full stack innovation with the infrastructure from the silicon all the way to the cloud, combined, like you said, with the Cisco data fabric, where all of that signal can be reasoned and processed over, and then you can bring it into action with Cisco Cloud Control and all of those agentic ops to make sure you're managing all of your Cisco investments and beyond, as you heard in the keynote this morning, where we're going to have, I think G2 said, 52 partners built into Cloud Control out of the gate, which starts to make it so that it's not just, Cisco is for Cisco, which is what we hear from customers a lot, right? Oh, your stuff all works together. And now it goes beyond and works with all the third-party solutions as well. One of my favorite examples that we hear from customers all the time is, okay, so if I want to build this future-proof workplace, do I have to use WebEx? And the answer is no. Our collaboration devices can work across different collaboration suites, from Teams to Google. It doesn't really matter. So we're both offering customers that tightly integrated solution and the loosely coupled open ecosystem, which we know is important because nobody wants to go out ripping and replacing stuff that's working for them. And so we can build it all together and offer that platform advantage for customers and give them that future-proof workplace experience that your employees and your customers will never want to go back from once they've had it. We have a new term where you have to earn every commute, right? Where organizations are trying to get folks to come back into the office. And with these future-proof workplaces, you can really earn every commute to make sure that people want to come into the office, because we know that that kind of collaboration with both agents and humans is a whole new ballgame.
I'm like, how do I get a word in with you?
No, you can't.
And I don't mean that in a bad way. I'm like, this is such good stuff, and you've
soapbox,
got it down. No, I love it. We're going to take away his microphone in a minute if it wasn't such good stuff.
That seems
This
fair.
is awesome, Eric. Thank you so much. Get over here to Future-Proof Workplaces. Steve, I know you've been here, but we'll go back to you now.
Yeah, thank you so much. As you just said, Eric is just so amazing at bringing it down to the human level where everybody understands exactly why the capability or why the technology matters to them. He makes it meaningful in such an astonishing way. I just want to give him the microphone forever. Thank you so much, Eric. We'll keep catching up with you. One of the hotspots here on the show floor, we're going to go back to social impact just a little bit. Zonafia Williams is hanging out in what I call her happy place right about now. She's over in the Purpose Pavilion. I'm going to get out of the way. Z, what do you got going on? I know you love this. This is your territory.
Steve, this is the heartbeat of this whole event from my perspective. I tell you, we're over here at the Purpose Pavilion where, you know what, it showcases our corporate mission, and that's to power an inclusive future for all. I mean, from sustainability, crisis response, digital equity. I tell you, we have a dedicated theater right behind me. If you can catch that. So many things are going on in this space. There's interactive exhibits, and I'm at the Circular Transformation Activation, and I'm here with my friend Tom, and he's going to talk a little bit about what we're doing in the area of sustainability. Tom, welcome to our show.
Thank you.
Talk to our viewers a little bit about what we're doing over here.
Yeah, this is really a showcase of the journey we've been on over the last 7 years towards a more circular future. We started with the core principles behind circularity: material use, standardization and modularity, packaging and accessories, smart energy consumption, and design for disassembly and reuse. All of these products showcase the work of thousands of engineers and professionals across the company to sort of get towards that future. This unified edge is a great example of a way a product is designed to be easily disassembled and reused. You don't need any tools to take it apart. It's modular. It can be upgraded in the field. The IP phone's a great example of a use of recycled materials. 74% post-consumer recycled plastic. It also has a smart energy consumption mode where it can use low power, up to 99% less in deep sleep mode. This IoT switch is a great example of a change we've made around surface finishes. We used to paint our devices. This is now anodized aluminum. It uses no VOCs, it's much better for the environment, and it looks nice. The packaging also completely changed. We used to use a lot of foam at Cisco. I made this as an F for a reason. Foam is bad, it gets a failing grade. We're making changes to things like thermoform plastic. These are made from recycled laundry detergent bottles, are fully recyclable, and nest like Russian dolls for easy stacking. A lot of our other switches are moving towards regenerative materials, like cardboard fiber, like this. Biodegradable, much better for the environment. Even things like this room bar, which has a fabric cover, is made from recycled t-shirt fibers. This 3850 smart switch is a great example of modularity, smart material usage, and even lightweighting techniques to make the product lighter and use 20% less weight.
Wow, Tom, this is exciting. I love this. You know what, Steve? Tom has done such a spectacular job of and this is just like a smidge of what we do as a company, and it's so important to our customers. You know, with resource scarcity, it's important that we be sustainable in all aspects of the business, and I am super excited that you took the time to share with us, share with our viewers what we're doing. I tell you, if you're not here, you need to be here to see this in action, to actually touch and feel and see all that Cisco is doing on this front. Steve, back over to you in the studio.
Well said, Z. Yet again, another another reason why it's important to be here at the conference, so you can see this stuff eyes on, firsthand talk with guys like Tom about things like modular circularity and why we are in fact powered by purpose. Incredible smart energy consumption, technology recycling, more environmental build and packaging, regenerative biodegradable materials. Who thinks about these things? Cisco does. Again, it's part of social responsibility and very, very exciting stuff. At this point, we are getting ready to head back out to center stage across the way over in the walls, and this time we're going to hear about a quantum leap in networking. This is Cisco's blueprint for tomorrow's infrastructure. We have got Ramana Kampala on deck, Cisco Fellow and Head of Cisco Research. Quantum networking is such a big topic here at the show. Chuck had a lot to say about quantum in the opening keynote just this morning, which feels like days ago. Quantum is not just this distant concept, it is a transformative technology that's reshaping the future of enterprise infrastructure. So what we're about to see are the different ways that quantum networking is going to unlock unprecedented computational power, better security capabilities. You will hear some real world advancements, including our groundbreaking quantum network entanglement chip and our network-aware quantum compiler, leading the way for more scalable, better quantum systems. We're super excited. We're going to send it out to Ramana out in center stage, and away we go.
Is a quantum leap in networking, Cisco's blueprint for tomorrow's infrastructure. Please welcome our speaker to the stage.
All right, I'm super excited to actually be here to talk about quantum networking today. A warm welcome to all of you folks. So my name is Ramana Kampala. I am a Cisco Fellow and Head of Cisco Research. While I have the privilege of standing here and talking to you about some of the advances that we have made in quantum networking, it's really a testament to all the hard work done by the Quantum Labs team based out of Santa Monica and several engineers in the Outshift organization that have been actually making tremendous contributions to make this all a reality for you. Okay, so I want to start off by talking a little bit about the famous quote by Nobel laureate Richard Feynman way back in 1981 when he said, nature isn't classical, right? So if you really want to solve problems which are, things like simulating nature, you really want to be resolving to quantum mechanics, right? You can't do this on classical computers. And this kind of ushered in the era of quantum computing. And for the past 40, 50 years, we've been trying to build quantum computing systems of the future. Many hard problems that are actually classically really hard to solve can be sped up with the help of a quantum computer. And that's the promise of quantum computing. And some of these problems appear in domains such as drug discovery in pharmaceutical industry, discovering new materials for let's say aerospace or what have you, financial optimization, logistics optimization, as well as some things like weather prediction. A lot of these applications can really take advantage of quantum computing so that there's some really good solutions that you can come up with quantum computers. Now, for all the promise of quantum computing, many of these applications really require order of 100,000 qubits to millions of qubits. Whereas where we are today is order of hundreds to maybe low thousands of qubits. So there is a 100x to a 1000x gap between the number of qubits that we want versus the number of qubits that we have. The one approach is to actually keep building bigger and bigger quantum computers. Of course, quantum computing vendors are basically effectively doing that, keep building bigger quantum processors. But another trick in the trade is actually to scale out, right? Instead of building one gigantic quantum computer, you can actually interconnect many of these small to medium quantum processors with the help of a quantum network. And that's the scale-out strategy that has really worked well in the classical domain. So the same idea applies to the quantum arena as well. So our goal is to build a quantum network that can interconnect large number of quantum processors together to create this distributed quantum domain, right? So where you can effectively think of it as one logical domain over which you can do your computation, much like how classical computing actually evolved. So that's really what we are after. So there's a lot of dense material in this talk, some of which I'll try to simplify, but apologies in advance if you can't completely understand all the context. But there are three main key takeaways that I would want you to walk away with. One is quantum networking can accelerate the arrival of practical quantum computing by decades, right? Compared to building a single monolithic quantum computer that is really big and powerful. The second thing is, I'll talk a little bit about this in detail, but quantum networking is fundamentally different from classical networking. And I'll show you in what ways it is different and how we actually go about building these quantum networks of the future. Third is basically that even though I said, our goal is to actually build a scale-out fabric for distributed quantum computing, quantum networking has applications that are, outside of the quantum domain. They can actually even power classical applications. And I'm going to touch upon a few classical applications that can take advantage of a quantum network. Okay, just to sort of level set and, just to sort of give you a contrast between classical networking and quantum networking, right? This is something that you're all familiar with, right? So you have a, series of switches and routers, and if let's say Alice wants to talk to Bob, right? In this case, a flag that it wants to send, right? So this flag is actually going through a sequence of switches and routers before it actually reaches Bob, right? This is the networking that we all know and love and experience day to day. Quantum networking is a little bit different. In quantum networking, what we leverage is something called the entanglement property. Okay, so in quantum networks, quantum information is not directly transported between Alice and Bob. What we do is we distribute something called an entanglement. Think of it as these two boxes that are coming in from this special node called entanglement source. And let's say Alice wants to transfer 1 qubit worth of information. The dot there is actually a qubit. And the way to do it is to actually, I'm giving you a mental model, but put it in the box, and the quantum information is actually instantaneously teleported to the other side. So the information itself is not going over the wire, right? It's actually the photons, the entangled photons are distributed over the network, but you use teleportation to transfer the quantum information from Alice to Bob. So I just want to caveat this by saying this doesn't mean that somehow you can send information faster than speed of light, because that would violate a bunch of quantum mechanics principles. So before I get myself into trouble, I want to make that very clear. The reason for that is because the collapsed state of the box and the qubit needs to be still transmitted over a classical channel so that Bob can actually recover the unknown qubit. Okay, so that's why information, while it appears like it's instantaneously getting teleported, you still need speed of light transmission to recover that information and use it for whatever purposes that you want. Okay, so with that primer, I just want to say a little bit about what it is that we are thinking about when it comes to quantum networking stack. So a simple model to think about is actually we have some hardware devices at the bottom, the quantum hardware, quantum networking hardware. We have some protocols to actually, control them, distribute entanglements and stuff like that. And then we have quantum network aware applications at the top. So in terms of devices, you have something called an entanglement source I already talked about. You have switches, measurement devices, network interface cards, the equivalent of that in the quantum realm. So in terms of the network protocols, we have something called entanglement distribution protocols, swapping, measurement, teleportation, that kind of stuff. I'm going to touch upon a little bit about how exactly you do that in a few slides. And then finally, from the application perspective, you have the quantum compiler, which is effectively a distributed quantum compiler. It takes a big computation, like in the form of a quantum circuit, distributes it across multiple quantum processors, and basically combines the results and that kind of stuff. Much like how MapReduce works, for example. In the classical domain, we have two applications. One is called quantum sync. So this is a fintech application for something called decision coordination. I'm going to again touch upon some of those details later. And then finally, something called quantum alert, which we have announced last October. And this is to detect eavesdroppers in the middle of a network on an optical fiber line, for example. Okay, so let me delve a little bit deeper into the quantum hardware announcements that we have made. So last May, we announced the entanglement source. So this entanglement source actually generates a very high rate of entangled photon pairs per second, 200 million photon pairs per second. So the way to think about one entangled photon pair is that it can be used to transfer exactly 1 qubit worth of information. So once you actually teleport using an entangled photon pair, you destroy the photons essentially, okay? So 1 photon pair can only be used to transfer 1 qubit worth of information. So the higher the rate, the larger the amount of information you can transfer using this quantum network. The second thing is it's actually operating with telco frequencies. So which means all your existing fiber, we can actually work on that to distribute entanglements, which is great because you don't need a separate parallel fiber for your quantum network. It's quite cost effective, low power consuming device, and it operates at room temperature. So when you often think about quantum, you see these big gigantic chandeliers. None of that stuff is required for the entanglement source, okay? Now, just a few weeks back, we introduced this first of its kind Cisco Universal Quantum Switch. And to me, this is one of the proudest moments for the team because, switching is such a core technology for Cisco. I mean, you've seen Chuck in his keynote talk about the wonderful romantic story of Stanford professors, trying to interconnect between two different networks as the foundation for Cisco. So this is kind of that pivoting moment for quantum networking. And I'm so excited to actually show you, not just talk about it. I have it in my pocket. It's a little bit of a flex moment for me because I've seen people pulling out pluggables from their pockets all the time. So this is the first time we are actually showing, at least I get a chance to pull it out of my pocket to showcase the quantum switch chip. It's actually tiny, very, very small, but this actually is a switch prototype that is made out of thin film lithium niobate material, and it actually does it's a universal quantum switch because of a bunch of properties, but this is a tiny prototype that we have in the lab working. And if you're interested, you can actually visit our booth just behind, where there's a bunch of people who can explain all the cool things that this chip can actually do. So, okay, so let's talk about what this switch can do. So number one, it is meant to connect quantum computers at scale. That is the foundational element of building a quantum network, right? And this means you can switch between any arbitrary pair of nodes out of a fabric built from this switch, okay? The second thing it does, and which is where the word universality comes from, is that it actually switches between different modalities. So now I've shown some modalities here, right? in terms of quantum computing modalities. You have superconducting, you have neutral atom technology, you have ion traps, you have photonics, right? All these different types of quantum computers that can use different encoding modalities. So quantum information is encoded in the form of either polarization of a photon, think axes of the polarization, then time bin. So if you think of time as slotted, it's a superposition of zeros and ones. So you can think of it as either it's in this slot or the next slot. Frequency bin, which is two different frequencies, and so on and so forth. The superposition phenomenon associated with quantum information needs to be encoded in some form or the other. And typically, a lot of these different modalities of quantum computers that are out there have preference towards specific types of encoding. So what the Cisco Universal Quantum Switch does is to actually not just is compatible with all these different modalities, but even switch between them. So that's why it's universal. And that's actually pretty powerful, because if we envision the world to be, a data center of the future, maybe we'll have different types of quantum computers out there. We are, building the switch and fabric in order to actually interconnect all of them, not just any one type. So that's the conversion that is happening between arbitrary, modalities. So you can actually interconnect any port to any port and also convert the encoding modality. The third thing is, distributed quantum sensing is an application that is also one of the potential applications. So you can connect multiple quantum sensors using this kind of a fabric. And the use case is basically to bring quantum sensed information using a quantum network to a quantum data center for processing. Otherwise, you will lose the advantage of having quantum sensing in the first place. So quantum network and the switch can actually help with that as well. And finally, it actually allows you to share expensive quantum resources. Okay, so if you think about it, in a data center, in a quantum data center, you have things like entanglement source I talked about. You have something called photon detectors, which are these single photons that emerge, right? So you have to detect the presence of these single photons. And photon detectors are smallish cryo chambers where you are keeping the superconducting nanowire single photon detectors at a very low temperature. So these are expensive to maintain, bulky stuff. So you can share using the switch. And that's actually leads to operational simplicity. And it's a very powerful and important aspect of scaling your quantum networking infrastructure. So just to summarize, right, our Cisco Universal Quantum Switch provides you this entanglement switching. It preserves quantum information. That is why you can't actually use any off-the-shelf optical switch that is out there, messes with fragile quantum states. It converts across different modalities, which is actually critical for you to be able to support heterogeneous quantum computing architectures out there. It's got very high performance in terms of switching. It actually takes about a nanosecond to switch between ports. So that means you can actually arbitrarily reconfigure your network pretty effectively and fast. Very low power and operationally quite simple, because you have room temperature, operating at telecom frequencies, all the good stuff. Okay. Now we take this switch and try to put together a model for how your data center of the future looks like. So as I mentioned, we want to be sharing these resources, Bell state measurement devices, entanglement sources, photon detectors, and also the heterogeneous quantum computers at the bottom. Okay, this becomes a little bit of a pod that you can think of, and this is a smallish representation of that pod. Okay, and now you can have multiple pods interconnected through various layers of switching. So you actually form your data center topology out of these series of switches, just like how you have your conventional data centers, built. Okay, so I jump into the entanglement protocols. So entanglement is about about entangling two qubits, one on processor 1 and another on processor 2. Okay, so in this particular case, the entanglement protocol is trying to basically entangle qubits between these two quantum processors. So the way it works is a laser emits a photon on the qubit, matter qubit, which emits a flying photon onto the other side, which then interacts with the matter qubit there and then gets detected at the photon detector. Okay, so that completes the loop. That actually ensures that these two guys get entangled. Okay, so this is the emitter-scatterer protocol, because one side is emitting the photon and the other one is scattering the photon and absorbing the quantum state. Okay. By the way, the details are actually present in the archive papers, so please feel free to, if you really are interested in understanding the guts of it, please feel free to take a look at them. So then there are other types of protocols, like a couple more. One is, it's called emitter-emitter protocol. So in this case, both sides are emitting photons that get entangled at the Bell state measurement device. So in this case, see, the flying photons are actually going to the BSM, and that's how the matter qubits are getting entangled. And finally, we have the scatter-scatter protocol, which leverages the quantum source on the left and quantum source on the right, and you have two levels of entanglement happening, one at the BSM and one at the individual matter qubits. Okay, so this actually is a transitive entanglement that leads to end-to-end entanglement at the end of the day. So these are various ways, protocols that you can use to actually drive end-to-end entanglement between quantum processors. Okay, we've talked about the distributed quantum computing compiler last year in October. And so the idea is basically that if you have a large quantum circuit and a topology, the compiler takes this, partitions it into individual pieces, maps it to qubits. It does something called error correction, which is basically to make sure that errors are not propagating too far out. And then protocols, algorithms, and then affect the changes onto the network. So this whole life cycle is managed by this compiler. We have actually outlined a bunch of details around this for folks to take a look at. So yeah, the QR code leads you to the resources behind this. I'll spend a little bit of time on error correction because it's an important topic. If you look at individual quantum computers, they all focus on building something called fault-tolerant qubits, which are basically, errors are part of nature. I mean, errors do happen, right? You have to recover from them. So the way to do that is basically using error correction. The idea is each qubit is encoded into a logical group of qubits that are basically, in the same state. And while doing some operations, if let's say one qubit loses its polarization for whatever reason, right? So we can actually do a similarity check to make sure that the erroneous qubit is actually detected and actually corrected, okay, so that you don't propagate the errors too far into the circuit. The way you do it is through something called syndrome measurement, which is a non-destructive. Usually when you measure a quantum phenomenon, you collapse it down. But similarity is a non-destructive operation. So therefore, when you actually, checking for similarity across like quantum states, that does not collapse the quantum state. That's an important way to make sure that you're not, error correction should not be destroying your quantum information, right? You're using that to correct for the errors and push it to the sub-circuit downstream. While each and every quantum computer is doing that individually, when you extend this to a distributed quantum computing paradigm, you want to make sure that you do distributed error correction, which is to make sure that the network is not introducing new errors. So our compiler actually takes care of this and does distributed quantum error correction. Okay, so I promised I'm going to talk a little bit about some of the classical applications that can benefit from the presence of a quantum network. Okay, so I want to go back a little bit, right, to the two fundamental properties quantum networks actually provide. One is the entanglement, which we already talked about in detail. And the other one is something called no cloning theorem. So no cloning theorem says that you can only move quantum information, you cannot copy quantum information. Okay? This is an important theorem, and there's a reason why I brought it up here. The question here is, can classical networking applications take advantage of the presence of a quantum network? So this is an important question because, up until now, when we design classical systems, we are not thinking we have a quantum network in our backyard. Now that we are building something like this, right, it's a good thing to think about what other applications can benefit from the presence of a quantum network. And these are the two specific properties that actually offer some insight into what benefits you can have for some of the applications that I'm going to talk about. So there are 4 applications here, but I'm going to talk more about the decision coordination in eavesdropper proof security in just a bit. So decision coordination, and these have been, we've talked about this last October. We have some material on our website if you're interested in reading through. But the applications here are actually pretty diverse. They cater to different sectors, like decision coordination is a very fintech-oriented application. Eavesdropper proof security, I mean, service providers can actually leverage something like this, especially to detect eavesdroppers that are doing something like a harvest now, decrypt later type attacks, collecting all the packets and waiting for the quantum computer so that you can decrypt later. And time synchronization and secure position verification are other examples of applications that can benefit from this. Okay. On the quantum sync, right, the problem statement is this. Let's say you have 2 nodes which are separated by tens of kilometers. These are 2 trading desks effectively. And they want to take some decisions in a coordinated manner, which is, I want to buy a stock or sell a stock, B also should be doing the same in a coordinated manner. Now, one way is A decides I want to sell the stock, send a message, right, to the other side, and the other side needs to respond, take that into account and do the same action. Propagation delay, speed of light is actually an impediment here. Order of microseconds, milliseconds is too late in the fintech world, especially for high frequency trading and things like that. Enter quantum networking. You establish entangled states between A and B, and A and B are leveraging this entangled state to actually make a joint decision whether to actually sell the stock or buy the stock. And it turns out this has 10 to 15% advantage on top of any classical scheme that you can think of. The other one that I promised is the quantum alert. The idea here is you want to be able to detect if somebody is tapping into the fiber and stealing photons to recover your packets and maybe wait for a quantum computer to be invented. Turns out the no cloning theorem and entanglement actually properties come into help with this particular use case. So you have your normal classical communication at the top, the yellow photons, and then you mux the quantum photons with the yellow photons, the classical. So you're transmitting them on the same optical fiber, and these are entangled photons. So which means if you do joint measurements on both sides, they will lead to a similar bit stream, and that leads to basically they're called coincidences. And if you see a dip in the coincidences, that means somebody is absorbing the photons, and you're not able to. So that's why there's a noticeable dip in the number of coincidences. Now, an intelligent attacker can actually inject new photons, but they cannot inject entangled photons. So that will actually have this joint coincidence. That's actually what makes this foolproof against an eavesdropper. So with that, I just want to say a few things and wrap up. So number one, yes, a lot of stuff that we have done are research prototypes, a lot of lab testing, but we are also taking it out to the real world. Recently, in partnership with our partner called Connect, we have deployed the world's first, it's entanglement swapping based quantum network. It's actually, we did swapping experiments in New York over real fiber, real operational conditions, and we got much better rates than what lab results actually look like. So this is actually like we're really taking out all the technology that we have from the lab and actually deploying it in real world. And the other dimension to this is quantum computing is important for us. So, we have to partner with the right vendors, especially I talked about the fact that we are catering to heterogeneous types of quantum computers. So that's why we are very excited. I mean, we have announced the partnership with IBM last year, and a couple of months back, we announced a partnership with Atom Computing, which is a neutral atom-based technology vendor. And with them, we collaborate on various fronts, including their software stack, distributed error correction, transduction, and a whole bunch of technologies so that we can stitch all of these nodes end to end. And that's our goal. So I want to get back to the 3 key takeaways, right? So number 1, I hope you're convinced that quantum networking can accelerate the arrival of practical quantum computing by decades by using the scale-out methodology that we've used successfully in our classical infrastructure. So quantum networking is completely different from classical networking, as you have seen with the help of entanglement distribution in the source and the switch and all that stuff. And then quantum networking has many practical and commercial use cases in classical world today, just like some of the examples that I gave you. With that, I really thank you for listening in, tuning in, and really appreciate your taking your time in this session. So on Thursday, 1 p.m., Reza Nejabati has a breakout on quantum networking. I encourage you all to take a look at that session. It's going to go into deeper stuff, and hopefully it'll be interesting for you. Thank you.
All right, welcome back to the Cisco TV broadcast studio, coming to you live from Cisco Live 2026 at Mandalay Bay here in Las Vegas. And we just wrapped up another fantastic center stage session. Ramana Kampala, Cisco Fellow and Head of Cisco Research, talking about how quantum is affecting our network. It's creating the blueprint, really, for tomorrow's infrastructure. We are unlocking unprecedented computational power and security, and that's paving the way for so much more scalable distributed quantum systems, more secure communications, more advanced decision-making in the quantum era. That's what you just heard about. We partner with quantum leaders like IBM and so many others to give you that strategic edge, that advantage. Let you harness the power of distributed quantum computing. We're going to go directly back out to center stage because I can see that Michelle is caught up with Reza Nejabati, head of Cisco Quantum Labs. So Michelle, why don't I send it right back over to you?
Steve, thanks so much for sending it here. We are on the show floor with Reza, my good friend. I've gotten the opportunity to interview him last year on the show floor. Let's talk through, what are you doing this year? What all is this? Give us an overview of everything.
Great. Nice talking to you again. My name is Reza Nejabati. I lead Quantum Research Group in Cisco. We are part of the Art Chief and Strategy Group in Cisco. So what we have today, let me start a little bit of flashback for the last year. Last year you did an interview with me about what we introduced our quantum source technology. That's a room temperature chip that produces 200 million pair per second entangled photon, which is a fundamental piece of the elements for building a quantum network. But by itself, you cannot create a network, and building a network requires a fundamental element, which is the switch and router. And Cisco was pioneering the switch and router, and still is one of the pioneers, and most of the internet infrastructure is built based on the Cisco switch and router. And today, here we have our quantum switch. A quantum version of that switch, which is a fundamental piece of a technology, allows us to create a quantum network and eventually quantum internet, connecting quantum computers at the scales.
Thank you so much for that overview. We are always taking it up a level each year here at Cisco. So next question, it's going to get hard. Why is it important for the future of quantum internet to be open and interoperable?
Okay. So what does it mean, quantum internet, first of all? Quantum internet is connect quantum computers to scale them to a useful computing power, and also make them accessible at the scale to a large number of the users. That means a scalable network, a network that can connect to any quantum computer, any quantum devices, and that is enabled by our switch. So we don't know who is going to win the quantum computing technology race. At the same time, different quantum computing technology are useful for different application and algorithms. And therefore, you need, if you want to be future-proof, you need to be something that is universal, agnostic to what is connected to, and it can connect any quantum computing technology and scale them. Our switch enables that. Doesn't matter what is your quantum computing technology, what breed of the quantum material you are using to build. Is it the microwave, is it natural atom, is it charged atom? You can connect it to this switch and basically scale your quantum computing infrastructure. This is important because you can start, if you are a data center owner or data center service provider, that you need to provide quantum computing as a service in your future roadmap, then you don't need to be worried what quantum computing technology you need to select. You can just start planning your infrastructure and technology using this quantum switch and our entanglement source, and then choose whatever is best for your customers and your own strategy in terms of quantum computing technology.
What makes Cisco's approach here unique, and why are we positioned to lead our customers in this area?
Again, the uniqueness is universality. So you can create your scalable quantum network without being worried what is the end technology that's going to connect to. I mean, you can be sure that using this quantum switch and quantum networking that Cisco is building, you are able to connect any quantum computers and build your data center with a high confidence and make sure that is going to be a successful for your customers.
All right, let's leave it with this. Why should quantum matter to all of our customers today?
Okay, so I talk a lot about this quantum switch and impact of it at the scaling quantum computers. But it's important to know that quantum network is not only for scaling quantum computers. There are a lot of use cases application today can benefit from this quantum switch and quantum network that we are building. You can create a quantum security or a quantum security scheme based on the quantum network that is safe against the quantum threat. You can also use the quantum network to do application like decision coordination or synchronization beyond what is possible with the classical communication networks. You can do more exotic application, like for example, if you want to verify the position of a user and identity of a user, for example, for financial application, you can do that. So these are all applications that today you can use them, and then in future, obviously, that is needed for scaling quantum computers.
Reza, thank you again for another incredible interview. I learned so much just sitting here talking to you. Steve, back to you in the studio.
Thank you so much, Michelle. Miss you, pal. You got to get back in here. And Reza, thank you again for walking us through. Quantum is incredible power. It's that networking stack that couples foundational hardware with software prototypes. They're making large-scale quantum networks into a reality. Reza and his team are doing incredible work. The showcase is straight across from me, and we've been going to the showcase all day long. Right out in front, you can see the pillars of the showcase. I had an opportunity to walk through yesterday and really get the sense of just how huge, how overwhelming, and how many great capabilities are in the showcase. I want you to take that walk with me. Let's take a look. I would. So you got to check out what's going on behind me. This is our spectacular Cisco showcase for Cisco Live 2026 here in Las Vegas. Unbelievable space, bigger than it's ever been. This thing is massive. It is loaded with the smartest people in the industry. These are all the people that can support you from every side of your organizational need. We've got brilliant SMEs in here, great engineers and IT leaders. We've got fantastic managers and directors, all of the experts who can work side by side with you to get you right where you want to go. 100+ demos, not to mention all of our theaters, giving you so much great content throughout the day. We've got our center stage theater right back over here on this side. Back behind me are 3 Cisco Lightning Talk theaters. These are your quick hits, your 10, 15 minutes oversights, those insights into where you need to go next, what you need to do to accomplish what you are here at the conference to accomplish. So let me just kind of walk you through quickly what you're going to see back in there, just so you know all of the different options and capabilities, and we're going to bring them all to you here on the live stream. So it all kicks off right in the center. We are the critical infrastructure for the AI future. What does that mean for you specifically? It all begins with the Cisco Platform Advantage. The Platform Advantage is your edge-to-edge, literally end-to-end Cisco portfolio that puts all of the pieces together in the order that fit you best. Every investment that you make in Cisco is a build on top of an existing Cisco investment that you already have. This is not a rip and replace concept. This is the ability that every step you go, whatever you need next, we are ready to make it happen, all under the Cisco platform. It protects you across visibility, across your network, across your operations, everything fully secured. You are all set to go thanks to the platform advantage. Then, as we continue around the showcase, we've got the AI-ready data center. As you continue your build out, as you decide what your migration to the cloud looks like, what it is that you need to accomplish, what your customer expects from you, it is the AI-ready data center that brings all of those pieces together. It is the technology that assures that wherever you go next, Cisco is right there side by side with you, giving you the support, the expertise that you need, and making sure that you are ready to go at every stage. That guides you to the third pillar here in the showcase, which, right back over there, future-proofed workplace. What does that mean for you? You can't be taking any risks. You have to have extraordinary confidence in every aspect of your build-out and every dollar of your budget and how it's being spent. So, the future-proof workplace means wherever you go today, we are going to follow you tomorrow into the future. We're all on this journey together. We really do not know where AI is going to take us individually as organizations or all together as a culture, as a Cisco community, but whatever steps you have to go on with your business, the future-proof workplace makes sure that your people, your devices, all of your different locations, whether it's nationally or globally, are all doing what they need to do and are going to follow you every step of the way with every aspect of the budget. Then as we continue around the outside, all the other theaters, Cisco Insider, customer success stories, and at the heartbeat, the very center of the showcase, you've got the NOC and the SOC. The Network Operations Center, Security Operations Center, they are literally open window platforms. You can walk in the door, check them out, see exactly what it takes to build out an entire network in 1 week, and then come back and tear it all down in a day. That NOC is running every aspect of communications and network platform capabilities across everything here at Mandalay Bay. So much to see and do and check out when you are here at the show, and if you're not here at the show, make sure that you get here so you can take advantage of everything happening back in the massive Cisco showcase. So cool. I'm telling you, the space is absolutely overwhelming, and yet another example of why it is so important to be here in person to join us for a Cisco Live, and we want to see you in the future so that we can meet you in the NOC and the SOC or out in future-proofed workplaces, which is where we're going to head out right now, because Rob is out there with Grant Shirk. How are you, buddy?
Saw that. You saw that.
I
managed
did.
to track him down.
You got him.
He's very much in demand. We've pulled him back up from press and analyst briefings and such, and Grant, we talked about this a little bit, so no big surprise, but first of all, welcome.
Thank you.
Explain what you do for anybody that's not familiar with you.
So I lead the team that does product marketing for our enterprise networking products. So the routing, switching, wireless, and industrial that's featured across the future-proof workplaces section. I'd love to dabble a little bit in data center, but they don't let me touch the big iron quite yet.
Well, you got to choose a horse though, because there's so much detail, and you're like, okay, well, what are we going to do? And so you speak with customers a lot and this kind of thing, because one thing I was curious about is, sometimes an argument could be made that Cisco is creating a market versus following customer needs, and I think sometimes it's a little bit of both. But I feel like this is moving so fast. Our customers, when it comes to branch and WAN, are they seeing the effect of agentic and AI traffic already hitting their networks?
Yeah, they absolutely are seeing that impact. I think you heard the stat this morning that we are seeing up to 450% increase in network capacity, both across the wide area network as well as the campus. In many cases, we're seeing most of our customers starting to invest back in that campus and branch infrastructure to get ahead of the capacity and security
Because
challenges.
sometimes you begin to feel like, oh, this is a hyperscale story, or this is something else, but when it comes to using the things that are getting created, we're all finding various uses and it's impacting our network. But one of the things that was concerning me, because as you and I were going through this in preparation, there are so many things that maybe need a little bit more time and we're still not going to give enough. But what would you cite, I'm going to tease you on Wi-Fi 7, Wi-Fi 7, why does that matter for AI?
Well, Wi-Fi 7 matters for a number of reasons. Same survey, we're seeing that of that traffic, more than 50% of the agentic traffic is impacting the wireless clients first. We're seeing it hit the Wi-Fi 7 access point and then carrying down to the switching layer. And that's why that 10 gig uplink on the Wi-Fi 7 is so critical. But it's also, you talk about those announcements that didn't quite make the main stage, but are critically important to everyone here. Wi-Fi 7, just behind us, we introduced the CW 9177 outdoor access points. This is a series of ruggedized access points that is designed for those outdoor environments. Think about parking garages. We have a demo here based around electric charging for cars. Or even the patio at Starbucks. We had Starbucks on stage this morning. And it's that recognition that you need that critical, mission-critical connectivity in absolutely every situation.
Well, that's a big difference with Wi-Fi these days, and thinking about some of the specs for Wi-Fi that not enough people are taking advantage of, because there's an argument to be made that we've got bandwidth we never had before with MLO, the multi-link, the wider lanes, basically, the additional use of 6 megahertz, and things that, as we run out of spectrum and we need mission-critical things to succeed, because especially with AI, decisions are being made on these links at the end of that chain, so to speak,
Absolutely.
What else would you highlight as being important to understand?
Well, I'll stick with wireless. I think there's so much that we can talk about, and it's often where that modernization or refresh starts. So in addition to the outdoor capacity, these devices also incorporate an onboard ultra-reliable wireless backhaul radio, which means that not only are that great for that make before break connectivity, right? Thinking about my high-speed robotics AGVs, but it also allows me to connect unconnected spaces. If I am operating a parking garage, if I have a Quonset hut, I don't have to trench anymore. I don't have to run fiber. I can simply use my ultra-reliable wireless backhaul on board with the AP to build a point-to-point connection. And so like the cost and simplicity of driving that is awesome. And then I got one more for you.
No, please.
If that's cool.
No.
So I think you're headed over to industrial.
Pretty soon.
A little bit, So one thing you've got to check out in industrial is not just the new IR 1000 series rugged routers, these small 5-watt powered devices for enclosed spaces, but there's a new PIM module in for 5G RedCap. RedCap means reduced capacity. Many of the carriers in the United States and Europe are starting to phase out 4G LTE, which means that these critical infrastructure spaces have no wired connectivity. They need a low power.
Because 5G is a bit of a hog.
5G pulls a lot of energy, a lot of bandwidth. And so 5G RedCap allows you to connect in a future-proofed way to the networks that you have today without incurring the power hit that you're likely to have.
Well, we're going to have to run. We're going to go check out that demo in just a moment. I want to big hats off to your team pulling off. As we look across here, we talked about cloud control just being announced. Every one of the demos across, how many different screens does that potentially include, rough numbers?
In this area alone, there are roughly 80 screens, all of which are demonstrating Agentic Ops powered by cloud control in every scenario. And then if you scale that out to the on-stage demos, the PSOs, the lightning talks, it's somewhere between 180, 200 demos just for future-proof workplaces. It's a huge change for us.
Some hard-working engineers, and I love it because the results are showing. But Steve, we'll take it back to you, and then we'll check back and go look at that IoT maybe in a minute.
Rob, thank you so much. I appreciate it, buddy, and to Grant as well, who, by the way, gave me the quote of the afternoon here, which is running your network capabilities into your Quonset hut, and I think that needs to be our new, you can go ahead, you can share that over there with him, so thank you so much. I appreciate it, bud. All right, so next thing that I want to talk about here, I want to move to one of the fun activation and gamification areas that we've got here on the show floor. Activations are so fun because they allow people to actually get up and get involved. It's one of the most popular things. We've been doing it here for years, Capture the Flag. It's a hands-on experience. It uses mission-based gamified labs and computers, experts. You can build skills step by step. If you already happen to be deep in the game, you can really push those limits. Advanced challenges. We've got great missions. You've got education. You can can earn continuing education credits. So many cool things. I'm going to send it out to Michelle right now, who's in the Capture the Flag area for another interview and kind of walk us through things. Hey, Michelle.
Steve, thank you so much for bringing it over here. One of the really cool things about Cisco Live, EMEA, US, everywhere in the globe, is that we have excellent activations, we have hands-on activities, and right here, I'm at Capture the Flag. So this is a really fun thing we get to dive into. I'm with Alfredo. Please, introduce yourself. Tell us why we can get excited about this.
Hello, yeah, my name is Alfredo Bouchot. I'm one of the SE directors in Global Networking Sales. And here, you're with us at Capture the Flag, where we offer you a gamified way of learning. In opposition to you just like getting a set of instructions, what you do here is like learning to ride a bike. You get up, you ride a little bit more, you fall, and then you try again. So it is a way to experience through doing whatever you're trying to learn.
Absolutely, and it looks very popular. Can you talk about some of the customer feedback? What do people like about this?
Yeah, well, what people like is the way they engage, and at the moment, some of the most important things that we're trying to highlight is the fact that if you heard something at the keynotes or at the deep dives, you see it at the showcase, anything that is being introduced from a new product introduction is available here. Almost like 75% of all the introductions, you can actually get hands-on and experience that here at any of the missions that we have. So stuff like Cisco Cloud Control, Hybrid Mesh Firewall, all the coolness that you're hearing. So it's not about just like what we tell you, it's what actually you can experience.
So you see it come to life here, you immediately can get your hands on it to make you can bring it to your enterprise at scale, sounds like.
Yes, exactly.
Okay, talk to me about the competitive feeling here. It sounds like I was told that there's actually a ceremony tomorrow at 4 p.m. for the folks who win Capture the Flag. Talk me through that.
So it's so interesting because people come here not only to learn, but they also compete. So we have a leaderboard over here, and people see what the ranking is. We have different tracks. Partners compete against partners, customers compete against customers, and the more advanced people have expert tracks where they compete against those more advanced players. And the funny thing is that normally the people who came last year are here, and they've been here since we opened yesterday. They haven't left. We actually have a couple, husband and wife, who one is a partner, one is a customer, so they are not competing against each other, and they were some of the top winners last year. So we're so excited to see where this is going to go.
I love hearing about that engagement. It sounds like people are getting so much value out of this game, and just a fun way to learn Cisco and the one platform technology.
Yeah.
All right, one last question. How do you complete CE credits for here? How does that work?
Okay, so based on the difficulty of the missions, each of those are ranked basically, and you get from 2 credits all the way to 6 credits per mission, and those help you towards all your recertifications. So not only that, but partners get black belt points as well towards their certifications from a partner point of view.
So you guys make it easy for partners and customers alike to continue their education, to get that certification every year.
Yeah.
Alfredo, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much.
I love learning about this. You can just see everybody's having a blast back here.
Yeah.
One last question, what's your favorite game?
I think some of the security stuff is very, very cool, because our theme is AI for everyone, and a lot of these activities are related to AI, and security related to AI. So that's something very attractive.
Alfredo, thank you so much for your time. Steve, back to you.
I appreciate it, Michelle. What's really cool is when you look out and you see the scope, the size of Capture the Flag. They bring a lot of people through there throughout the course of the day. It's not just some tiny activation stuck in the corner. This is a big sit-down area, and as we just heard, people really commit to it. So thank you, Alfredo, for everything that you and your team are building out for us. We really do appreciate it. We're going to go back over to Rob right now. He's in the IoT space. We're going to take a deeper look into a new release. Is this what I hear, Rob?
Yeah, absolutely. So I never get a chance to spend enough time in the IoT space. As you and I have always joked, this is the best show and tell environment you could ever be in. And I was coming through here, and James came and introduced himself to me. He's an engineer who designed this incredible demo, and it's supporting this lightweight router. I'm going to let you describe it, but first tell us who you are and what you're responsible for, and let's get into what you did.
Great. Yeah, my name is James Labob. I'm the leader of the market development team in the Industrial IoT business unit. And what we built here is a conceptual idea on what our products are actually used in, and we go through a story about how they're used and the different use cases. So if you want to walk over this way, we can start talking about it.
You hear that, people? This is a story.
So first off, we're going to talk about the Splunk dashboard, which you see up here on the screen, and Splunk's accessible through the Cisco Cloud Control. And then what we do here, we've got 4 use cases: fault detection, distributed energy resources, substation automation, and remote pipeline. And now we're going to look at the model itself. So on the left side of the model here, I'm going to press the first button, fault detection. So you may wonder what happens when your power goes out. Sometimes a tree or an object creates a fault on the grid. When this happens, we have these little boxes. They're yellow on the model. They're called reclosers. And the reclosers have our products inside of them, which give communications to the utility HQ, which helps restore the power, but they isolate the fault. So they don't restore all of it at the same time, but they restore most of it, so you get more houses up quicker. And we have a few houses without power left on that until the fault is actually repaired.
And this is something that's been done manually historically?
Yeah, manually, or it's been done a lot of different ways, but now with our newer products, the smaller sizes allow us to go into some of those brownfield reclosers and add wireless technologies to it.
I love that, because we're certainly focused on making sure the electrical grid gets a little more attention.
Absolutely. So the second use case we're going to talk about is distributed energy resources. So I'm going to press and hold this button, and you're going to see some flashing lights over here near the yellow boxes, which are actually generators. And they're at a hospital, and then we have a data center back in the left corner. Now the product that's used for this is this little box right here. It's an IR 1101, and what we have is partners like Eaton that actually build applications that are added to our Docker container, and those applications pull data from sensors. They can take this data and dashboard it out for the owners and operators to make decisions in critical situations.
And this being an industrial IoT device,
absolutely,
these are pretty hardened.
Absolutely,
They're ready for the bad weather.
Absolutely. It's minus 40 to 70 C, no moving parts, fully industrialized, has a lot of the different certifications and shock and vibe and so forth.
Okay.
Next, we're going to talk about substation automation. So the IoT business unit builds hardened products for substations, and this is where the power gets distributed out. So the substation products are in this rack right here. We have our substation router on the bottom, and this has flexible WAN options, and it's modular, so you can get different types of technologies depending on what your needs are in that substation. And then our industrial switch on top, the IE 9320, is also substation hardened. So the final thing we're going to talk about real quick is the remote pipeline. So I'm going to push this button. See, it turns blue. I'm corresponding to this particular
so we're back on this
product.
One now.
It's the new IR 1005. This little small compact router is used in remote locations where power tends to be a premium. Okay. So it can actually be powered by solar panels. It only takes 5 watts of energy to power this guy.
Oh my gosh, so it's wireless connectivity, so you didn't have any type of wire to worry about there, but you're in some places where sometimes you cannot cable out there, but that also includes power.
That's right.
So you've got to be lower power, but as we were just talking to Grant Cherokee, he was talking about RedCap being reduced capacity, which becomes necessary to say, well, it doesn't need all that power.
And this is a 5G RedCap PIM right there that's built in.
So this you could drop in as is without having to cable, trench, all the other stuff that we enjoy doing, or at least it's kind of fun to do if you have the right tools, but that's a different story.
That's right.
What has your traffic been like here? What kind of feedback?
The traffic's been awesome. Everybody really likes the conceptual ideas to actually see where the products play. And I got one more button to push, if you don't mind.
No, God, no. I was already...
So this is our Cisco products button, and this is just to kind of show, look at all the lights across the model. Everywhere there's a light, there's a Cisco product somewhere in those locations, all the way over to the wind turbines, the solar farm, the data center, the reclosers for the grid. We even have products that actually connect at the homes, so on the industrial side.
Right. No, I love that. This is fantastic. You obviously put a lot of time and thought into how they build these stories out, because I know you guys have told these stories in various ways, but you bring out the kid in me with this kind of demonstration as well. James.
It was a pleasure.
Absolutely, thank you to you and your team pulling this off. Good stuff here, kind of at the back, the IoT area. If you're on the show floor, please don't miss a chance to come back and talk to these guys. Some awesome, incredible technologies. I wish we could show all of it. Back to you, Steve.
Truly. Thank you so much, buddy, and to James LeBob as well. By the way, Rob, if you can still hear me out there, I'm really kind of rooting for the two of you kids to get together, so then maybe your name could become Rob LeBob. We're going to talk about that later. That would be spectacular. It's late in the afternoon. That's kind of where my brain is going to at this point.
That's all right, I love the humor.
You can go ahead and let him go. Yeah, I love that model. I saw that as I was walking around yesterday throughout the showcase. It is such a thoughtful, intelligent, and accessible way to tell that particular part of the IoT story. I thought it was just great. We are going to be heading out to center stage again in the Cisco showcase in just a couple of minutes. We are going to look this time at how we're securing every single layer of the AI data center. Rick Miles is on board, VP of Product Management, Cloud and Network Security, along with Dan Wetlet, our VP of Product Management, and they're welcoming in some really cool guests from the healthcare sector. John Brow is coming in, IT Director of Network Services for Northwestern Medicine, Chicago, my hometown, along with Uzair Khan, Director of Network Services and Unified Communication at Rush University Medical Center. All right, so what are we going to dive into for the next few minutes? AI workloads running in the data center are pulling in third-party models and libraries and agents that are introducing this huge amount of risk. Security bolted on after it's not going to keep up with these kinds of demands, and it's why Cisco is using enforcement and infusing it into every layer. We're going to pull all those layers together for us. We're going to hear that story in center stage coming up just about a minute from now. Again, you want to stay with us through the end of the broadcast. We are not skipping a moment. And I always say we love bringing the stories to you here through the live stream. That's fantastic. We want to share it all with you and make sure that you don't miss out on any of it wherever you happen to be tuning in from around the world. But nothing beats being here in the room, sitting in these center stage sessions, being in the breakouts, being in the keynote spaces and getting it firsthand, being able to literally walk up and shake hands with the executive, with the director, with the developer who created the technology that is making the difference in your organization. That is what being live here at Cisco Live is all about, along with the gamifications, activations, the kinds of things that we just saw a moment ago that Rob and James were able to show us about how you can get hands-on and turn these concepts into foundational action points for you, your organizations, and for your teams. Remember to keep reaching out to us on social media using hashtag Cisco Live. We want to hear from all of you right up to the very end. You're not going to miss a moment of it. As I promised, let's head on out to center stage right now and we'll meet you right back here on the other side. Here we go.
Can't predict what your defining moments are.
All right. I think everybody can throw their headsets on. We'll get started here in a minute. All right, wonderful. So agents, models, and mayhem. Rewind 6 months ago. I mean, this problem space has been moving rapidly. We're looking at how do we secure AI models. Now I've got a list of things that if you would have said these things 6 months ago, I wouldn't have known what you meant. You're talking about rogue agents loose on a network. You're talking about glass swing, explosion and vulnerabilities. You're talking about fully agentic attacks. And that's just in the last 6 months, just how fast this is moving. Another pointed example, I was actually at a CISO summit a couple months ago, and we were talking about quantum even. And quantum, you rewind a year ago, very much key topic, still important. And one of the CISOs stopped me and he's like, this is important, I like this, but please help me. I've got 2,600 rogue agents in my environment right now. I'm not sure what I'm supposed to be doing about this. And it's moving quickly, right? It's a very challenging problem space. It's an exciting one from a technology perspective too. Now, when you're thinking about glasswing and some of the new problems that start to arise in this space too, you've got an explosion of vulnerabilities. This is a trend that has continued for some time. It's not decreasing anytime soon, but you're going to see a continued uptick in these as well. Already, you're going to be dealing with this space where, hey, a new vulnerability shows up. It takes me 9 months to patch this. Great, now you're telling me that I'm going to have thousands more vulnerabilities to deal with. That is not an easy problem. And so we're going to talk to you today about, as you think about the complex networks, as you think about how these applications themselves are changing, the AI applications, as you're thinking about the new agentic attacks, the new things that you're seeing in the threat landscape, and then how to deal with these vulnerabilities, you really need a mesh, you really need a distributed network security fabric to help you respond at machine speed, to deploy unique value at different levels. And we'll go through that through this presentation at each level from early up in the kill chain about how we're innovating and stopping blocks in the firewalling space, all the way with my friend here, Dan Wendlandt. It's going to talk about more of these distributed aspects and very unique things we can do from a vulnerability perspective and a control perspective as well. And that is hybrid mesh firewall from Cisco's perspective. It is that network security. It is that distributed network security fabric. Now, starting with the firewall. So still a critical piece of that strategy, still a critical piece that is continuing to innovate at this scale too. And a few things I like to highlight that we're doing here at Cisco is, hey, let's take those same trends in technology, let's leverage them for better inspections. Let's innovate in new, unique ways where, as you're seeing this explosion of attacks, can we actually find threats in encrypted traffic? Can we use some of these capabilities to find interesting insights, fingerprint, and do things with that? We actually we just launched announced a threat hunting service off of our firewalling capabilities. And even with our first beta customers, we picked up on a Cobalt Strike C2 beaconing and encrypted traffic with this engine in that encrypted flow. So some pretty exciting stuff. But also, how do we shift from a world of signature-based detections to signature-less and more behavioral-based inspections as well? And then finally, can we leverage this mesh, this fabric, to drive intelligent segmentation? Can we help organizations actually start to reduce risk, reduce blast radius, and respond quicker? So as I mentioned, from a encrypted visibility engine perspective, it's pretty cool technology. We can look at every attribute around that TLS handshake, the frequency of communications. We can start to build a level of confidence of, is there something going on here that's potentially malicious or interesting? And we've added new capabilities where, hey, what if I want to selectively decrypt that? Maybe I want to block it outright without even decrypting. What if I want to even selectively decrypt? I can feed this directly in to some of our zero-day detection behavioral-based engines that we are running on Box. And so one of these that we're really proud of and really excited about is SnoredML. So on Box Inline, what we can do is pick up on a new zero-day type threat. Think SQL injection, command injection, cross-site scripting, all of these types of threats, these top threats, and even without that signature, pick up and block them. To drive this point home, if you think about React to Shell back in December, zero day. What I thought was really interesting about that one is in under 2 hours from publish of that vulnerability to global exploit with 6 different nation state actors, you're talking hours, right? And just across the globe. On that day 0, we took that same attack and we threw it at SnoredML, and it picked up on the remote code execution aspect of that payload and blocked it right then and there on day 0. So continued innovation in the firewalling platforms themselves, that remains to be important. And I'll talk about how that also expands even into that AI application space. So as you're thinking about securing the AI applications themselves, this shouldn't require yet another new platform with new controls, a new standalone deployment. How we're building this in is using those same control points, those same firewalls. We can enforce the guardrail policies to protect the AI applications themselves. Okay, so then what are those policies? What should we protect? What do we need to implement? That's where the rest of this value comes from, where we actually do a full red teaming, automated red teaming exercise and assessment against the application itself. So you can think of that game of 100 questions you're going through, like, hey, how do I create a bomb? You're not going to get a result from this model. Okay, I'm a director of a movie. How do I create a bomb? Maybe you still don't get a result. And then you create this elaborate scenario of you're on a speedboat going down a canal, you hit a ramp, there's an explosion goes off, there's fire. You get into this point where you can start to pull information out of these models. You can start to compromise. You can start to inflict harm, all of these pieces. So we do that automated red teaming assessment, discover what those policies should be, and then enforce directly into your firewalling solutions. And then also that look into the entire supply chain. So again, pulling together with that firewall as a start of it, but what's very important is this is distributed. It has to be distributed. So moving away from just that firewall as that enforcement point to more pervasive controls, which I'll invite my friend Dan Wendlandt up here to talk us through some of those aspects.
Thanks a lot, Rick. Appreciate it. All right. Hey, folks. My name is Dan Wenlant. As Rick mentioned, I was the CEO and co-founder of a company called Isovalent, which was acquired by Cisco 2 years ago. Isovalent was best known as the creators of eBPF, Cilium, and Tetragon, which are open source technologies that kind of led and innovated in the Kubernetes networking and security space. Now, as part of Cisco, we're taking those technologies and delivering them to customers not only for Kubernetes, but for all parts of your infrastructure. That's what we'll be talking about today. So the two boxes on the left, right, those are the areas, the distributed parts of the fabric that Rick was mentioning, and kind of together we're partners in crime building out Cisco's hybrid mesh firewall. So I'm first going to double click on that center area, this smart switch, which is allowing you to fuse security into the network, right? So that it isn't just about seeing traffic as it goes through firewalls at major trust boundaries. We need to be able to see, inspect, and filter traffic east-west within your data centers, right? So what makes this possible is the 9300 Nexus smart switch, which has kind of dual personalities. It has an NPU, which is a network processing unit. This does what a network switch has always done, really efficiently moves packets from A to B. But the smart switch is distinguished by the fact that it also has a DPU, a data processing unit. This is a specialized and highly programmable processor, right, that can inspect packets and allow us to filter. And the combination of this, all of your, the rich networking feature sets that you expect from Silicon One and the Nexus family, together with security functionality into a single device is really a game changer. I like to tell people, attackers, AI-powered or traditional, can't reach a vulnerable workload, and they can't move laterally in your environment without using the network. So having rich telemetry into the behavior of what's happening on the network is really important. Once you understand that on the network, right, your next step is to mitigate that risk by segmenting your network. The Nexus Smart Switch has up to 800 gigabits per second of stateful layer 3, layer 4 enforcement. This allows you to do fine-grained, highly distributed segmentation without needing to send all of that traffic through a firewall. But a firewall has some things that a smart switch can't do, right? It has those rich threat services that Rick was talking about. So how can these two work together? Well, one of the very powerful things we're building is this dynamic redirect of traffic to the firewall. So you might suddenly learn, for example, that a workload has a high severity vulnerability. Now I want to see all traffic from that workload, not just the north-south traffic, but also the east-west traffic. I want that to go through those advanced threat services Rick was just talking about. The smart switch working in combination with the firewall can redirect that select traffic from that select workload at that time to the firewall for threat services. So this is a great example of that platform effect and why building this as a single fabric, as opposed to having a standalone firewall and a standalone switching fabric, can deliver kind of unparalleled security value. Another example of this value is the workload agent. This is built on that eBPF technology that we created as Isovalent. This is kind of fusing security into the workload. And why is that important? There's some context that's very important from a security perspective that just isn't possible and visible on the network, right? So when you think about it, right, security is all about defense in depth. You've got an attacker. Ideally, they have to get through your firewall, right? They have to get through your network. How do we do protection in the workload and make that part of the fabric? Well, this is where eBPF comes in. eBPF is a safe way to extend your kernel, right? We can add intelligence at different hook points in the Linux kernel in a way that gives us really deep visibility into what's happening, what processes are executing, what files are being accessed, and yet is extremely lightweight. It doesn't add performance overhead in a meaningful way. And importantly, unlike a kernel module, can never crash or hang your kernel. So you'll never have one of those CrowdStrike-like moments with eBPF. And so eBPF is the foundation of Cisco's workload security strategy moving forward. We can use eBPF to do network segmentation in scenarios where you can't do that segmentation in the network, right? That's both macro, kind of zone-based segmentation, as well as micro segmentation. But eBPF also brings in very powerful runtime context, processes, files, syscalls. We can use that to do detections and feed that data into Splunk, right, to detect bad behavior that you can only see at runtime. But we're going to double click right now on a particular use case, which is about eBPF to build what we call runtime shields. These are very fine-grained eBPF programs that understand and exploit in intricate detail and can actually block that exact exploit behavior without disrupting your application. So double clicking into this in a bit more detail, as I mentioned, eBPF can see the processes, the files, the network calls, et cetera. It understands your application at an intricate level, right? When an exploit comes in, an attacker does net new things, right? They may call a syscall like Splice to go, implement the exploit. They then may try to harvest credentials in your Etsy shadow. They may try to move laterally in your environment using Nmap, right? eBPF gives us a way to build shields that block all of this unexpected attack behavior while still allowing your application to operate. So it's that very fine-grained nature of eBPF that makes this possible. Let's double click into a really specific example. How many of you have heard of the copy fail vulnerability? All right, it's a very scary vulnerability. It's high severity. It's exploited with just 10 lines of Python code. Right, even I could do that. Right, is very quickly exploited, and nearly every Linux system is vulnerable. Now, copy fails what's called a privilege escalation vulnerability. It allows an attacker who has some ability to run code on a system to elevate their privileges. So in this case, we see, for example, a Kubernetes worker node. Now, in theory, in a container, right, an application workload is contained to the container. Right? That's kind of the whole idea, right? It can't access what's in other containers, and it can't access the host resources, right? But in this case, with copy fail, the attacker calls socket call, right? And you probably think of sockets as a way of talking on the network. The interesting thing is Linux uses sockets for all types of things. There's a socket type called AFALG that's used in this exploit that most applications, in fact, almost none of them use normally. It's used to talk to a Linux crypto subsystem to do IPsec configuration, right? But that capability, right, was exploited in copy fail to allow an attacker to move laterally, infect other containers on that workload, and even elevate privileges to run at the host, right? This means compromised app data, harvest credentials, ability to move laterally, the ability to even persist backdoors in your environment, right? So let's now talk about what's different with Tetragon and these runtime shields, right? The attacker is still going to run that code in their container, but the difference here is you've got Tetragon running in your Linux kernel, and that Tetragon is running a very fine-grained shield that says, I'm going to allow applications to do anything they want. They just can't call that socket call with that AFALG type, right? So we're able to build a shield, right, that contains that attack, that stops that exact attack behavior while allowing the rest of the applications to behave normally, right? Now, that application is something we talked about for third-party applications. Cisco has also announced something called Live Protect. Hopefully, if any of you were at the keynote, you heard about this. There'll also be a demo tomorrow. Live Protect is that same CVE mitigation capability powered by eBPF, but applied to Cisco devices themselves, right? Who loves patching their Nexus switch or their Catalyst switch or their firewall, right? No one. It's a very difficult value proposition because you don't want to take down your network in order to secure it, right? But you also can't leave a critical part of your infrastructure exposed. Live Protect gives you an immediate shield that you can deploy to buy time to upgrade those devices in your regular maintenance window. And best of all, right, Live Protect is included with the Cisco product you buy. It's no additional cost. And so Live Protect, right, we'll be announcing tomorrow some of the roadmap. We're going to roll this out across the Cisco portfolio so that you are in a fundamentally better position handling CVEs and Cisco devices. All right, so hopefully now you've heard from Rick about firewall and from me about the smart switches and the workload. And again, all of this is something we're building into a seamless set of workflows through Cisco Cloud Control so that it's easier than ever to start on your hybrid mesh firewall journey. Now, hopefully you've heard enough from us as Cisco. I want to welcome to the stage two customers who will talk about their hybrid mesh firewall journey. We have Uzar from Rush University Medical Center and John from Northwestern Medicine. Come on up. All right, thanks for being here. Cool. Thanks for being here. Have a seat.
All right, so before we dive in here, if you each want to do a quick introduction to yourselves.
Absolutely. John Braub, the Director of Network Services at Northwestern Medicine, and there for 15 years focusing on network security and voice infrastructure.
Uzair Khan, Director of Network Services at Rush University Medical Center. Been there for about 8 years, leading network security, campus networks, WAN, all sorts of fun stuff.
Awesome. And so as we described hybrid mesh firewall, I mean, there's a lot of pieces to this, right? I would love to hear now where you started that journey and some of the foundational aspects and a bit about how you approached this first.
Yeah, I mean, our journey started a long time ago, right? And it was really about the foundation, right? Bringing in Cisco, bringing in our partner structured communications, and you, and along with our network security team, to really bring it together under Paul Lemon, Terry Johnson, and the team, really focusing on the infrastructure, the core components, right? And so now we're kind of really putting ourselves in the best possible position to be prepared for all the future things that are coming forward at this point.
Yep, so a lot on the account team, the overall partnership, and as you're thinking through the technology side, a little bit more about why you made the choice to start where you did.
Yeah, so kind of tying back to what John said earlier, I mean, Rush has been around for 190 years. So we're constantly innovating in the healthcare space, but to support that innovation, we're also innovating and continuously looking at the technology stacks that we support. So for us, really, as we were exploring the security space, we came to conclude that, again, point solutions weren't really the answer anymore. They hadn't been for a while, but it really was a shift from point solutions to platforms for Rush. So as we kind of went down that journey, we looked at Cisco, we looked at capabilities that Cisco offered, we engaged our partners similarly, and we came to conclude with the stuff that we had today, we were able to not only get firewalls, but enable more features in the tools that we had. So again, that platform first approach was a big driver for Rush.
Yeah, no, that's fantastic. So less of just a point feature to point feature firewall assessment, though there's a lot of differentiated things we talked about, but more of that platform, and that makes a lot of sense. Yes.
Yeah, and I think one of the reasons we really wanted to have you as part of this panel was that you haven't just stopped at the firewall. Kind of like what we've been talking about here already. You know, firewalls are a critical kind of core component, but you need to distribute security everywhere in your infrastructure with microsegmentation. So I'd love to start out, maybe kind of talk about how you thought about your microsegmentation journey with Cisco.
Yeah, I think post-COVID, right, the world has really changed in healthcare for us at such a rapid rate. And then post-COVID, post-AI, now post-quantum, we're continuing to look at what were our trusted boundaries, what we've called borders. They aren't as static as they were, from telemedicine to telework. I mean, Rush has got partnerships with Amazon One Medical or Rush Connect. Our consumers of services are no longer just in Chicago. Our employees, the people that provide that care, are no longer in Chicago. So for that reason, just the legacy way of thinking of border controls, of zone-based firewalls was no longer going to be enough. We had to start exploring at identities, people, things, applications. How do we secure at each of those layers? So for us, that's kind of where CSW and the migration into ICE and maturing those capabilities really came into play.
Yeah, I know you mentioned you're also using Cisco Secure Workload. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, again, we touched on this, with our partners here at Rush, is like, from both the endpoint is very important to us, but the data center is just as important, right? Having all the key infrastructure components. But the visibility was what was the game changer for us, right? Really understanding how we were going to, from a network-centric or ACI-centric, how we were going to understand what these applications were doing, and not just for the east-west, but also for the north-south. So we really had to take an approach where we needed to ingest all the information, right? So install the agent across our entire data center, all our applications, right? And then start to understand what they're doing, how they're communicating, and then bring in those application folks to the table and start to tell them how we're going to approach microsegmentation from the application standpoint as well.
Yeah, and it's great to see kind of using it to tackle kind of those most critical things like Epic and those critical healthcare systems. The data you have is my data and everyone's data. It's the most personal, sensitive data I can imagine in the world. Yeah. And so it's great to see you all taking that kind of forward-leaning approach. And I think it's also a great example of how, firewall, secure workload, and ICE kind of that identity. That's kind of the power of the Cisco platform, making this all easier. Another key part of the Cisco platform that I mentioned earlier is this notion of Live Protect. I know that's something that both of you are really leaning into around. Talk to me kind of about why Live Protect is important in your environment.
Yeah, I mean, it's a game changer from what I'm hearing right now, and really just making sure that we're in a position where we can take full advantage of it, not just at the firewall, but at the network infrastructure level, and maybe even deeper as we get into the smart switches or intelligent switches that are coming our way, right? But to not have to stop or have a showstopper like that is a critical vulnerability, right? We're getting Glasswing. We're going to find these are going to come at the speed of light. And so to be able to patch at that speed is going to be nearly impossible. So being able to utilize Live Protect and then buying us some time to patch our infrastructure is going to be key.
Is there any kind of requests? You've got a great platform. Make any roadmap requests. Are there any favorite platforms you want to see Live Protect on?
Yeah, I'd love to see it on, and I've heard or gotten some inklings on trying to bring it back to some of the existing platforms and how we can leverage what we've already got as far as our fleets that are in production. How can we secure some of those? Not just buy another piece of hardware.
Yeah, that's actually a great point. I'm glad you brought that up because that's a frequent point of confusion. People think, oh, do I have to buy a new device to get Live Protect? The answer is Live Protect is a software update that for every Cisco device that has enough memory that we can run Tetragon on it, we're going to put it on there, and it's going to be included for free.
Yeah.
Awesome. So Rick?
Yeah, and I'll add on to that. So Cisco firewalls are a part of that. And they'll
gotta get that
July
plug in.
in beta and November generally available. And it's especially being at that edge device, it's so critical. And we're very excited about that. So we talked a bit about how the landscape and the problem space is changing with AI. These new unique challenges, how fast everything is moving too. I'm curious, how are you thinking about approaching this very complex, fast-moving environment right now from a core security perspective?
I think for Rush, right? Again, as the industry is growing around us, healthcare, everybody's trying to use AI as the most powerful, robust tool that it is, right? We're trying to throw data at it, but you also have to think about the safety, the guardrails around it. So for us, we want to take that journey. We want to go down that place. We want to do it safely because, again, over 190 years, you build that trust within the community. They expect it from you, and rightfully so. So for us, the goal right now is to take that foundation, the infrastructure foundation, secure it at all aspects of it, and then we'll start looking at what AI morphs because, again, it's changing every other month, every other day, it seems like. So if we secure our foundations, it'll allow us to pivot and be a little more agile with our strategy going forward.
Yeah, and that makes a lot of sense. It's hard to move that quickly off a shaky foundation. So definitely.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we're dealing with sensitive data, right? And so we need to be able to pivot and we need to understand how we can secure it at the speed of light, right? And really, again, talking about this point is like having the foundation, having the right partners, having the right players at the table. You also continuing to innovate in this space is only going to make our lives easier on the day-to-day basis, right? And so that way we can add assurances and a level of comfort to our CISO, our CIO, that we're doing the best that we can to minimize the blast radius, right? And also just minimize really the impact that it has on our infrastructure and our clinical workflows as well.
And that makes a lot of sense. And I really appreciate you both taking the time with us today and talking to us about your journeys in this space. Everything from where to start with that complexity to the stable foundation, the distributed controls. This is fantastic. Also, we'll be hanging around afterwards if anybody has more questions or would like to talk to these fine gentlemen as well. So we covered a lot of topics today, and it's a big space. And one of the things we wanted to leave everyone here with is what are those next steps? I would say, if you haven't looked at what we're doing with our detection technologies, what we're doing with our core firewalling capabilities, I'd encourage you to go head over to the hybrid mesh firewall booths, see some of the stuff we're building out, our new AI ops, a lot of these new engines, or even check out some things like Mesh Policy Engine, which we didn't talk about today. We're approaching this very open. We actually program policies on competitive platforms as well. because we're trying to solve this problem for our customers. And then finally, in that cloud space too, you can get free visibility reports. You can get access to security within Cloud Control and see this stuff yourselves. And don't be shy to reach out to the teams. We're definitely customer obsessed here and want to solve your problems.
Yep. And then on the distributed security side, of course, in the network, you can start with your Nexus Fabric. There's actually a lot of great visibility information we can get out of any Nexus Fabric you have today. Secure Workload can actually push and enforce rules in ACI today, as well as, as you're looking at refreshing your fabrics, the Nexus Smart Switches that we talked about. And then, there's the Secure Workload technology that we've already been talking about in terms of micro-segmentation. There's Isovalent for securing your Kubernetes environments and giving that distributed security in a Kubernetes environment. And then I'm willing to bet each and every one of you has a Cisco device here that Live Protect will be enabled on in the coming months. And that's a great first way to kind of start getting experience with that shielding technology that I was talking about as well. So we are legally obligated to plug this session for our bosses. So tomorrow, there is the keynote deep dive on security, which we'll have Tom Gillis, who's the leader of infrastructure and security, as well as Peter Bailey, our boss, and John Morgan from the Splunk security side, as well as 2 customers from HP Fuller and Workday. And there will be ice cream and Apple Watch giveaways. So definitely encourage you to give that a shot.
Yeah, can't pass up free ice cream.
He's here for the ice cream.
I'm here for the ice cream for sure. Yeah.
Right, and then
fantastic. And again, booths are all surrounding our Agentic SOC out here. Learn what we're doing in this space. Hands-on. There's demos. We're doing more breakout sessions. If you want to chat more directly with us, definitely here and available to that as well. And I think our final piece here is fill out your surveys. Hopefully this was an entertaining, valuable, informative session. So we really appreciate the time for everyone here today and look forward to partnering more going forward. Thanks.
And welcome back for the last time today to the Cisco TV broadcast studio. We have just wrapped the final center stage session for this Tuesday on securing every layer of the AI data center. Rick Miles, Dan Wendland brought in great customers from Northwestern Medicine, from Rush University Medical Center, and talking about all the different ways that Cisco is fusing enforcement into every layer. So the hardware root of trust, DPU-powered firewalling, Kubernetes native workload protection, runtime model guardrails, agentic identity control. Such a great overview story, how we put security into literally every single layer of your AI-ready data center. I'm Steve Moulter. I'm so glad to have you with us as we head toward the end of today's broadcast. Rob is out in the middle of not only the WAS, but the showcase, and very specifically the heartbeat of the entire territory, which is the NOC and the SOC. Rob, I wanted you to give us an overview. We're going to come back out to you in a moment for a great interview in the NOC era, but right now, this is the first time that we've seen the NOC and SOC not only together as one entity, but right as the heartbeat of the showcase, and that's really where it belongs, right?
Yo, I love this. I mean, not only did they put, and stay with me, Steve, if we can. Do I need to let you go? Or
No, you're good.
Talk?
No,
okay,
go
you and
for
I
it,
are
my friend.
good?
Yeah, we're good.
I was just like, well, I was thinking about the same thing, right? Not only is it's just gorgeous.
It's beautiful.
And but it feels like, I don't know if we were hiding it before necessarily, that's probably not the case, but it is much more front and center. And having the NOC and the SOC together, security has always been a part of the Network Operations Center, but it's really kind of indicative of how much more of an important role that it now plays. These guys are sending data each other back and forth. We've covered this in several different ways, but I love the educational focus here. It's not just about protecting probably one of the most difficult network situations to try and protect, right? You've got the smartest network engineers in the world converging on one place, a lot of security experts who are always just seeing what they can push on, and they don't mean anything by it, potentially, but this is all stuff they have to deal with. They don't have a baseline to work on, they don't have any control over those endpoints, and so that's how they have to figure out success. But not only are they running the conference, they're teaching others how to do it, and kind of building these modular systems for being able to go do it at the Olympics now, do it again at RSA and Black Hat and other conferences. I think this is the kind of stuff, the kind of leadership that we see extending out from Cisco. Your thoughts?
Yeah, you know what, Rob, what I thought was so important on this, Chuck mentioned it this morning, one of the things that he said in the keynote that I thought was really impactful, he said when the network works, nobody thinks about it. And I think by putting the NOC right in the center, what it's showing is what we are creating, what we build here at Cisco is what allows all of our customers, our partners, everybody around the world to be able to do, because if the network infrastructure is not there, none of the applications matter at all. Rob, do me a favor, hang out for a couple of minutes, my friend. I know you've got an interview coming up with Andy, but right now we're going to go back out to center stage, where Michelle has caught up with Rick and Dan for a little behind the scenes talk on their fantastic center stage session. Hey, Michelle.
Steve, thank you so much for sending it over to center stage. We just had an engaging session with Rick and with Dan. I'm going to hand it over to them. They are product leaders here at Cisco. We've got some fun things. We're going to talk about full stack security. Rick, I'm going to start with you. With AI significantly transforming the network security landscape via Mythos, what are the most effective strategies for stopping high volume, high velocity attacks?
Yeah, I mean, I could spend a lot of time. There's a lot of things to approach that one, but I think you have to be invested with a partner that's continuing to innovate in their detection engines to keep pace with those attacks, as well as some of the unique things that I'm sure Dan is going to start touching on here with distributed exploits and how we can harden that infrastructure. But I do think it starts with those engines. You've got to be able to pick up on these threats, these zero-day, these behavioral-based threats, these network detections themselves, not just on the endpoint. I think the network becomes increasingly important as well.
Oh, absolutely. Okay, Dan, over to you. How can we improve our network security posture through proactive defense, device hardening, and a risk-based approach to patch management?
Sure, so I think one of the really key phrases used before is high volume, right? AI is driving east-west data volumes at a level that we've never seen before. And so that's really where innovations like the Nexus Smart Switch come in, because we are able to actually bring stateful segmentation at really high data rates into every part of your data center fabric. And that allows us to really segment, understand risk from a visibility perspective, and segment workloads to reduce risk at volumes that are at data center scale. The second thing you mentioned was around protecting the devices themselves. And that's where Live Protect comes in. It's a really big theme here at Cisco Live. Live Protect helps shield vulnerabilities on the Cisco devices themselves, right? So that you're able to eliminate that critical attack surface without requiring you to reboot or restart your network device. And that is a really game-changing capability for Cisco customers.
Thank you both, love to hear it. I have one more question for both of you. All right, we're going to end on, how will Cisco help us overcome that operational complexity of fragmented policy management across hybrid and multi-cloud environments? Hit us.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that is one of the key tricks. That's one of the key innovations from Cisco's perspective, is as you think of microsegmentation, that can seem complex and difficult. As you think of all of your firewalls, firewall ruling, if you think of mixed environments and hybrid networks, multi-cloud, that could become 6, 7, 8, 9 different products and technology stacks in and of themselves. So what we're building, what we've built and is available, is we can abstract from all of that and deliver an intent-based policy experience that then works across this mesh, and then further build out experiences like leveraging the insights, the intelligence, the pervasive visibility to drive a more proactive policy discovery, reduce risk. It really makes that very complex thing much simpler. And that's what we're building in Cloud Control, where all of these things meet.
Yeah, and Rick talked about one really important aspect of this, which is the single pane of glass for policy in Cisco Cloud Control. The other important part that you mentioned was the multi-cloud aspect, right? If you have to solve this problem a different way for each silo, that doesn't make sense. And so part of what Isovalent, which is the company I founded, brings is a really strong story about how you have visibility and enforcement from a security perspective in cloud workloads as well. So now Cisco, owns the data center network and can provide you very rich security capabilities there, but can also provide that same policy layer that spans into public clouds. And so you've got that one security fabric, visibility, policy that spans all of it.
Thank you both for breaking this down. This was so helpful. You guys ran right off the stage to here to talk to folks at home. Thank you both so much. Steve, Rob, back to you both.
Thank you so much, Michelle. I appreciate it. Thanks to Rick and Dan as well. We're going to go right back out to Rob, back in the NOC. This time he's got Andy Phillips over there with him. So Rob, let's send it back to you, buddy.
Oh, thank you so much. I think Michelle was just nearby. She was just over here, right? Yeah. It's funny how we're so far apart, but yet so close together. Speaking of which, Andy, Michelle got to interview you earlier. She did. And I was like, okay, I hope he'll still talk to me. And I didn't get a chance to hear all the details there, but one thing I love talking to you about is
the stories that kind of emerge from just the reality of trying to pull this off every time. When we first talked earlier in the week, one of the things you brought up was the addressing has changed, and that had kind of using much more IPv6, and we're seeing a lot more connectivity through that. And I was not sure about why that matters, and because it had both pro and con kind of effects for you. Do you mind explaining how you guys are advancing that?
Yeah, so basically our counterparts over in Europe, Cisco Live Europe, they had also done IPv6 mostly. So that's a technology that uses DHCP, DNS, and what's called NAT64 conversion. Okay. And it allows clients to turn off their IPv4 stack.
Okay.
Now, that presents issues because there are actually some applications out on the internet that do not have a v6 address, and one of those is GitHub, ironically. What? So how do you deal with that? Well, you have to do a NAT64 conversion, and there's a whole thing that I won't go into about how all that works, because we'll be here for about an hour.
But it's awesome.
But it's awesome, and we're running that this time, and why do you do that? Well, you do it to make sure that your environment is ready to move to 100% IPv6. Why do you do that? Because you've got more address space, there's a bit more security prevalent in IPv6, it's a little bit easier to administer in certain aspects, like all of the configuration of auto-configuring clients and such alike. So it's kind of an interesting thing that we're doing, and I think there's a lot of IPv6 advocates, especially at Cisco, that love to see this. Just the stats, like what's v4 versus v6. Yeah. We've gone up to like 60% v6 this time, which it used to be 60% v4. So it's a fascinating thing to watch and give a test at a show like this.
Well, and is there, one of the things I always think, you're here and you're learning a lot on the fly, and at a certain point, of course, you bake things in and you kind of have to live with it. Do you see things happening this week that you're like, okay, on the next iteration of this is what I'm pushing for? Or do you know that going in? How much of that is feel, how much of it is advanced planning, how much of it's pressure to adopt things from the Cisco side? Because this is a real network with real issues you got to figure out.
It is. It's a mixture of all those things. I think with the mostly, we've definitely learned about how do you troubleshoot things that you haven't troubleshot before. So we'll take all of the learnings from this, which is actually grabbing the data from those clients and understanding, what data do we need to know to actually troubleshoot them. In the past, we could look at an IPv4 address, much easier to read, a little bit quicker. Now we actually had to pull data into Splunk, and we were actually able to filter it to see, for example, how many IPv6 mostly clients are there. It's a really useful stat, especially when we're talking about migration, right? So once you know that a good proportion of your clients can do IPv6 only, then you're actually going to be in a situation where you can migrate, right? And then hopefully that number's going to increase.
That's incredible. You guys are doing so much cool stuff. Once again, I always run out of time and we don't get to cover everything I want to. But guys, this is fascinating. These guys have been answering questions and very direct. I talked to a number of different customers who were literally here taking ideas back with them. If you're not doing that, you're really wasting a resource. He's got a fantastic team behind him. They've got a NOC event at the end of the week you don't want to miss if you want to ask questions of everybody about what happened here. One of my favorite things in the entire week. With that though, Steve, I'm going to go back to you.
Pal, and thanks to Andy. Andy always does such a great job for us, so hopefully we can hear more from him. We are getting ready to wrap an amazing Tuesday broadcast day coming to you from Mandalay Bay here in Las Vegas, but we are going to meet you right back here on the live stream. First thing tomorrow morning as we ramp up into our day 2, our Wednesday morning keynote. Liz Santoni, G2 Patel talking about how we go from agentic vision to enterprise reality and all the ways Cisco is delivering the critical infrastructure for the AI era. Before we sign off, I want to get one more moment with 3 of my 4 amazing co-hosts for a last word of the day. Lauren is actually out in the keynote space prepping with G2 for tomorrow's keynote. So exciting. She's going to be up there running a demo, which is terrific, but I've got 3 of my fave people. You know what? I've got Z. Michelle Robert all lined up. Z, let's start with you. Give us your parting thought for the day. We'll go down the line.
Well, the highlight for me, Steve, was the secure cloud. I was thinking about all of the applications that are going to be able to be integrated and going to be able to see in one view. And then another one, can I just take one more? Because, I'm a Starbucks girl. So I tell you, when Brian was talking about, he just, skimmed down.
CEO of Starbucks.
Exactly, yes. And so he looked at Chuck and he told him, you look like a
venti.
Yes, that's my drink. That's the Americano, that's my drink.
Okay.
All right, I can't top that. That was pretty great. But talking about how Cisco really is the critical infrastructure for the AI era, it comes down to being secure and governed. That data is actually trusted, and that's why we're uniquely positioned to help you in this AI era.
Mic drop. These two. Oh my God. This is so much fun. Lauren, I hope your killing it tomorrow. Everybody pay attention to the keynotes tomorrow. Our dear friend Lauren's going to be killing it with the security demonstrations.
Yes, she is.
Such great stories and information happening here. Steve, I'm so glad this is not really goodbye, it's just goodbye for now.
It is goodbye for now, but I'm going to need one inspiring thought from Rob Boyd, because everybody wants to hear from Rob Boyd. What is it? Put you on the spot.
The network that we built for humans is not the same as the network we built for agentic AI.
Oh, I couldn't love that anymore. We heard about it this morning in the keynote, right? Anytime Agentic steps in, 450% more demand than if a human did the same task. That's going to require a brand new network. My friends, it is always such a pleasure to be with you. Thank you. I look forward to playing more tomorrow. Go be beautiful. Have good nights. Let's do a final sign off to all of you who are in here on the streaming broadcast. My name is Steve Moulter, but I am one part of a very, very large crew. So on behalf of not only my beautiful co-hosts, but this entire incredible Cisco TV broadcast production team of producers and technicians and engineers and designers. We love being a part of this event, and a big part of it is all of you. The fact that you tune into this broadcast, you are the reason that we do this, is to bring the entire event to you. So that means actually you're our favorite part of the event altogether, and we're grateful to be able to broadcast out to each of you. Have a great night. We will meet you right back here for a fantastic Cisco Live all day Wednesday. Let's run a few highlights from today. Have a great night, everybody. Bye-bye, all.